Hey there, soldier. You are the newest recruit in the Republic, and I'm your captain. I'd like to welcome you to Oak Squad, the most dangerous squad of killers in the whole place. Yeah, it's a real lucrative squad. Now, if you'll excuse me for just a second. Yeah, that's good. Not again. Come on, Captain. Jor, would you mind? Thank you. Hey, sorry about the squad captain there. He's been drinking a lot since his dad died a few years back in a battle. It's been hard on him. Hard on all of us, really. He's the son of the president, so it's a classic alcoholic nepo baby situation. Don't tell him I said that. Anyway, though, yeah, welcome to Oak Squad. Regardless of the captain's drunken ramblings, we really are experienced soldiers. You can call me Spyro. I've been serving the Republic, well, as long as I can remember. And this is Jor. He served a many years in the Oak Foundation, this world's version of the CIA, basically. What world, I hear you ask? Why, the world of Degum, of course. Our world. Our planet, our home. The same home that is admittedly constantly locked in complex wars between several different nations and factions, and has been for basically forever. However, it should be mentioned that in recent years, peace has been returning in some of the most unlikely of places. For example, the recent unification of hundreds of Thromboian tribes has resulted in the Federation of Thromboian Territories on the East Coast, the Federation for short, and they seem to be doing just fine ever since. Now, was this a peaceful unification? Not exactly, no. But the new Federation has become a trusted trading ally to the Republic and a somewhat trusted ally in general. Mostly because we have a common enemy in the RimWorld Marshal Service. And that, my friends, is where you and I come in. We are going to be building a permanent military installation for the nation's use in our righteous mission of freedom and justice. And hopefully getting the captain back on the right path to sobriety in the process. Given our proximity to the local Marshal base, we're also going to be fighting off endless waves from them. Well, until we can take out that base, that is, but that's a little ways down the road. For each wave of enemies that we survive, the Republic will also be providing us with a randomized care package. Got it? Good. Thankfully, we won't be starting with nothing, as we do have a few tents, some survival meals, as well as a tiny bit of medicine to get us started. It ain't much, but it beats having to build it ourselves. First things first, we're going to be building our camp. That means setting up our tents, cutting down some trees to build ourselves a campfire that we can cook meals on, but will also keep us warm and keep predators away at night. The Marshals aren't the only wolves we have to deal with after all. We would end up collecting ourselves an abundance of wood that we would also use to make ourselves some basic furniture, like a table with some chairs to enjoy our meals at. It's the little things. Next to the pond, we threw together a quick, simple latrine so we won't need to squat near some bushes and rocks. Next was a small hand-dug well for water to clean ourselves, but more importantly to gather drinking water. Now our camp is complete with all the primitive imitations of modern amenities, what I would consider suitable, though defenses are now of the highest priority. For the defenses that we have in mind, we need to start building some machinery that is going to require steel, and so thus that is what we are currently acquiring. As Jor and I were doing a bit of digging in the mountainside, the captain would go to bed to sleep off his pounding hangover. Since manpower is a bit scarce, and we need to get a lot of work done in a very short period of time, Jor and I decided to split the work between us. I would do a lot of the mining, as he was upgrading the camp with some proper storage facilities, and perhaps most importantly of all, a brand new research table. First up on the list is going to be batteries. This is going to be a very crucial piece to the puzzle of automated defense systems that we hope to build for our military installation at some point. To keep our death machines running 24/7 to protect us, you have to have some stored up energy. I will admit that we spent a lot more time than I would like to have on mining. thing. It's pretty clear that when they put together Oak Squad, prospecting ability wasn't really on the forefront of the conversation, as none of us are particularly good at mining. Quite alright though, because we will simply improvise, adapt, and overcome. Now with the steel and components that we've acquired, we could build ourselves a simple wood-fired generator as well as a concrete mixing machine. Now this might seem a bit odd, but this is where we are going to get our defenses from. Or more so the materials to build our defenses. For you see, this machine allows us to go about crushing down stone chunks and turning them into bags of concrete. Using our newly processed concrete bags, we will be able to build ourselves some barriers. Along with that, we're going to be using some of our steel to build some bear traps as well. We're also going to be putting in some packed dirt pathing to try to prevent vegetation from growing up in the way of our cover, as well as our walking paths, things like that, just some simple stuff. It was around this time that the captain, in his drunken stupor, decided that we should give this place a name, although I guess I do agree with him. Now, we are of course going to be known as the Oak Squad, but what do you guys think that we should call our new military installation that we're going to be building? Wait a second, friends, hold that thought, because we are about to get our very first attack. We have a downpour of rain in the area, and we are literally just a few, well, I was going to say hours, but a few minutes out from our first attack from the Marshal Service. I'm not going to be narrating every one of these fights, but I thought for our first one, I should probably be here with you, right? The entire time. Here they come. Well, the Marshal Service, what do we have? Looks like it is one simple recruit, although they do have a rifle. So they are going to be preparing before actually attacking. Now that could be a good idea, or a good opportunity I should say, for us to have the idea to maybe sneak up on them as they are preparing their attack behind the hill here. Now, that does kind of completely negate the fact that we built defenses. We needed defenses anyhow, but it kind of makes building defenses a bit pointless, doesn't it? With the rain and the trees and everything, I don't know, actually. I think that they would have to come from this area here. So you see their name's Cat. They would have to come up through here, hugging the mountain, and come across the water here, because either way, they'd have to go through here and come through the water, unless they went this way through this small valley. So I'm thinking we may hang back here at the base and wait for them to come and attack us. It'll probably be a few hours. That may give us some additional time to finish up some other things like these bear traps. Although we have some steel, we must need, yeah, we need some more. I'll designate some more areas to be mined so we have more steel to go about doing this. Now bear traps, I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but the reason that these are so much better, obviously, than like a spike trap is because they can be reset after closing on a target. Now they cost a little bit more in terms of materials, I believe. A spike trap costs 45, while a bear trap costs 65, and must be made of steel, or I think maybe plasteel as well. Regardless though, they are far superior, even though they cost a little bit more. Now if we hang back far enough, we might be able to see that happen as Cat here steps on one perhaps, but I don't know that I want to do that, as they could end up getting very close to our base and start burning it down, so I might try to avoid that. Now they are coming for the camp, armed to the absolute teeth. I doubt that they know that there's 3 of us here compared to 1 of them. Now they're about to start walking through this water. I don't know that we should come out from behind cover, but that's, oh shit, we gotta be careful. This swampy terrain. I want to catch them slacking here and slow in the water, and I think we are doing that now. Oh, well, that was easy. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. So we have killed the Marshal Service soldier. Now, that's a bit unfortunate, as I really didn't want to. Well, I mean, obviously, we needed to kill them, but I wouldn't have minded keeping them if we could. What did we get for our... Oh, okay. What's going on here? Oh, we have more people. Okay, so it would look like the Republic has sent us some more soldiers here. Yes, so we have... Let's get them all together here. We have, I believe, 3 new soldiers, and they are leaving here after the drop-off, okay? So we've got Ray, Sail, and we've got Crystal. Welcome aboard, soldiers. They have very minimal equipment. They have water, herbal medicine, and a combat shirt. Crystal has a pistol and Sail. Yeah, okay. So they have a little bit of food and 1 pistol between them. Okay, well, not exactly the reinforcements that we were hoping for, but the reinforcements that got. Obviously, getting more soldiers is a great reward from the Republic for surviving our first round, no less, but I will say it does leave us with the issue of housing them and now feeding them, because we're going to have to do quite a bit of hunting. We haven't even started planting any of our own food yet. Manpower is always welcome, but we have some of the downsides of having to deal with manpower. I do believe that they're pretty good at, let me see, Ray is a good fighter and good social with a decent crafting. Sail is good at crafting, melee fighting, Burning Passion and mining, that'll be great. Crystal just as well is really good at mining, and that's about it other than shooting. So I am happy to have them though, but I think we're gonna need to build them some pretty rudimentary housing, like some wooden canopies, because unfortunately we don't have near enough materials to actually build them some proper tents. We will be getting around to that though. Something else that we're going to be dealing with is the fact that the captain, Reek, is almost out of alcohol. As a matter of fact, yeah, he is completely out of alcohol and will soon start withdrawing from alcohol, and he will eventually start having some mental breaks. It's going to be well worth it, I believe, getting him on the right track to sobriety, but he is going to be very upset about that, something that we're going to be needing to deal with our new friends here. Republic intel shows that it'll be about 3 days or so before another martial squad arrives to try to attack us. They most likely still don't know who they're messing with, so we have the element of surprise, at least in those terms. Before the next attack, we had a lot of work to do, like throwing together some of those wooden canopies as we were discussing for our newest members to the squad. Just as well, we were going to start some small fields of crops for rice, as well as some cotton. That way we can go about making our own uniforms in the future, as well as anything else that requires textiles. I'll tell you, our crops should grow very well and quickly thanks to this never-ending rain. No, seriously, it doesn't seem to let up at all. The constant downpour could weaken even the most hardened of minds. As we were dealing with mental breaks, we were also going out and hunting some of the local wildlife of this island. Until we can manage to grow some crops properly, elk meat is going to be a huge part of our daily diet. During this time, we were not only just going to be combating the enemy, but we were also going to be combating things like boredom, so we started building some recreational areas to keep everyone entertained. The old 5-finger fillet. It's kinda like chess, but it really hurts. Unless you're good at it, that is. Not there long after, we would also finish up our research into batteries and then move on to heavy bridges. Perhaps an odd choice, and to be honest with you, looking back on this, I kind of agree, but I want to knock it out early as I have some big plans that require us to build on the marsh itself. Using our components and steel, we would install our very first battery and start storing up some electricity. After that, we would also start storing up a large stockpile of logs. Wood, being our most abundant resource, was the obvious choice for throwing together bridges, allowing us to navigate the marsh and terrain with ease, whether it be for a frontal assault or even a quick retreat. Before we could complete our bridging, though, Republic intel notified us of an inbound martial threat. Just a couple kilometers south of the camp, and we could spot two figures, one wearing black armor and the other metallic. A singular enforcement droid? Chances are they just think that we're a small tribe of impids or smugglers hiding out in the swamp. Either way, that trooper there's packing some heavy equipment, a grenade launcher. Maybe meant for smugglers or impids, but it would blow us apart just as easily. Well, things have certainly escalated significantly. 0 to 100, one might even say. Worst of all, it looks like we'll be fighting in the dead of night. Perhaps the shadows will play into our favor, though. Or maybe they won't, and we'll actually just end up getting gunned down in the dark. I would prefer if that didn't happen, so our newest recruits, as well as ourselves, would try to set up an ambush. But our unwanted guest would make their move a little too soon, catching us off guard before we could set up the trap, and a gunfight ensued, involving grenades. Our recruits and their lack of armor would pull back as Jor and myself tackled this threat head on. I had a little trick up my sleeve, you could say. Our attacker, now dead, her body becoming burned and charred. But the bullets continued to fly. The enforcement droid, barely a scratch on it. Mechanical, merciless, and unrelenting. To defeat it, we would need to overwhelm it with a hail of gunfire. The numbers were on our side. That didn't mean it was going to be an easy task, though. We continued pelting it with bullets until It blew up. Well, surprising to perhaps no one, that droid decided to self-destruct instead. We are bleeding profusely. I myself have been shot in the liver, the left leg, and in the torso. Alright then. Jor has been shot in the left kidney and torso. He was already missing his left ear and nose, so no worries there. Let's both get back to camp, and we're gonna start getting tended to, I believe, by the captain, as he has a good medical skill, and we have somebody else with a good medical skill now too, do we not? No, but Crystal is okay at it, so we'll bring her back to help us as well. It doesn't look like we have any of the equipment or anything that Marshal Service soldier had on them, as the droid completely blew it up. Now that's a little bit of an issue, because now we don't get a grenade launcher, we don't get anything. I'm pretty sure that soldier had a turret pack and another, like the throwable turret, the deployable one, so that is a real pain in the ass, as we've just completely lost that, I guess. Let's start tending to Jor. Yeah, I'm going to use our actual medicine here instead of herbal medicine. I really don't want any infections happening, so we'll try to prevent that if and when we can. Again though, it really sucks we lost that equipment. We could have repurposed it for our other soldiers here up until we actually are able to create some ourselves. We've got a few days before the next wave of enemies comes from the marshals, so I don't know. Looks like our reward, I just now noticed. I didn't notice it before. Is this all of it? We got 1,000 silver from the Republic for fighting off that wave. How kind of them, how kind of them. It's just, we kinda can't buy anything at the moment, and the island that we're on is most likely not going to have many visitors from the mainland, but who knows? We might find some random outlanders or something out here in the swamps. Who knows? It's possible, I guess you could say. Well, in the rare case that we do end up having a trade caravan, I suppose we had better finish up those bridges that we were attempting to construct. As we're already aware, the captain is completely without alcohol, and this also means that he has started experiencing some pretty severe withdrawal and thus having mental breaks as a result. Which was an absolute shame, because that meant when we were doing some large-scale projects like building a proper structure here in the center of the camp, he didn't really get to partake. Or help at all. We have been storing up a lot of concrete, not only for our defenses, but also so we can actually begin the infancy of our military installation with this multi-purpose building that you see us making right now. Now, we also ended up putting some concrete flooring in here, but this is not the normal concrete flooring with a -1 beauty stat. This one doesn't have any beauty stat at all, which is better than nothing, and also better than the alternative. Now, along with our storage and power generating methods, recreation area, that sort of thing, we're also going to be adding in an additional research table. That way the captain, when he's not in a mental break from his horrible withdrawal, will be able to help Jor out with any research projects that we're tackling at that time, which at the moment is heavy bridges, of course. Being a bit of a heftier research project for us during this time, it was nice having the additional manpower to go about finishing it. And it was also quite nice to be able to do this research inside now, so it goes a little bit smoother. Shortly thereafter, we got our first harvest of cotton, giving us a small amount of cloth. We want to make uniforms and a great many other things with this cloth, but first we had something special in mind, something symbolic. We installed 2 flags in the camp for our great Republic of Libertas, a symbol of who we are and what we fight for. No doubt everyone will work much harder with these increasing morale. Speaking of textiles again though, since you have to clean concrete much more often, we would also end up installing a few doormats here and there. Everything was hunky-dory. Until it wasn't. We had enemy soldiers dropping in pods. 1 down south and 1 up north. Now I'm not sure what their rank is here, but they are very well armed and armored, which makes me think they probably know that we're with the Republic. But how would they even figure that out, I wonder? We've killed everyone that came here. I don't know. I guess we'll never find out. But something I do know is that they're coming right for us. It was time to put on our big boy panties, cause I could already tell this was about to be a rough one. The enemy coming from the north would take cover in the trees, making it exceptionally difficult to shoot them, but not impossible. As we continued firing blindly into the tree line, it looked like they had thrown something? They chucked a damn auto turret at us. We immediately scrambled away from our position, trying to get inside. Look, I know I said I wasn't going to do this for every battle, but we've got a lot going on at the moment. We did just shoot down Sam. However, I think Sam's turret is still going off, the automated turret on their back, and also this turret here, the tactical one that they threw down. We should have... up here. I'm gonna pronounce this as Kosh, by the way. I don't think that's how it is, but Kosh is also coming for us, and I think they have their own turret. So I've got... oh shit, Sail. You need to get inside, Sail. I'm gonna bring out Jor and Reek, the captain, to hopefully maybe... uh-oh, this is getting bad. And fast. Come on, come on. Oh, God almighty. Shit. Okay. Cover fire, Reek. Cover fire. Come on. Come on, come on. All right, inside. Everybody inside. Holy. I'm hoping some of our traps might come in handy here. This is bad. First, let's take a look at this. Jeez. Sail has been shot in the leg, the arm. Oh, she's pretty badly injured, as is Crystal. Thankfully, Reek can tend to Sail, and I'll get Crystal to tend to herself. Now, well, we do have medicine in here, which isn't too bad. So let's actually use our meds. So rescue her, and we are already tending to her. I'm going to set a new area here. Everyone is going to be staying inside the building, away from Kosh, who is coming around. Oh, jumped right over our barricades. That's not good. I don't have much of a medical skill, but I am going to tend to myself here because I really don't want to bleed out. As we're tending to our wounded, oh shit, there's a fire, you bastard. Now Kosh here is also bleeding from a shot we got off on them in the right leg, but she is still going. Jor, perhaps the captain would be willing to lend Jor his rifle to finish off the threat. Just as well, I suppose once I'm tended enough and I've stopped the bleeding, yes, we will prep a bit and then we will head out to deal with this threat once and for all. They're right there. Now, here's an idea. Have Jor stay... oh, I forgot about that turret. Let's bring Spyro around the side to flank, and here we go with Jor. I'm gonna leave this door open. There we go. All right, Spyro, move, move, move. Oh, God, that is dangerous. Okay, come back in. Spyro, come back down. Come on. Oh, thank God. Thank God. And we're getting a food drop. Hot dog. Survival meals. Great. All right, everybody off of the inside of the building here. Please put out the fire. I guess it's good we got a food drop seeing how our rice is burning. We did end up getting to keep these weapons. Now, this tactical turret's still up here. I don't know when it runs out of charge, but we can destroy it. Yeah, all right, so, oh, well, it is starting to rain, which is good. I'm actually gonna get Jor to come up here and hopefully destroy this turret. There we go. Oh, but he still got hit. That's all right. Phew. Okay, Jor, drop the captain's rifle and we'll give it back to him, Captain. Now, we do have one of these operatives from the Marshal Service up here who is not dead. Now, this is Sam, and Sam's turret on their back doesn't seem to be firing at us at the moment, so I'm going to strip Sam of that, and Sam here can actually be one of our prisoners. Oh, now, Jor here seems to think that we should just either blow their brains out right here in the rainy ground where they're at in the mud, or secretly sell them into slavery in the outlands. Oh, Jor, you silly fellow, this isn't the Oak Foundation, my friend. No, 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 no. We believe in rehabilitation here. None of that shady operative stuff anymore, mister. Indeed, this person is going to become a reformed and rehabilitated, useful member of the Republic. And if they're not willing to, and they make us, then we'll kill them. But no slavery. No slavery. Once we finally had all their grievous wounds tended to, we would immediately capture them, bringing them inside our recently built structure. Though what few brief conversations we've already had with them, it does seem that their rehabilitation's going to take a while. That brainwashing and indoctrination from the Marshals is much deeper than you might expect. Now look, I don't like this any more than you do, but we're in a strange situation where we don't have enough armor and weapons to go around, and though our brave men and women are too proud to wear the filthy armor of the enemy, I am afraid I must insist, as without it the risk of death is far, far too high. Some of the gear from our deceased enemies can be reused without issue, as we've seen, like the turret packs, as they're not tainted. But this armor has the stench of the bloodied, rotting corpse who shit themselves in their last moments inside it. The only way to cleanse it as of right now is to melt it down into usable resources like plasteel. Sometime later, and we finally finish that research into heavy bridges, thankfully, our next project, though even larger, is ENAC. This will allow us to build our own radio terminals and towers, setting up a proper communications network with our chain of command, not just some basic signals letting us know when we're getting care package or our next attack. Now, as we're working on the research, we are also constantly building more of and upgrading our current defenses. As you see here, we're going to be using a lot of our wood to build some wooden spike traps. Initially, I just wanted to do bear traps, but we have so much wood and so many enemies trying to kill us, we might as well. I must say, the base is coming along very nicely. Not too shabby at all. Even so, though, something that we are severely lacking in is some actual housing for the troops, so we started working on that. Long overdue. Before we could put the finishing touches on this proper housing, though, we had yet another squad of Marshal Service soldiers coming to slaughter us in the dead of night. Though they were kind enough to start this party in the morning time when we could all see. One of them took themselves out rather quickly on our traps, and the other one would get injured by a trap. As he began approaching, we started pulling back just a little bit, hoping to entice him to get caught on a bear trap or spike trap, as his friend had already done, but he actually went to the housing that we were working on and started lighting it on fire. I bet he thought that this would draw us out, but in reality all it did was give us time to ambush him from behind. That's 2 down and 1 more to go. Oh, never mind, it seems that the third is fleeing. Can't say I blame you. We would hunt them down, but it seems they already know that the Republic has a foothold on their island, so it doesn't matter. As our care package, the Republic sent us an animal. Looks like it's a Labrador Retriever, man's best friend. Not much of a warrior, but I'm sure we can shape him up to be one. Throw a rucksack on his back, he could carry some ammo for us. Say, what do you guys think we should name this little feisty fella? Let me know in the comments. Now that we've eliminated the immediate threat, we had plenty of time to finish up those barracks that we were working on. I'm trying to give everyone here an individual room, but just in case we have a surge in our population with some new recruits, I did make sure that there are bunk beds in here, so each room can actually fit or house up to 2 people. And since we don't want our enemies being able to use our own structures against us, we would also end up putting some very minor defenses over here that we can fire at them from, making sure that they can't just easily cross the pond right here and take cover behind our rooms. I gotta say, it was quite nice having all that cloth, as we could now start installing these sandbags all around our installation and facility. Instead of the normal sandbags, we are going to be going with the military style sandbags. The reason for this is because their cover effectiveness is 65%. I think normal sandbags are 55, and then our concrete barriers that we have been using are 60. So these are better than any of the other options that we currently have available. Any small chance of not getting shot right between the eyes is a chance I'll take. We had a surprising development when we heard that there were 2 new lovers. Ray and Sail were apparently trying to keep this on the down low, but I found out. Well, look, you two, this isn't exactly the place for romance, but as long as it doesn't get in the way of your duty to the Republic, I'll turn a blind eye. And the captain's a little bit too stressed out from not having any alcohol to notice, so it'll be our secret. You know, my father met my mother in the service. He was fighting alongside my mother back when the Republic was just a rebellion. She betrayed him and murdered him in cold blood. Anywho, though, that's why I'm purple, on account of my half-Thromboian, half-imp genetics. I mean, why did you think my name was Spyro? It's a tribal name. Now, relationships and love aside, we have a lot more work to do around here. We are barely scratching the surface of what needs to be built, even in the infancy of this installation. First things first, we need some proper latrines and showers and things like that, so we built some out of concrete, of course. As I'm sure you've already noticed, there are a lot of freshwater other sources around here, so it was quite easy to modernize our plumbing. After this, we faced a much weaker group of enemies, so in fact, I won't waste your time with showing them to you, but the brass sent us some books. Also a waste of time, to be honest, though I guess they'll keep us from boredom as we defeat the enemies of freedom out here. Thank God Almighty we finally finished our research into ENAC, allowing us to build our own radio infrastructure. Before we start on that though, as you can see, our next research project is going to be working towards mortars, but most likely gun turrets first, as they won't take near as long. As long as we end up getting both of them, I'll be content. But we're going to have to start pretty far back with smithing. We've got a long road of educating ourselves ahead of us. Our top priority right now is using up the last bits and bobs of our steel and components we have stockpiled to build ourselves a radio terminal as well as a radio tower. As one might guess though, these new additions sucked up a lot of juice that we weren't currently generating, so we built ourselves a secondary wood-fired generator. Now these are only temporary. Eventually I think I'd like to go nuclear, or at least solar before then, but for now it seems that they'll suffice. We are online. Time to call up our commanding officers and get the 411, as well as brief them on how well our mission's been going so far. Alright, well, in classic style, there is some good news, and there is also some bad news. The next assault from the Marshals seems to be coming in 10 days. No, that's the bad news. That means that they're planning something absolutely diabolical, and we need to make sure that we're ready. The good news is, friendly forces have recently struck one of their supply boats just off the east coast of the island. And if we can manage to get there before they do, we won't have to kill too many people to take everything. The captain would throw together a quick squad of Jor, Crystal, and himself to tackle this mission. With no time to waste, the three of them would begin heading south. But even with this hasty departure, it would seem that we weren't the only ones. There was a heavy MS presence here, and as you can see, they were already doing an extraction of whatever was on that boat, airlifting several crates out of the area. The region was heavily guarded by several soldiers, including one that appeared to be an elite marksman. There was also a fair-sized naval presence, though I don't think they'll be that much trouble. Seems to me that most of their sailors had died on the supply boat when it was struck. Even so, this will not be a cakewalk. We've waited for the sun to go down here. There are a few sailors aboard the vessel. There could be more inside, but these are the two that I've spotted. They appear to be injured, most likely during the whole kerfuffle with the vessel. I wanted to try to sneak through here in the dead of night. I'm going to try to mine through this very small area here with Crystal, and I think we should be able to do that pretty quickly. Problem is, I noticed that the range, well, what if we, instead of mining through here, because I wanted to do this without being caught at all, what if instead we mined up this area and out? That might be a good idea. It shouldn't take very long at all for Crystal to actually start mining through this. Okay, it's gonna be a little tedious, but we'll get it done. And if we can stay out of their range, I want to sneak around and get to the vessel itself without actually being caught. Under the cover of night would be preferable, but I suppose we'll just have to see how it goes. I don't know that we can actually take on those forces without losing someone, especially not that elite marksman, because pretty high chance that they're going to be able to blast us right between the eyes from a very far distance away. Now, they do have a lot of range, but we might be able to do this without getting caught by them. I'm not sure. The LMG has a decent range of up here. There's not really any way to get around this though, is there? I'm trying to figure out the best course of action. Perhaps we do try to take them on. We have a few do we have turret packs? We have one turret pack, I think, right? No, we have two turret. No, we have one. Yeah, sorry. So we have an automated one on the captain, but Jor has a deployable one, and that's about it. If we move Jor down here and the captain up here, the captain and Crystal could theoretically attack from up here, and Jor could start the party down here by deploying one of these turrets to attack, say, like the elite marksman and the others. Those sailors appear to be resting, so they're not much of a problem, though, again, the sailors I don't think would be much of an issue anyhow. This boat could be a problem if it decides to move up this way, but I guess we'll have to see. I'm gonna bring Jor down. Alright, he's already getting shot at. I am going to deploy a turret. Now I'll bring the captain and Crystal up this way. Now Jor is getting pelted. Oh, he's about to get pelted. Move, Jor. Okay, so we've got the automated turret down. We are attacking from up here. Perfect. That auto... shit. Alright, well, that's not good. So with that, I want to immediately start pulling everyone back, especially Crystal here. Jeez. Oh my god. They are on high alert now, well aware of our presence. That's not exactly good. Jor is a little bit injured, Crystal as well, just some bruises and some light cuts, it looks like. Want to start tending? Yeah, go ahead and have some water there, Jor, and then tend to yourself. These are just bruises. It really doesn't matter. We don't need medicine, although we still need to figure something out here. Oh, shit. All right, boat. No. Boat's coming. Come this way. Up this way. Come back around the mountain here. Holy. Hurry before he... Yeah. He's about to start shooting. Please. Oh, God. I'm so nervous. This is so bad. Please, get behind the hill here. Holy shit, that's bad. That is so bad. Oh, my God. We're not going to be able to take cover up here anymore because he is literally right there. Oh, and they are coming right for us, are they not? This could be a good opportunity. We need to get out of the muck and the mud, but this could be a good opportunity with that marksman to take him out. We don't even have to get the supplies on the boat. I just want to get something. I don't want this trip to be completely wasted, and I don't want to lose any of our people, but... Alright, so I'm gonna have Jor, I think, here, and I'm gonna bring Crystal down here, and I'll bring the captain right here. Now, Crystal, as soon as this bastard turns... damn it. I don't know. Okay, here he comes. I want Crystal to melee attack him, and then the captain can come... Oh, we need to kill this guy too, though. Start shooting, Captain. Start shooting. And shoot! I don't want him getting shots off at us. That's the biggest issue. Let's mow down that marksman. Oh, he's moving. Don't let him get away. No. Shoot him. Oh, God. Come on. Dang it. That would have been a good opportunity. Alright, that's it. Get in here with this. Let's kill him. There we go. Good lord. Well, we've got a knife and a pistol at the very least. I wanted so badly to kill that marksman there. If we could have engaged him in melee combat and held him still long enough for Jor, we would have been fine. Where did he go? Oh, is he resting? Oh my god, they're sleeping with enemy. I guess they have superior forces, so it doesn't matter, but what if we come up here? We might be able to take out this boat. How badly injured are we? We're all fine. We have some shots on us, but we're all fine for the most part. Let's start hitting this damn boat. If we could at least destroy that, I think I'd be pretty content with everything. Now we're talking. Oh, yeah, now we're talking, baby. Yeah. Stay under cover, though. Stay under cover, and we need to come down here in case they start. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna bring Crystal up with everyone else. This guy is coming in with a knife for some reason. Of all the weapons to choose to fight us, I don't know that that would be the first I would choose, but there we go. Oh, and we've got more of them coming, too. All with melee weapons. Oh, except for this guy who's got a rifle. Let's, okay, well, he's... Oh, God, and the captain has had an insulting spree. Of all the times there, Captain. Damn it. That is bad. We're just gonna have to sit back and take it, too, because we don't have anywhere that we can put him. Shit, that's bad. That's so bad. What if we... Captain, I hate to do this to you. This isn't exactly the best of times for you to be acting this way, okay? We're gonna have to knock you down, because I don't know what else to do. There we go. Oh my god. That's so bad. Of all the times for him to go on an insulting spree. One of the biggest things that is kind of hindering us here is this heavy-duty turret. I don't really know what to do with it, although it looks like it's losing charge pretty quickly. I don't know if it's going to lose power fast enough. We could cut our losses right now and try to leave. We've got quite a few weapons that we could take back with us, which is good, but I had hoped to get some of the stuff from the ship. I wouldn't mind having this fuel either, but it's kind of pointless to do this, or to continue doing this, especially with the marksman here and everyone. I really want that rifle that he has, but I think the smart thing to do here is to cut our losses and to get the hell out of here, right? So the captain, I'm gonna let him equip stuff. He's just got a few bruises. Go ahead and re-equip your weapons there, Captain. And Jor, I want you. How fast are you? You should be pretty fast. Pick up that pistol. Oh god. Oh god. All right, now move. Okay, grab that knife. We're gonna get shot at again. and move up this way. I'm gonna gather up all these weapons. At least we end up leaving here with something this way. Let's make sure nobody's up here. This way though, yeah, again, we make out of this place with something. Otherwise, this was a complete waste. Now, getting these weapons is honestly pretty good, especially for more recruits, but I would love to see what's in that ship. I just think it's not exactly worth it, you know? It's not worth dying over. Unfortunately, we just don't have the odds in our favor right now. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. Let's go ahead and I guess pull back. We don't get any recruits, we don't get anything except for quite a few different types of weapons. And we just, I guess, didn't make it down here in time, unfortunately. Let's pick up that knife, actually, real quick. Captain, please, and let's get the hell out of here. We can also tend to ourselves while we're on the road. We're in a bit of a stalemate. I'll call it a stalemate so I don't have to say that we are retreating, but we are definitely retreating. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. You can keep your shitty boat and keep every... Oh, no, Jor, please. What are you doing? You're going the wrong way. Oh, good God. Yeah, I prefer not to get blasted in the back as we're trying to retreat. Oh, shit. Oh, are they coming? Yes, the sailor and the marksman are finally coming again. All right, let's get up here. I'm going to stand in the water, I think, because I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Let's get... Okay, Crystal, swap back to ranged. Here we go. Attack that marksman. Oh god, Crystal. Alright, go. Ooh. Very close to getting a shot off there. Oh, we killed the sailor. Thank God we killed the sailor. So come down and let's try to kill the marksman. If we can manage to kill him and get that rifle, I'll be completely and... Oh, shit. Utterly satisfied. Well, that's not exactly what we wanted to happen. Oh, we got a headshot on him. That might be pretty good. He's about to get a shot off at Jor. Jor, move. Oh, God, that was almost. Should we get him back in melee combat? At least until the captain can get down here to attack him. I think so. Crystal's going to have to crawl away, and that's all right. That's what she has to do. I want to pull back, but I think we're kind of locked into this now. I don't think there's much more. What are the damage? What if this pistol that Crystal picked up, if we could get it, it's a Magnum. If we could... Oh, we took him down. We took him down. Oh my God. Strip him. Quickly strip him. Oh God, okay, move. Wait, we could capture him. Carry him? Yes. Move? Thank God. I was going to get the captain to use this pistol to kill him, but I don't think we're gonna have to. Hello there, Paul. Funny enough for Paul to be an expert marksman, his shooting wasn't all that great. That's interesting, but he's great at intellectual, medical, and crafting. I'd say if Paul had some higher shooting skills, we would have already been dead. We could tend to him. We should... Oh, well, you know, we could tend to him. Okay. Crystal's going to need tended to as well. Let's see the damage on Crystal. A right big toe was shot off. Not good, Crystal. Not good. We'll tend to you. Anybody else coming? No, they're still hanging back at the camp. They are dedicated to staying there. Now, the biggest thing is getting a hold of that rifle. I think I'm gonna get Jor to do it, but we do it right now. We could capture him. We're doing a lot, that's the problem. We want all these guns and we also want to capture the marksman. Which, the marksman, if we can manage to get out of here pretty quickly, we can actually... I want that armor and stuff too. I don't think we'll be able to grab that. Alright, grab that rifle and move, Jor. Don't get shot down, please. Ugh, I hate this cat and mouse game with the rifle, or with the equipment here. That heavy turret is the bane of our existence. So, we'll get Jor to grab him again. Carry Paul. We can grab all these weapons, but I also want that armor. I think I'm gonna have to leave the armor. Let's get Jor to equip this. We're gonna grab all these weapons. Now we'll get the captain, who is very slow, might I add, to grab some of these other things. I'm gonna leave this stuff behind. I know, but I can't come out from behind here because we're immediately going to get shot down by that turret, and I don't want that to happen. We're gonna grab all this, though, and then we can go ahead and grab Paul. And we are going to get Crystal after grabbing this knife, and we're going to get out of here. Yeah, we're gonna leave behind quite a few weapons, unfortunately, but that's just part of it. We're gonna have to do that because otherwise we're gonna die. I want to start moving through the water. As strange as that seems, as we saw a minute ago, coming out from behind the water is not what we need. We need to get out of here before another helicopter comes with more troops, because we've already not done so hot. I mean, we done pretty well. We're making out with a lot, but they're not attacking us because they're guarding the boat, and also, of course, because they're kind of dwindling in numbers. So we're gonna try to get the hell out of here, though, because things are only going to get worse if we stay. And we are Good. And now we are free to make it all the way back home. I think it's going to take us a second since we're pretty injured though. And with that, our first operation was quite the success. Sure, we almost died, but hey, that's part of being a soldier, eh? We would capture Paul after returning, and we actually put him and Sam both in one of the barracks. I decided to designate this for prisoners, that way the centralized building could continue keeping our weapons inside without us having to worry about them blowing our brains out anytime we go in there to get some food or to do some research. Not a bad haul, not a bad haul at all, especially with that anti-material rifle. To celebrate the success of our mission, Ray decided to throw a party, and you know what? I think we've earned a little celebration. We've been working our asses off, and a little bit of fun goes a long way. The only beverages at this celebration were H2O, because the captain was finally sober. No more pesky withdrawal symptoms, and no more snapping in the middle of an operation enjoying Crystal until they have to restrain him. And you know what? Things were really beginning to look up for us from here. Together as a team, we will accomplish our mission post-haste, and I believe that we'll be able to handle anything that the marshals throw at us. Rise and shine, soldier. We got a lot of work to do. Welcome back to our top secret military installation that we're building. One that is going to be used for, well, to be honest with you, even I don't know the true purpose just yet. We gotta build it first. Like I mentioned, a lot of work to do, as we continue fending off endless waves of enemies. So put on your big boy panties, strap your helmet tight, and let's get to work, shall we? First things first, infrastructure. We are going to be building a second concrete mixer to double our output of concrete bags, which has been our primary construction material thus far, and it will continue to be our primary construction material since it is just so damn cheap and easy to make. We are going to start by using the concrete for a new type of defense. Now obviously we've been working on this quite a bit, and that is going to be the foundation of our base here, is some concrete barricades and sandbags and concrete walls, that sort of thing. But right now we are actually working on something new. These are concrete embrasures, allowing us to shoot out at our enemies with a very minimal chance of them shooting back and hitting us. Perhaps I'm being a bit too nonchalant about it, but if you're familiar with embrasures, you'll know that they are the perfect choice for providing excellent cover during combat situations. Having so much concrete stockpiled, it also makes it the perfect material to use for some spike traps instead of wood, since they can also deal more damage being made of concrete. I am a bit of a bear trap kind of guy myself, but at the moment I'd like to use our steel for something much larger. More on that in a moment though, because we've currently finished some research into smithing, meaning we can actually use some steel to go about making ourselves some proper armor. Well, I guess it depends on what you consider proper armor to be. More or less, we just cobbled together a couple of brain buckets and also some metal for people to wear on their chest that might deflect bullets, or might not. Now, I know what you're thinking though. Scrap metal armor, barely welded together, simple helmets that look like they're from the year 5501, and you're using concrete for traps. Where are the helicopters? The tanks? Where are the resources? Well, at the moment, friends, Republic attention and resources have been turned towards capturing territory in the Noquan Desert. Yes, indeed. Kinda makes you realize just how nice we have it deployed on our little island, don't it? Even just this brief little view into what's happening over in the Noquan Desert, I think gives us quite the picture as to why the Republic can't exactly spare all resources and attention here on our little island on what is supposed to be a secret mission. And that's exactly why we have to make do with what we have, like building our very own prison out of concrete and any other, well, rock and wood that we can go about acquiring, I suppose. That's also why, now that it's getting very cold outside and we are headed straight for fall and winter, that we need to go about making our own warm clothing for our soldiers. Admittedly, there wasn't anything too special about this, as we were pretty warm given our current uniforms and armor, but we were just going to make some boots and gloves, and perhaps most interestingly of all, some balaclavas, which provided a lot of insulation. Who would have guessed that covering your face would keep it warm? We also had Jor put some pretty cool designs on most of them. Perhaps these will strike fear into the hearts of our martial foes. Speaking of which, in the final hours of the wave of them that were coming, we were working hard on research, which would equate in us finishing machining. A crucial step in pushing further and further towards mortars and automatic gun turrets, which is something I hope to accomplish this episode, as outsourcing some of the base's defense to turrets will give us an upper hand during attacks. Speaking of which, it seems that we have some marshals to kill, don't... I'm sorry. Is that a mech? Oh my god, they have a mech. We don't even have gun turrets here. How? Oh, we're all gonna die. Gee, oh my god. I'm sorry about that. I almost lost my cool there. Yes, that is a mech suit, it would appear. No one in the Republic, or anyone on Degum for that matter, has seen a martial mech before, so this is a first for all of us. Jor rushed into the storage facility to grab his anti-material rifle as the rest of us rushed to the embrasures. This wouldn't be pretty by any meaning of the word. As they began coming around the bend, we began preparing. First came the soldiers, and then the mech itself, with unrelenting gunfire and a swarm of missiles. The most complicated part, it could fire at several different areas at one given time, which put us on the back foot within seconds of this battle even beginning. A soldier managed to infiltrate our perimeter, but we were able to take them down rather quickly, giving Sail the opportunity to strip them and equip some of their turret packs. Our hope was that we might be able to use a turret pack to distract the mech as we continued opening fire on it. As I'm sure you could imagine, the mechanical monster barely paid any attention to it, and it turned into scrap metal within a few moments. Although this would give Ray and Spyro the opportunity to rush inside and begin tending to their wounds. Outside, the battle still raged on. After killing most of the soldiers, the mech was still untouched. It trampled every single one of our traps without even flinching. It quickly made its way around the side of our walls and started slushing through the shallow water as we all retreated inside. First, it would destroy our communications network, and then it would move on to destroying, well, basically everything else as we all hid. This entire fight went tits up real quick and in a hurry. The mech would destroy everything we worked so hard to build, leaving us without being able to communicate with the Republic, and also leaving us without power. Seemingly satisfied with the damage it caused, the mech and its operator ended up leaving. Although I could have swore I saw sparks. Well, we survived, barely, but survived nonetheless. All that blood, sweat, and tears, and what do we have to show for it? Well, our lives, I guess, which is pretty important. Looks like the Republic also sent us some experimental Oak Foundation tech as well as a reward. Shield technology based on ancient junk they found somewhere. Some stupid archaeology mission or whatever. Look, it's fine, really. I just don't like being used as a guinea pig, nor do our men. Plus, we could have used something, I don't know, better. Rockets, EMP grenades, you know, for maybe the next time they send a giant murderous mech our way. What happens next time after they've destroyed all our shit if they don't get bored and leave? I don't know. So, I'll be the first to admit that we were not ready for that at all. Not even a little bit. No, I was not expecting a giant mech, and so thus we weren't really anticipating one. We can get some armor and what have you from this living person here, Shay. They have a good shooting skill, good intellectual, medical, and animals. How are we? They're not going to die anytime soon. I actually might capture them as well. Perhaps we'll have the opportunity to also recruit this Marshal Service soldier. We'll definitely make do with the armor and scraps of weaponry and equipment that they have here. But yeah, I mean, look, I was not anticipating any type of giant mech. It's pretty clear our defenses have been set up and created for soldiers like this fellow who ended up getting killed near them, as well as some others who were injured by them. Mostly spike traps, but I think we're gonna have to kick it up a notch and properly go about defending ourselves from mechs and other gigantic mechanical motorized vehicles. We could make vehicles of our own. Currently, we're working on gunsmithing to make our own weapons. Now, this could be good because we have a few launchers, but I don't think we have any EMP weaponry here, so that's not really going to help us out. Mortars could be pretty good, but as we saw with that mech, it just kind of came straight for us, and it didn't really sit around and wait for us to open fire on it with mortars, even if we did have them. So I don't really know how to go about taking care of it. IEDs, actually, might be great. Do we have... No, we need biofuel refining. I don't know. I think we're gonna switch from gunsmithing straight over to... Well, we can't make... We need mortars before we can actually make our own IEDs. That's the problem. We do need to finish gunsmithing, go into mortars, and then work on IEDs, but we don't have any fuel. We'd have to make our own. We need something like that, though, that can actually help us with taking out a gigantic mech like that. I also believe, if nothing else, we need some... I don't even know why we have this latrine up here. I thought I got rid of it, as well as our well. I'm pretty sure I did. They might have rebuilt them. But we desperately need to do something. We have some thin ice here. It is fall. Things are very cold. Oh shit, I completely forgot they destroyed our power sources. We need to work on quite a few different things. We're gonna have to mine some components because we're running low so we can rebuild our wood-fired generators. We've got some down here. We'll do that. But we desperately need to work on some IEDs, landmines, something that can actually take out those mech suits, or maybe even just like some kind of rocket launcher, something is, we need something. But also, a little bit of a silly move, we need to wall this off. Now, I know what you're thinking, why didn't I do that from the beginning? Well, I didn't really expect that I would have to do that, or that I would need to do that, because I was thinking anyone that came around this would be shot dead pretty quickly. But that's not exactly the case, I'm afraid, when that is a gigantic mess. So, we need to work on that. I'm going to, I guess, throw some heavy bridges down here, because I think they can actually hold the concrete as we need them to. It's a good thing we did get those researched not too long ago. I'm going to work on that, and we'll start bringing these walls around this way on the bridging so we can still walk through here. That'll be a temporary fix to this issue so they can't come through there. That'll actually prevent the motorized mechs from coming through this area without destroying our walls. But as we can also see here, that seemed to be something they're very, very capable of doing. But we're going to get our asses in gear. We're going to get our base in shape. We also have an infection on Ray. Damn it. Looks like we're going to be collecting some herbal medicine as well while we're at it. But we are going to get our defenses fixed up and capable to properly protect us as well as the installation that we're building. Indeed, our top priority was going to be repairing and rebuilding our defenses as well as our power generators and so on and so forth, of course. But we also made sure to give a lot of attention to Ray, that way he wouldn't die from that infection that's festering in his chest. After tending to him a couple of times, though, it looks like he's gonna pull through. Thank God, too. I really don't want to have to bury any of my men, especially not this early on, and especially not so long after the fighting was done. Once everything was repaired and rebuilt, we could finally install that wall on the back side of the base. I ended up throwing a couple of embrasures back there just in case. Perhaps it'll allow Jor and his eagle eye to take some pot shots at enemies as they come up from this area. With our primary defenses built and rebuilt, we could begin expending manpower back towards research once more full time. Speaking of, I quickly realized that for mortars, we would also need to research artillery. Makes sense, but this means we're further from our goal of using high explosive shells on any motorized murder vehicles. While finishing research into IEDs will require us to have shells so that we can actually create create the IEDs, this one in particular does not. This is a shock mine. It's an EMP mine that requires components and advanced components. Perfect for what we need. But this does raise a new issue though. We don't have advanced components, nor do we have any way to fabricate them ourselves. So we're screwed, is what I would say, but at this point I was actually going to rebuild our radio tower to broadcast a signal requesting traders, though it seems our first trade caravan has found us. I'm glad, because that broadcast would have made us more vulnerable to raids. Something to put in our back pocket though in case we get desperate. It would seem we have a small trade caravan from the Federation arriving at our doorstep. Don't mind if I do. They had exactly what we were looking for, and more. And best of all, they were willing to buy a bunch of the old martial equipment and weaponry that we've been acquiring from murdering them so they could repurpose it for their own troops. I then spotted a particularly interesting looking melee weapon, and I'll be honest with you, I ended up selling them all of our cloth and damn near everything that we had that we didn't need. By the time it was said and done, we had a Thromboian sword and 4 advanced components. Now, traditionally, these weapons are wielded by Thromboian warriors. Our sweet Spyro might be a half-blood, but he'll wield it in honor of his mother's ancestors all the same. Besides, we need someone who can actually use that experimental shield we got. This way, if the tech is dog shit, at least he'll have a sword to defend himself with. After our trading escapades, we began stockpiling steel for the eventual expansion of our base onto the marsh and the pond. We were also struggling against the icy temperatures in our new prison. Since we've been so focused on surviving new waves of enemies, we had to end up building a fire for the prisoners, and we also stitched together some nice warm clothing for them. Now, they wouldn't do the same for us if we were in their shoes, but we in the Republic hold ourselves to a higher morality. Unless you're in the Oak Foundation, that is. No offense, Jor. Some time later, we finished up our research into IEDs, and we would immediately put those advanced components to good use, making about 3 or so of those shock mines on the outside of the base. We would hide them among our spike traps in the hope, since the last time the mech suit was here, it didn't seem to really care about the spike traps, that they would be none the wiser and accidentally end up stepping on an EMP mine. With our final advanced component, I ended up building an additional mine that we would keep in storage in case we needed it. With that, I am actually feeling quite a bit more confident in taking on the next wave. I don't know if we'll be able to defeat the mech suit very quickly, but I think with enough of these EMP mines, we might just be able to take one down. I suppose we'll have to see. Late one snowy evening, we ended up having our first caravan from the United Traders, but we didn't have anything to provide to them or any money to purchase more advanced components that I wanted, but I wanted to mention this since it was our first encounter with them since we founded this new base. They could also be a useful mode of purchasing military equipment in the future, once we have the cash. In the final days before the next expected assault from our enemies, we would end up working heavily on the heavy bridges over the pond, which was much harder to do since it's frozen. But just like clockwork, our intel was correct and the next wave of martial soldiers arrived. Strangely enough, without any mech suit in sight. I won't complain. Are they wearing winter camo? Damn it, how did we not think of that? Nevertheless, let's just think on the bright side, no mechs, no mechs. Well, minus this mechanical canine, though I suppose that's more of a drone, isn't it? Either way, the absence of a mech suit is something I cherish wholeheartedly. Perhaps they needed more time to make repairs, or perhaps they were simply testing it out against us originally. We can't be for sure, but these fellas are just as dangerous as ever without it, so we can't underestimate them. One of the first things we're going to be doing here as the enemy onslaught begins is we're actually going to be removing our shock mines. I realize this might seem a little bit strange, but with that hound that they have, I desperately do not want it to trip our mines that we have strategically placed and also created specifically for an exosuit assault, right? So I don't want them going to waste on some smaller robots and drones that we could pretty easily take out simply with our weapons. Let's get everybody, where are they coming from? They are coming from the west, but they might also come up this way. Here's the problem with winter. All these ponds and lakes and streams freeze over, and now all of a sudden they're able to come this way, which is an issue because that opens up more vulnerability vulnerabilities in our systems. I think Spyro can shoot, even though yes, he can, even through that shield. Now that is impressive. I'll bring him over. Oh shit, what is that? That's like a drone. Where did that come from? Ah, I see. So this Marshall sniper is also a drone operator. That's what that belt is for. That makes sense. Okay, well, let's try to kill it before it gets a little bit too close, if we can. Let's come up this way. We might be able to, yeah. Oh, it's got a shell. Move, yes, move that shell. I don't want that getting blown up. Where's the other guy? This guy, Nolan, who has the explosives. Okay, a little bit concerning. I'm gonna bring Ray down. Ray also has a deployable turret. I might use that. We desperately do not want this person blowing that up on us. We're missing someone, are we not? Sail, yes. Bring Sail up as well. We don't want that explosive going off. We've got Jor out here. I'm gonna keep a little sniper on sniper action with Jor versus Squirt. Now, we need to be very cautious, though, with Nolan. If we can, let's get Ray. I'm gonna throw this turret down right in front of Nolan. There we go. Okay, all right, we're already getting, yeah, he's already aiming at us. Can we move? Move. I need you to move. Bring the captain over. Actually, bring the captain over this way. Okay. Okay, he's no longer doing that. Oh shit, what's he aiming at? Oh god, oh god. I'm very nervous. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. We took out the enemy sniper. Oh, Jor's anti-material rifle injured Squirt's pelvis and torso. Oh, Jor for the win. Our sharpshooter seems to have out-sharp shot yours. I don't know. I hear this locking onto us, so I want to get everyone over here and out of the way. We've already lost our turret. I wonder if Jor can get a good shot off at them. They're aiming at Jor. No, he can't hit them from here. Okay, let's kind of come down this way then and take out a few more of them, but we don't want to bunch up like this because... Oh, shit. Oh, no, 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 no. No, that's... Okay, they missed. Okay, first shot was a miss, thank God. While they're preparing, come back down here. Oh, they're fleeing. Okay, they're fleeing. Thank God they're fleeing. I am going to send the dog out after Jess in case we don't kill them, and I'm gonna bring Jor out to take out Nolan. I want to kill as many of them as I can. I'll also bring Spyro out here after Jess too. Oh my God. That rocket launcher is so deadly. But, oh shit, Jor's been hit. Come on, Jor. Come on, Jor. Hang in there, Jor. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Now we're talking. Dirty bastard. Come on. There we go. And alive, too. We'll see if there's anything for that. We'll see if this labor is going to have any fruit by taking him down. Good shooting in melee. A sanguine misogynist. Now, misogyny's not cool, but sanguinity, I don't know how you say that, is definitely cool. So, you know what? We'll take you, Jess. You look like a high-ranking Marshall member with your fancy beret. We'll get that stuff hauled in, too. We've also got Tail. Tail isn't exactly that great in terms of their skill set, at least not for what we need. You know, I fear that you guys might think that we're just going to take every single Marshall soldier, and we're definitely not. We're only going to be taking the useful ones. Just because we don't want them to suffer or to torture them doesn't mean that we're just going to take everyone we get. Yeah, there you go. A quick, well, it was definitely painful, but slightly non-agonizing death. You're welcome. Sail is very injured. Very shot in the heart and still alive. Good God Almighty. Let us begin tending to you. Even without medicine, I don't need you bleeding out here, and we'll get you rescued. Where is Jor? Yes, Jor was not able to capture the last remaining enemy there. That's all right. That's all right. Given the temperature and the conditions and the weather and everything, I think we did pretty well. Now, we still, as mentioned, did not end up getting that exo fight again, the exosuit fight again. So, I'm gonna put these mines back out now that we know that we don't have to worry about a hound or anything coming through. Did we destroy that hound? We did. We can also get a machining table and smelt these drones down, which will be good. At some point, I want to replace all of our spike traps with bear traps. They're going to be so much better when it comes to stuff like drones. But we'll also take all of this gear, we'll smelt what is tainted, and and what isn't, we will not smelt and will actually repurpose and reuse. Again though, yes, given the horrible blizzard and the extremely thick snow that we had to walk through, not too shabby, I'd say. Not too shabby at all. And it looks like Jess here is going to be doing just fine. Lost their left pinky, that's okay. They are hypothermic. Yes, we need to refuel the campfire. I'll actually do that in just a moment myself. And, oh, it looks like we got some fuel. Yes, for surviving this, the Republic has sent us some fuel, which is going to be great because we need fuel for those explosive shells. So if we can get mortars now, we really wouldn't even have to make... Yeah, okay, so if we do mortars now, which is going to take a while, but we really wouldn't even have to do biofuel refining because we already have some fuel. Same with vehicles, of course. Jor, you are injured, but you are mostly bruised. Something, though, I mean, we're worrying about research and everything. We also need to worry about some power because we have heaters in our barracks, which is good because we don't want our soldiers freezing to death, but we don't have them in places like our latrine, which is, as you can see, -6 degrees Fahrenheit. Good God. The barracks are nice and toasty, but our prisoner rooms are not, and the campfire is okay, but we have like we're not really focusing on the priority of refueling things, as you can see with our generators, so we really need to kind of work on that and also kind of make sure that we have enough power to just do heaters and we can keep things warm. It is a frozen hell at the moment though, so we're doing the best that we can, and it turns out that that is enough to survive. But who is to say what the next wave will hold? It's true that the rest of winter is going to be quite harsh on all of us, but we in the Republic are opportunists. Resourceful, trained opportunists, to be more specific. Now that we don't have to worry about rebuilding all of our defenses since we didn't have a gigantic mechanized machine tearing them down and plowing through them, we have a lot of time to go about adding on to the base and finally putting in another piece to the puzzle that will be this military installation that I keep on yammering on about. What you see us adding on here is going to be our new storage room as well as a workshop and also a battery room, a bit of a multi-purpose room as the center room has been, of course, but we are going to be designating it for something else now. More on that in just a moment. I want to mention that as we're building this installation, I wasn't really sure in what direction to take it. My initial thoughts were, well, we can build a small base here and then build a much larger one, the permanent one, out on the pond once we do our heavy bridging, but I've kind of turned away from that, and I actually think that using what we've already built as our permanent base and expanding outward in somewhat of a spherical shape is the way that we're going to go. Initially, I thought, well, what about the mountains and the pond and everything in the way? But the Republic doesn't worry about things like that. If there's a mountain, we will move it. If there is a pond, we will pave over it. Whatever it takes to achieve true liberty and justice. Now then, back to our multi-purpose centralized building. Naturally, this is going to become a mess hall. I know, I'm ever so predictable, but it's in the perfect location. Now all we have to do is kind of absorb and annex the land that our barracks are currently on. That way everyone's homes and sleeping quarters are just a little bit closer to where they eat. All in due time. By this point, we finished research into blowback operations, and we're actually going to begin on automated gun turrets. Now, I know I talked about mortars and IEDs and things like that I want to make, but I am actually pretty confident in this decision since we have our shock mines for the next time that we have a gigantic robot coming to kill us. Sorry I keep bringing it up, but it's just kind of at the forefront of my noggin. For a bit of time, we would also install some recreational items like a horseshoe pin. We also put a dartboard into the new section of the base that we're building, along with a plain leather punching bag. Some simple modes of avoiding boredom is the least that we can do for our soldiers. Besides some exercise equipment to stay in shape, and a dartboard for fine motor skills could be useful in a plethora of situations. Late one evening though, finally, we recruited our first martial service soldier, no longer though now a part of the Republic. Sam. See, Jor, now aren't you glad we didn't sell him to slavers in the Outlands? Anyway, I'm glad we didn't. Sam will make an excellent addition to the team as a brand new man. I do apologize though, Sam, as we are still currently lacking quite a bit in terms of armor, so just make do with what you find. Now, with the crushing weight of the next attack looming over our shoulders at all times, I actually had some of our soldiers go out and begin collecting and stockpiling components, as I had something special in mind. This is a quad machine gun. Now, it's pretty basic as far as modern firearms go, but it packs a punch. And given our current research knowledge, or lack thereof, it's the best that we could do. We're no S&R rifle company after all, we're fighters, not businessmen. And now the cherry on top, frag grenades, courtesy of that fuel that we got earlier. Not explosive shells, but they'll get the job done in a pinch. But my friends, I'm afraid that playtime is over. Indeed, we are under assault again. I can't wait until we destroy that damned base and take this island. Among the attackers, we had Fernanda, the niece of Shade, one of our prisoners. We'll do our best to keep her alive if we can. They've arrived in 2 separate groups. It seems we have a squad of soldiers to the east, and a mech suit to the west. I knew we'd see that again. Oddly enough, being attacked from the east and the west might just give us an advantage in this fight. As our enemies plot their attack, Spyro, Jor, and our brave canine companion, now known as Whiskey, a little callback to my less sober days, and a great suggestion from our friend Caster-ZV9KV, will be attempting to perform a preemptive frontal assault against the soldiers to the east before they have a chance to strike. They may be outnumbered, but I think with Spyro's new shield as well as Jor's sharp shooting, they can handle them. And of course, if things end up getting a little bit too fuzzy, Whiskey can grab them by the leg and hold them still. If they're distracted, Jor should be able to... yeah, there we go. Spyro would tend to Whiskey as Jor began heading back to join the others as the mech is seen coming towards the base. It was also during this time that the other enemies left on foot would finally be finished off, leaving us with only the mech remaining. Now was our time. But as it trampled our traps and the shock mines, nothing happened. That's right, our ace in the hole was a complete and utter flop. We were all shocked, in awe, and we were livid. Using our quad machine gun and every last bit of firepower we had, we were giving it all we had. Truly, we were. Jor fell during the battle, and I, as the captain, wouldn't be far behind him. But as they rushed us inside to safety to tend to our wounds immediately, Spyro would take the lead. He, Crystal, and Cell would head first into this hellish machine, pelting it with bullets and grenades. Attack after attack after attack until finally it stopped moving. Initially, we thought this might be some type of trick, so we continued firing at it, of course, but after a while, we decided to investigate. Indeed, it seems that the machine is completely offline. Spyro, maybe just kind of peek your head up there and see if you see anything. Oh, well, that's just... inside lie a muscular woman with a shaved head. Her and the mech's rampage now lie dead in the pools of blood, mud, and hydraulic fluid. Spyro was able to retrieve a dog tag. Fernanda, just as we had feared. Such a shame. It is official that we have indeed defeated our first mech. I don't think there's any way... Can we claim it? I'd like to claim it. No. It looks like the marshals have locked it up tight with a key, and that's an issue, not only because that means we can't try to break into it, we'll have to destroy it, but also I wanted to get the body of Fernanda out so that we could bury her, since she is a family member of one of our soldiers. Well, technically, the niece of one of our prisoners, but still all the same, we want to bury her because it would only be fair, I think, if they're going to be joining us, and I think Shade is going to be joining us, yeah, fairly soon. They have 3 resistance left, or she has 3 resistance left. Paul has 12. Of course, Jess has 63, the newest, but that's okay. Soon we'll have more soldiers. Now, here's an issue as well. That almost has cost us the life of our captain, who actually might die if we're not fast about this. I'm gonna bring Jor in here. Holy shit, we've got 1 hour left on the the captain. His neck has been shredded, I think is the worst of it. Also his heart is now tended to. I'm gonna bring Jor in here to tend to him. Without medicine, I'm afraid, because I desperately don't need him to die. Let's keep an eye on this for a second. Okay, 2 hours. Okay, I think he's gonna be okay thanks to Jor, except he's, oh shit, what just happened? He's almost definitely going to get an infection. What just happened there? Did we rebuild these? I hope we didn't. I feel like we must have. All right, well, we need to destroy this mech. I guess I'll have Spyro chuck I'm gonna bring him back here. I'll just chuck grenades at it over and over until it finally goes down, because what else are we supposed to do? We killed the pilot. Now that's some real luck. Otherwise, we would have had to have completely destroyed it. Although I think it was probably, there's no steel in its cargo, so I think it was probably going to run out of ammo at some point. But all that has almost cost us the life of our captain. Many of our people are very injured. Jor, very injured as well. I'm actually going to let him tend to himself, I think, now. We don't have any wait, what? No, we do have, oh, we don't have medicine. I thought we did. We need more herbal meds. Winter is about to be over pretty soon, so it'll be better. But Crystal also, holy. Thankfully, we didn't lose anybody, but Crystal lost her left kidney. Okay. And then Sail. Oh, Jesus Christ. A mangled scar on Sail's brain. That hurts. That hurts bad. That's a real shame. Spyro's about to break, by the way. I'll just turn him loose. We'll destroy more of this later. How close are we? Actually, the mech is almost gone. There's only a little bit left on the engine here, so we'll have it destroyed very shortly, and then we'll bury the Marshal soldier there. But we almost lost our captain. We've basically, I'm not going to say we've basically lost Sail, but Sail's manipulation and consciousness and everything's going to be drastically and dramatically lessened because of this mangled scar on her brain. Crystal has lost a kidney, better than everyone else turned out, I guess, but we almost lost them. And what do we get for it? Well, the Republic has sent us some components. Now, was it worth it? I won't say yes, but I am happy to finally have some components to help us out in our righteous mission. Whiskey the dog is completely fine and healing quite well from their wounds. And I suppose we live to fight another day, but that was rough. We need some way to get rid of these mechs. I really thought EMPs were going to be the best way to do it. Oh, there we go. And we get some parts from it too. But the EMPs were a bit of a flop, weren't they? I think so. A major flop for the most part, because we just completely and utterly wasted advanced components. I expected that they would be able to shut that down, but I don't know. Maybe the mechs just have some type of EMP proofing. I don't know, something built in. We're not familiar with Marshal mech technology. We've never, nor has anyone in the Republic ever seen these types of war weapons being used before. It's astonishing and incredible in the worst kind of way, I must say. Now though, let us bury Fernanda, and then we will continue on trying to, I suppose, find a way to go about combating these new mechs and other tech that we're beginning to learn about. I am going to strip her though, that way we can turn her equipment into the base components like plasteel. Jor has an infection. Now, that's a shame. It's his stomach. I don't want to have to remove his stomach. I think we should have heal roots somewhere. Yeah, we have some out here that we can actually get to 10. And I'll let Jor, oh god, he's about to break, but I'll let Jor come out here and actually harvest it. That way he can use it. We'll try to make sure that he doesn't end up needing his stomach replaced. And we've also buried Fernanda. You're welcome, Shade. The least we can do for our newest possible recruit. Oh, we have a lot of work to do, but of course we have another 10 days, which is almost a month in Degum time, of course, before the next attack comes, so we'll have plenty of prep time, I think. Also plenty of time to get many of these weapons and other things hauled in, and to get everything just kind of sorted in general. I myself would personally oversee Jor's infection recovery. With my medical expertise, it would seem his immunity would take the lead, and inevitably lead to him not having to have his stomach surgically removed. Hoorah! It's the little victories, you know? The only issue is, while Jor's recovering, everybody else would have to chip in with researching since he's got the big brains around the base. This was something we were going to be putting a very heavy focus on, and we began working in shifts up until the point that we finished gun turrets. Next on the docket was going to be mortars. This one's going to take a little bit longer, but that's quite alright. In the meantime, we would finally end up recruiting Shade, just in the nick of time. We just killed your niece. I'm still sorry about that. She seemed to be grateful that we had given her niece a proper burial, though noticeably saddened by her death. Well, obviously. So is war, I'm afraid. But as we leave Shade to mourn her fallen family, we are going to be building a couple of armored turrets. They're about the same as your normal mini turrets, except they have a lot of armored plating stacked and welded together, giving them more durability. Thankfully, we've been upgrading our power grid, so we have enough electricity to easily keep up 8 turrets defending the perimeter 24/7 with excess electricity for other electronics that we might want to add on. As you can see, once completed, we had eyes on every inch of the field around the base, minus the portion that we had recently walled off. Nobody's getting through here without a few new holes. Once Jor was finally healed, we ended up building a 3rd research table. That's right, when I said that we were really going to put a focus on research, I truly meant it. And thanks to this and the hard work of our squad, we would finally finish mortars, with us jumping straight into biofuel refining as the next project. Now look, I don't want to bore you to death and just sit here and tell you about all the research that we're doing, but that is what we're currently doing, with the entire squad working on it around the clock. As you can see, it did end up taking quite a bit of time, as the entire pond and the ground and everything else ended up thawing out by the time that we had finally finished it. Thankfully, we have been storing up all the fecal sludge that everyone had been generating, I guess you could say, since our arrival here on the island. We would end up turning this poo-poo into fuel. We also recruited Paul just in time for him to take all that poo fuel and start turning it into some high explosive shells. Whew, about damn time, isn't it? Yep, that's what I was thinking too. I'm grateful to finally have some IEDs around the base, since our shockwave mines were dog shit, an utter failure. I can't bitch enough about it. I'm glad to have some proper explosives that I think will blow the mechanical legs off the next one of those bastards that come trotting in here. We ended up putting these everywhere that is a common walking path of enemies, and of course ourselves, although let's hope we don't blow our own legs off. This is simply just the beginning, as I plan on building some pretty big minefields. Now that we have a proper base that is safe, I think we should give it a proper name. I asked you fine folks in the first episode what you think we should name it, and we are going to be going with the Martial Exclusion Zone. This suggestion comes from our friend Lord Khalil, and there's also a bit added on by our other friend Shadow Demon 44. I feel that this is the perfect name based on what you've both said, as we plan to take the entire island for the Republic as our ultimate goal. Our installation will be somewhat secret, of course. Perhaps the Martial government knows of it, since we'll control the Isle, of course, but they'll have no idea of its purpose, nor what we're developing on it. And other than our nation on the main continent, this is going to be one of the few places where we are not going to be contesting anymore with the Marshals for land and territory, once we get rid of them. A true and proper exclusion zone. Right now, we have a somewhat sturdy foothold in this land, but I have so much more planned. So much more. But that'll have to wait until next time. I'll see you later. At ease, soldier. I heard we had a new recruit from the Oak Foundation on their way. I just didn't think you'd walk all the way here. Well, either way, welcome aboard. Don't mind me, I'm just mapping out the nearby landscape for a potential assault against the enemy base. There has to be a way in without being seen from miles away. Never mind that though, this here is Captain's work. Why don't you, looks like Jor could use some help with latrine duty. He's an Oak Foundation alumni just like yourself. Yep, a top-notch intelligence officer, with skills beyond that of any other soldier. Perhaps I could assign him somewhere else. Very well, it's decided. Joy and myself will work on some research projects we need as prerequisites into other more advanced weapons we hope to use. Meanwhile, you and the others will need to prepare the base for the next wave of enemies coming in just a couple of days. First things first, let's patch up some potential unwanted entry points, like in the marsh between the hills. Now, we already know that when the bogs freeze over in winter, our enemies will use the ice to their advantage. We want to do this while still giving ourselves access to the fish on either side of the pond. Salmon would be an ample source of protein for our trained killers. Now that that's done, we'll also need you to increase the size of our minefields. Try hiding them near bushes and other foliage. Otherwise, I don't think the marshals are going to be all that keen to step on them. Ah, speak of the devil, right on time, as if like clockwork. It does appear that they are unusually clever, maybe a higher form of training. No doubt they've also been briefed on our defenses and tactics. We'll just have to start changing things up a bit. Although, even with the foreknowledge of our hidden traps, it seems the superior martial training was on full display, with a handful of them getting outright killed or simply mangled before making it to the base. As some of our greenhorns dealt with the enemies to the eastern flank, we would deal with those to the west. One heavily armed martial soldier wielding an RPG was of much concern. We weren't looking to have our infrastructure blown all to hell as we had previously, so Spyro would tackle her head-on. His initial strike caused her to fumble her RPG. The two of them were locked into a melee fight where she would end up getting shot in one of the soft parts under her breastplate, killing her instantly. With her defeat here, the others were not far behind, winning ourselves yet another battle, a decent bit of equipment, and even a couple of prisoners who we can hopefully rehabilitate into proper soldiers for the Republic. Speaking of the Republic, our care package for surviving this wave of enemies attacking us was some plasteel. Now we're talking. Our intel indicates the next assault will be one of incredible proportions. Martial forces will be using heavy weapons and almost definitely will brandish vehicles, perhaps even including a mech suit as we've seen in the past. We need to be ready. Well, that's some awful timing, because we noticed on the captured enemy Solace, many of these soldiers had death acidifiers, a recent surgical implant the MS has been putting into high-value assets. That would explain why we weren't able to grab the heavy armor off one of these breachers. We still got our RPG, though, so a small victory among the looming odds. For the time being, Sail is going to be our designated heavy weapons operator. RPGs, grenades, that type of thing. I swear at some point we'll ditch the repurposed armor of our enemies, but for now we simply are forced to focus on survival. You know what though, as a matter of fact, I believe we could begin remedying this issue right away. We still require the completion of some research before we can smith any appropriate armor, but helmets are something we could achieve right now. Far from perfect, but better than the simple helms we have been using thus far for our newer members. Since there is the potential for more vehicles coming our way, I think that it's only appropriate that we start trying to preemptively prevent those vehicles from getting to us, mostly with some steel tank traps. What some may describe as the world's least subtle speed bumps. These will be perfect for making sure no tanks or possibly even mech suits get too close to us too fast. And just in case they do anyways, we're also going to be installing more quad machine guns, allowing us to pelt any machine or man with a hell fury of lead until it stops moving. As we were upgrading our defenses, we also had a group of our own coming through the area. As this duo of our colleagues made their way through the area, we actually began a very special ceremony. The beautiful marriage of Ray and Cell. I'm glad neither of them had died so that we could actually experience this. Here's hoping that continues to be the case. Ah, blossoming love, even in a place like this, the beauty of it is an unsung reminder that even among concrete barriers and dead enemy corpses, the human spirit prevails. We had invited in the other soldiers as they passed, but alas, they were on mission. Whatever that may be, Godspeed to them both. Now with a beautiful marriage ceremony out of the way, it was time for us to get back to work. We have been upgrading our defenses, which is great, but now with that complete as well, we need to start putting more of a priority, I think, on building the military base itself. Something I've been hinting at wanting to do for quite some time is to bring all of the things that are not kind of in this internal portion of the base into the internal portion of the base. This time around, we're actually going to be adding in more barracks. This way, it's a bit more secure and a bit more contained. Having things a bit more front and center will give us a less likely chance of getting caught by a stray mortar shot or a sneak attack in the middle of the night. Some grass green carpeting probably isn't what you would expect to see in a facility such as this, but it was the fastest and cheapest way for us to improve the accommodations of our fighters. We must remember this is not the temporary home for the majority of our squad. Once completing the installation, 95% of the soldiers will remain stationed here, so beauty and comfort are quite important. With the completion of this large construction project, we finished our research into microelectronics. Now that extra room we were using to store bags of concrete would be perfect for a high-tech research bench. Now with this new facility, we can research basic rocketry. Well, once we complete research into the multi-analyzer, that is. Which, come to think of it, could take quite a while. Now, I would love to do this immediately, but the issue is I worry focusing too heavily on our ultimate goal of bombarding the local Marshall base could take away from survival. So instead, before the multi-analyzer, I think that basic vehicles would suffice as a decent, useful project. We could build some simple military vehicles to help our mission along to fruition. As we started on the research, we would end up tearing down our old barracks before completing basic vehicles. Rather quick. Next up is going to be some foundational drone technology. This technology is going to allow us to create our very own basic drones that'll be able to assist us during combat and on missions. In the meantime, we are also going to be planting many more crops to feed our growing populace of soldiers here at the base, and just as well, we're also going to be planting some more cotton for cloth to make more uniforms and other things, as well as our own supply of heal root to tend to injuries and infections and so on and so forth. By the time we were done with that, we had easily wrapped up foundational drone technology, and now with two good researchers that could help us out in combat and other situations under our belt, I think we're ready to tackle that multi-analyzer. Sorry I kept you waiting. Speaking of which, Joy would immediately begin working on some of these Whirling Bird drone belts, basically a flying drone, perfect for reconnaissance or even a distraction against our enemies. For the next few days, basically the entirety of the team, who wasn't busy somewhere else working on something, was going to be focusing on working on the multi-analyzer. I know, boring, isn't it? Well, something interesting was when Salas joined us, once a ruthless murderer of the MS, now a ruthless, justified killer of the Republic. A wonderful addition to the team, no doubt. He is hoping his colleagues in our prison won't be far behind him. We need as many men and women as we can get if we want any hope of turning this backwater fort into a proper Republic bastion of freedom. Speaking of which, looks like our bastion of freedom has a rat problem. We have an infestation in our kitchen. There's only one soldier for this job. That's right, Whiskey. Show 'em no mercy, girl. Oh, she wouldn't, by golly, ripping and tearing them rats apart like they were made out of cardboard. It was actually kind of gross to see because she was flinging their blood all over our rice and... well, I guess at least we don't have rats anymore. Anywho, we finally finished our research into the multi-analyzer just before the next wave of enemies came for us. I had actually planned on building one, but we were short on time. And short on gold as well, it would seem. We did spot some gold-plated armor on one of the corpses of those that we've killed, but I think we're gonna have to wait. This was a siege, the first ever since we had settled this base. Not exactly what I was expecting. They have been full of surprises these last few months. Even with their plan to bombard us, it does indeed seem that their soldiers are wielding some high-powered rocket launchers and sniper rifles. This, coupled with the fact they also brought along their own mobile artillery system, is a huge pain in our ass. It's been decided that a preemptive strike team led by Jor and composed of Sail, our heavy weapons expert, and Ray, for fire support, will head near the area of the siege equipment. As they were making their way south, hiking through the forest towards the area, enemy forces began unleashing hell. A barrage of rockets headed right for us, forcing us to evacuate to the east to avoid death or any further damage. As our squad arrived in the region, we began setting up some IEDs we brought along with us. Jor and Cell would engage enemy forces while Ray hung back for support. The idea here was to flank them, attacking them with rockets and sniper fire, causing them to come after us where we could lead them through the valley where IEDs would blow their legs off. Phase 1 of the plan was going well, but Phase 2 was thrown off course when a rocket barrage started falling on our heads, wounding Sail. Though severely injured, even having a crack in her spine, she would survive. for the moment. But the onslaught of rockets wasn't ending anytime soon. While being chased by rocket-launching, wielding Marshal members, we were attempting to retreat into the mountains to escape the rocket barrage of their artillery. We had hoped the mountains would act as a natural barrier, preventing us from taking the brunt of the damage. Once our men made their way into the valley, the vehicle began to chase them. So, they attempted to lay a trap. Once the enemy scytheman passed, we jumped out and started pelting it with bullets and rockets, eventually stopping it in its tracks. Thankfully, with that, it seems that we have defeated the Marshal Scytheman. I guess let's go ahead. This person is a wild human. Perhaps she'd like to join the... I don't know. She's got a very good medical skill. She might be willing to join the cause. I don't want to blow it up with her right there. Let's arrest her. Take this civilian to safety. I need to, our automatic turret keeps shooting it. So Jorah is going to take her to safety, and we will now destroy the Marshal Scytheman. I believe the operator, the pilot, has been killed. Well, if they weren't, they have now. We also get some vehicle parts from this, which will be mighty useful. We can also strip this Marshal Service soldier and take their armor and smelt it down. How we looking? Now, we got hit with a few bombardments for the most part. I mean, we have a lot of damage, mostly in our barracks. We should be able to repair these. I think we'll be okay, of course, but we did take quite a bit of damage here. Luckily, no one got killed, as since they were very far away, we had the opportunity to run away before, getting struck by missiles. Our automated defense force here, the turrets, also took quite a beating, but none of them, I don't think we lost any of them, did we? We might have lost one, I'm not sure. We also had a fire over here. I think we've already put it out. How is our plumbing? Plumbing's good, everything's good. I think we're going to be just fine, and it seems that the Republic has sent us textiles for our survival of that wave. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but plastic fiber could be pretty good. Holy shit, a synthetic fiber made with plasteel. Against sharp attacks? It's like Kevlar. That's not bad at all. We only got 75 though. But we could make something mighty useful out of that. Perhaps some type of Kevlar vest for Whiskey, as we desperately need to get Whiskey some proper apparel and armor. But we have survived, and I think, yes indeed, we're going to allow everything. I want to get these corpses hauled urgently so we can strip them and have them nearby, but we also have quite a few grenades and a new anti-material rifle. We've also got a multi-barrel mortar. Holy shit, I'm glad we didn't destroy this. This will save us from having to get a reinforced barrel and build our own. We got quite the haul here. Now, most of them didn't have many weapons that were left over, as they had the rocket launchers that either exploded or were just used against us. But I think we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna strip them all, we're gonna haul them all, and we're gonna start smelting things down for plasteel. I'm not gonna lie to you, we had a preparation as if it was just going to be an attack coming right for us. I wasn't expecting a siege. As to why I wasn't expecting a siege, I probably couldn't tell you, as I should have tried to anticipate any type of situation, but alas, I did not. Again, though, nobody died, so I suppose that in itself is a win. Of course, though, we'll need to begin preparing for the next wave of enemies, and we'll also need to begin prepping some more research that we plan on doing, and many, many other things. First things first, though, of course, is going to be repairing the base. All of our walls and braziers, anything and everything in between that were hit by the rockets and damaged will need to be fixed. Once repairs were out of the way, we could finally install that multi-barreled mortar. I genuinely cannot express how excited I am to finally have one of these. The captain also had the men build a few wooden crates that we could actually store our shells in, protecting them from the climate and moisture while having them near the mortar itself. Also, we've completed many of our basic drones. Jorah even had one on during that siege, but he didn't see a proper time it would have been useful or effective to us, other than as fodder to distract our enemies. However, with rockets falling on our heads, it wasn't exactly an appropriate time to start flying a drone around. Speaking of Jorah, now with all those drones made though, he would be able to start working on some vehicle parts for something special we have in mind. More on that in a moment. As for right now, we are working on adding solar panels to our repertoire of useful technologies. I know, we're going to work on basic rocketry, but we still haven't figured out how to make solar panels ourselves. I think in olden times they called this putting the horse before the wagon or something like that. Nevertheless, once the research was finished, we started adding in some small solar panels to our power grid. Each of these actually generate 200 watts of power. They're a great offset to, and potentially even alternative to, our wood-fired generators. Paul started smelting down that gold-plated martial armor we talked about a little while back that I almost completely forgot about, and this gave him 250 gold? Holy. With this gold, we could easily build a small multi-analyzer with a lot left over, of course, and we could start on our new research project of basic rocketry. Those ICBMs are so close I can almost taste them. As we continue down this path of knowledge and technology, though, I think it's time that we add yet another wing onto our base proper. For one, we needed an area with a proper latrine. That way we don't have to walk so far away to tinkle and shower and things like that. But I also needed a garage for the vehicle that we hope to build very shortly. It also felt a bit more appropriate having our garage tables over here, tool benches, things like that that more associate with garages. Although I'm also going to have some doors going into our warehouse for ease of access to chem fuel and other materials. As this was coming to completion, we also completed the research into basic rocketry. We were very eager to make our way to orbital reconnaissance, which would allow us to build our very own recon satellites. Which, though this might be classified information, is going to be one of the main goals of this military facility. Or so I've heard, at least. As one may expect, though, building missiles and the silos that house them can be quite expensive, especially in terms of components, so we'll need to collect some more resources for a bit. Not to worry, though, as we still have quite a bit to discuss, such as the large truck that Jor has finally fabricated the parts for and put together. With this absolute behemoth together and fueled, we'll easily be able to transport thousands of kilograms of materials and items with ease, something I expect we'll need to do before we can accomplish several spy satellites and missile silos. If you have any name suggestions for our new beautiful vehicle, be sure to let me know in the comment section down below. I can't wait. Now we move on to something a bit more unexpected. Apparently, the captain was flirting with Sam by comparing her to a pale something. Now the two of them are dating, I guess. My word, Captain, have you been inspired by Ray and Sale, perhaps? You are the boss, I guess. You won't hear me complaining, but I expect there won't be any special treatment, right? Look, between you and I like the captain a bit better when he was an alcoholic. Now that he's sobered up, I feel like he's not all that professional, while also no longer having his dulled, carefree attitude. Insubordination? No, Jor, it's just my opinion. Freedom of speech, remember? I don't care if you've sold people into slavery for less at your previous agency. Did you guys really? Never mind. Stop joking all the time, damn it, Jor. Well, strange relationships aside, it is time for us to build our very first missile silo. We don't have any missiles to go in it yet, but we're working on it. While we wait, we're going to be working on some proper walkways and sidewalks for everyone that are going to be made out of concrete on the internal portion of the facility, and then kind of on the external portion, we're going to be adding in our defenses once more on the western side. I'm pretty happy with how this turned out, but the only issue that I find is we don't really have an opening anymore in the base that enemies will try to use for an ease of access to come in and kill us, which also means that they're going to be looking for alternative routes. Just a bit of probable chaos to keep an eye out for. We finished our early delivery vehicles, which gives us rocketry. Now we're going to actually be moving towards early warheads. I'm sure you've already guessed it, but these warheads aren't useful for recon satellites, but they are useful for defense and also the inevitable siege of the adjacent Marshall base. Admittedly, we are a bit crunched on time at the moment for said research, but we would manage to finish it just before the next assault against us. For our first missile, we'll be going with a YJ-8 design. Classic Republic tech, but primitive compared to most of what they use nowadays. Regardless, a perfect test of our systems. A tactical cluster warhead was also chosen for the missile. The YJ-8 design design was honestly chosen since it allows us to target our own region as well as regions around our territory. I felt that this is going to be quite useful for the upcoming raid in a couple days. The cluster warhead was chosen since even if we're not super accurate with our first launch, we'll hopefully be able to mangle and maim as many enemies as possible with it. I also felt it would be appropriate if we had a proper launch room. It is technically part of our kitchen, a little embarrassing to be honest with you, a bit of a lack of space, but it works nonetheless. Now we just have to trust the captain's judgment on when to launch and where to aim it, that kind of stuff, so I don't know. I must say, our facility is coming along quite nicely. We've really begun fortifying it properly, and I believe it's beginning to take form and shape. Though we're quite a ways off from our ultimate goal, nonetheless I'm feeling a bit pleased about it all. Krause also seems to think so as well, since he decided to join us. Krause, sorry about your eye, by the way. Water under the bridge, am I right? Great. But, you need to cover that up, pal. Please, it's distracting. Oh, thank you. We'll no longer be sick and unable to eat food with you from seeing your mangled face. Perfect. He also happens to be a night owl, which means he can guard and patrol the perimeter late in the evening once the sun has gone down and everyone else is going to be tickled they no longer have to and can sleep. Finally, though, the next raid has arrived. It appears we have a relationship. Oh, wow. What are the chances? Our enemies are inbound, and it even seems that they have yet another mech. Now, normally I would be shitting my britches over this, but since we have an ICBM, I'm a little bit more confident. I will say there are a lot of them, though. Like, a lot of them. I think this is probably the most that we've seen altogether like this, especially along with one of their mechs. You know, it is a little concerning. We have, I believe it was, we have Layla or Lila here, who is the, was it ex-husband of, or I'm sorry, the ex-wife of Krause. And then I think it's actually in the mech itself. Yes, this is the brother of Krause. So I mean, what am I supposed to do? I would attempt to not kill him, but this one's in a mech. It's a little hard not to murder them when they're coming in a murder machine. Now, I don't know. We do have the captain here who is ready to launch at a moment's notice, so I'm afraid that we kind of have to do this. You know, as much as I'd like to try to prevent death of family members of our new members, there's not really much we can do about that. You know what I mean? I guess we could aim this about right here. So here goes the first test of our ballistic missile systems. Oh my, it is flying fast. It is flying fast. I might have wanted to aim it a little differently given how it's going to be landing, I think. Oh my god. Oh my god. We wiped out all the... they're leaving. Even the mech is leaving. We completely wiped out all of their forces. Oh my god. That was incredible. We need more components ASAP so we can start making more missiles. Holy shit, that's crazy. I was not expecting that. Well worth the materials and the research, and it took us forever to get it done, but we got it done. Oh man. We didn't get any weapons or anything from them, but that's okay. We can strip them and of course schmilt their gear, but oh my god, and some of the poor wildlife appears to have gotten caught in the crosshairs. My apologies, deer and warg. That is incredible. We are on the precipice of a pretty amazing defense and offense system here. One that I think would be able, if we get enough missiles, to easily wipe out the nearby enemy base, claiming the island for ourselves. That, oh my god, that was incredible. What's going on? I completely forgot to put some power over here for our lights. But I'm sorry, I'm kind of at a loss for words. That was incredible. And if we can get some recon satellites, we can start actually observing these different areas like this and targeting them with our ballistic missiles as well. Holy shit. Well, I'm pretty pleased with how that worked out, I think. Oh man, yeah, that was pretty good. Well, one thing is certainly clear. Actually, two things. Ballistic missiles are better than we had expected, and also, we don't have any more components to make any more of them. We could try strip mining the mountains around here to hope and pray that we actually end up finding some. though perhaps a better solution awaits. Strip mining the mountains is a decent solution, don't get me wrong, but starting a broadcast requesting a trader would be a better one, I feel. Besides, if we start strip mining, that's going to take up a lot of time that we would be using otherwise to improve the base and our defenses overall. So as we begin our broadcast and await someone's arrival, someone hopefully who has some components to sell to us, we are going to be annexing some land and building some heavy bridges on more of the marsh nearby. As you can see, we're squaring it off a bit here to make it usable for our, well, needs, I suppose, and we're also building some high security fencing with barbed wire on top. That way we don't make it too easy for any ne'er-do-wells who would try to cross through this area. As we're working on this, we finally finished our research into orbital reconnaissance, now allowing us to build our very own recon satellites. And this also frees us up to start researching flak armor. Now you may be asking yourself though, why are you building up the defenses on the eastern flank so much for all of a sudden? Well, this, my friends, is actually going to be the future home of all of our missile silos. With such big plans in mind, I was getting a little bit impatient waiting for a trader, so I actually did decide to start strip mining one of the mountains, per the captain's orders, of course. But stopping us right in our tracks was a bulk goods trader from the Federation. Ah, our old trading partners. They must be establishing a base on the island as well, no? Could lead to some disagreement if I were to ask about it right now, and I'd really like to buy their components, so I'll just leave it alone for the time being. The captain would approach and speak with the leader of the caravan, purchasing 27 components, as well as about 12 things of medicine, I think. We only felt it was appropriate to purchase some of the modern medicine, that way in case someone gets an infection, we'll have a much better chance than just using heal root. Until we're able to produce our own, of course. As conversation continued, the Federation caravan told us of some Republic soldiers who had been captured a few clicks to the west from here. It pays to have allies like these, I'll tell you. Though, strangely enough, it wasn't our old foes, the Marshals. This camp was owned by the Confederacy of Benyar. That also explains why the Federation has such a heavy presence on the island all of a sudden. They're hunting down the Confederacy members as part of their reunification efforts. Well, I think that this is a two-man job. We'll be sending Spyro as well as Sail. Before we take the truck out on its maiden voyage, I think that we should probably give it a few upgrades. Given the terrain around here and that there's not much infrastructure, we should go with some treads instead of wheels. I think it'll make things a bit easier. And just like that, our heroes are off, headed west to save our brothers and sisters in arms. However, as they're traveling, we would end up finishing flak armor research. Wasting no time, Paul would begin fabricating together a few different bulletproof vests as well as other bits and bobs of some proper Republic armor so that the captain can make good on his promise of no longer having to reuse any enemy armor. A few hours later, and Sail and Spyro were beginning to approach the enemy camp. It was small, quaint, pathetic even. Oh, how the mighty have fallen in such a short period of time. Even so, though, anybody with a rifle can be quite dangerous, so we shouldn't underestimate them. This camp might be small, pathetic, and quaint, but it also wasn't very welcoming. We have our truck just on the outskirts. Oh no, we're getting shot at. I think we've been spotted. We have the truck on the outskirts of their camp. I was going to park here and deal with it. I'm noticing now we have... These, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, are the same soldiers that came by earlier, actually a few months ago now by the base. We'll focus on that in a moment though. That's interesting. I was going to park the truck and both of us get out, but I wonder, let's do it just because this is our only truck and I'm nervous about it taking too much damage. Immediately, let's seek cover. I'm gonna swap Sail over to her automatic weapon here. Actually, yeah, okay. Let's let her use the RPG, and I want her to shoot this person right here, Taffy. And we'll see how that goes. Pretty well, I must say. Oh, we've got a bunch of them down here. Can we hit them from here with the RPG? Because if we can... Essentially, Spyro is taking all of the bullets coming our way, as Sail is able to use A rocket launcher. Holy, we've almost taken out the entire camp. This was pretty quick. Kind of a shame that we've killed them. We could try to rehabilitate a few of them, but there they go. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry. Oh, we do have Thatcha. Thatcha, hello. First of all, you're really good at melee. Although you are sickly with an annoying voice, you could really handle all of our plants back at the base. And we could use a little diversity. We don't have any thromboians. How badly injured are you? Oh my god, that's really bad. But you didn't lose anything. Thromboians are great to have as well as part of your army because they have the thromboian fury. Kind of like a genetic thing for their specific race, I suppose. I guess let's tend to her without medicine. That's gonna be bad. Let's clear the rest of the camp, though, before we rescue our prisoners, just in case. I don't want anyone sneaking up on us. Let's Spyro. Wait, can we claim this? Okay, we can. Let's go in with our rifle brandished and nothing. This is probably where their leader sleeps. We have a few tents. Not much of anything. Let us go ahead and rescue our folks. Welcome aboard, Nebolius and Olivia. I suppose their mission was already complete, so they could just be reassigned to our base and be with us. I mean, we are all of the same faction. Let's go ahead and let them start taking off those slave garments. How awful. We'll try to get them some warm clothes, but looks like we have 2 new recruits based on this as well. Olivia, oh, okay, not very good at much. That's okay, you're still a soldier of the Republic. Maybe more for espionage, and you're a pyromaniac, okay. And then, oh my god, Nebolius, I believe is how you say it. Shooting of 14, nimble and jealous, and a great social skill. Well, you can handle recruiting prisoners and a sniper rifle for sure. All right, amen, amen. I'll take them. I'll take them. Let's see. I think that's all we've got going on around here. Yeah, we can leave now. So we'll take Thetcha with us. She's still about to die, but that's okay. You folks, I don't know. Do we even want? We'll take these weapons back with us, but they're basically dog shit. The Confederacy of Binyar has been falling apart for some time, ever since the Federation showed up. They do have some plasty, a little bit of gold, broken beer bottles, jade. That's about it, I think. We'll get Thetcha tended to. I guess some folks are gonna have to walk, but we'll get back in our truck and have a few of them tag along, our new recruits here. I guess I will equip them just in case we were to get ambushed on the road. It would be good for them to be armed just in case we end up needing some assistance, if you will. A couple of killers. I'm excited to have some more folks in our base, our military installation, especially from the Republic. Much easier than having to recruit people ourselves. And with that, our friends have been rescued. Our new recruits, our potential recruit, as well as our protagonist, all began making their way back home. Oh, I must say, I am ever so eager to see that we are expanding, not just physically with the base itself, but with our populace throughout the entire squad. At this point, we're probably much more than a squad, but still. By the time we had returned as well, a vast majority of our troops had some proper armor, no longer using that repurposed trash that they were wearing. We had also researched some new types of rockets, much larger rockets, which meant that we needed new silos, large enough to house these new rockets. However, our next rocket, the DF-5, was not for offensive capabilities. Well, it technically is, but that's not what we plan on using it for, as we are going to be building our very first recon satellite. I can't even begin to tell you how big of a milestone this is, how big of a step it is, not only for the Republic, but for Oak Squad and everything that we are trying to accomplish here. Today, my friends, truly a new era begins. Ah, soldier, you finally made it. You have the battery packs. Perfect. Set them down anywhere you please. Don't mind us, we're just doing a bit of surveillance with our eye in the sky over the minefield. I'll be honest with you, we have misplaced a few IEDs. However, this was before I, as the captain, became sober. My previous drunken mine placement needs to be revised a bit. You live and you learn, am I right? Today we continue the expansion of our military complex and its capabilities for the glory of the Republic. Part of that is ultimately finishing one of the greatest missile defense and offense systems on the face of this world, stockpiling ballistics to inevitably conquer our arch-enemy's base on the Isle. However, though our ongoing mining efforts in the northern part of the region have been somewhat fruitful, you could say, with us acquiring plasteel and other exotic metals, we still have a severe lack of components which happen to be a crucial piece to the puzzle that is ICBMs and the silos that house them. To help us remedy this issue and to keep us from having to scour the lands of the island for more compacted machinery, we are going to begin research into fabrication, which will allow us to create our own components. In the meantime, as we're educating ourselves on the ways of fabrication, we're also going to continue expanding our facility even more so. As you can see here, we're building some steel-heavy bridges onto the marsh and the pond. That way we can expand our defenses in the northeastern sector. I won't spend too much time on it since it's nothing we haven't seen 1,000 times over. We basically just built some more concrete walls and embrasures for cover, and we started putting in some automatic turrets as well as manned machine guns. Speaking of which, in the southeastern sector of the facility, we started removing all of our old defenses. That way we can actually expand the facility itself. We're going to be adding in 2 brand new rooms here, one for dedicated power storage for our batteries, a battery room if you will, and also a research laboratory. The laboratory being the more important of the 2 additions, as having a dedicated room for research is actually going to improve just how fast we can go about researching new technologies, thus giving us things that we need in terms of ICBMs and fabrication, so on, much faster. And having both of these 2 new dedicated areas is going to give us much more room in our workshop, which is where we were previously storing batteries and research facilities, of course. And with this new addition, we also finally have a proper interconnected base with one gigantic corridor, I guess, of different rooms, but this is only the first phase. We have so much more to achieve. In the meantime, we have some recent additions of new recruits, Thetcha and Sophia. I'm glad you 2 came around to sing the glory of the Republic. Not a moment too soon. Looks like our old enemies are back at it again, dumping a truckload of troops right in our backyard for yet another assault against the base. When will they learn that this island has been ours since the very beginning? They just didn't know it yet. Thanks to the impressive overhaul of our minefield, it wouldn't be long at all before they started blowing themselves up or falling to our deadfall traps. You can't blame the soldiers. I'm sure by this point they've been well briefed on what to expect here. They're just following orders. It's not their fault that they're against such overwhelming odds. That's right, you pitiful little insects. If you want to beat us, you're gonna have to start whipping out the real big guns. Bring your mechs, bring your tanks, bring your drones. It won't be enough. Your best just ain't gonna cut it anymore. For the Republic! Oh, sorry about that. I might have got a little too excited there. Now, for our effort, the Republic has sent us a Husky. Look, K9 soldiers are always appreciated, but, I don't know, guns, ammo, tanks, you know what, never mind. I love him. But every good boy needs a good name, and we are going to be calling our new Husky friend here, Kenny, which is actually a wonderful suggestion from our friend Ninja Atomic Slayer, which is apparently your dog's name, who has recently passed away. I'm sorry for your loss. Our furry companions aren't here for a long time, but I like to think it's because they're too pure for this world. We'll take good care of him, my friend. Moving along, though, it would seem that Jor is throwing a party to celebrate the occasion of facing off yet another wave of enemies, which is surprising because Jor is not exactly the party sort. Perhaps we're finally cracking that tough secret operative exterior of his. Probably not, though. Either way, everyone seemed to enjoy themselves in the mess hall for the evening. The following day, it was back to business as usual, with many of our soldiers taking turns, the captain and his lady friend included, in researching fabrication. Meanwhile, many of the others were focused on some resource acquisition. Now, even if we don't find oodles of compacted machinery, we'll be able to use these stone chunks to make more bags of concrete, further fueling our expansion of the base, and ultimately our mission as a whole. Some of the other materials that we have found, like plasteel, would be quite useful for some upcoming projects, possibly some armors, or even, just if nothing else, trading for other materials that we may need. We finally ended up finishing the research into fabrication, and now we are going to be focusing on fueled ASRGs, which are basically very small nuclear generators. These will also help us with our expansion, as power issues can become quite frequent with more and more electronics and machinery, of course. Lucky for us, we had recently found some debris in the forest north of the base. Not sure how long it's been here, to be honest, or what exactly it's from, but we got 5 components from it, so I won't complain. 5 of them just happens to be enough for us to cobble together a tiny fabrication area with 1 component to spare. Assigned by the captain to make as many components as he possibly can, and as fast as he can, Jor would get right to work, just in time for us to finish up our research into those nuclear-powered generators, as they're going to need quite a few components themselves. Our next research project is going to be fishing. Yes, we literally went from nuclear-powered engines to fishing, but it needs to be done. Now with the research under our belt, though, we would end up building our first nuclear-powered generator, fueling it up with some uranium, which would end up giving us a grid excess of 2,855 watts of electricity. Then we finished up fishing. Look, it's a relatively simple task, I must admit. Next was basic climate control, which we also finished very quickly. So now we're going to be moving into industrial climate control, which, let's be real, is actually what we need with a facility the size of ours. We basically speed ran a bunch of these lighter research projects, as most of our time was spent educating ourselves while waiting for component production and our inevitable preparation of attacking the Marshall base. Speaking of which, we could finally start stockpiling more missiles once more. We're going to be going with a YJ-8 missile design again, with yet another tactical cluster warhead, the same as the very first that we had manufactured. Once that was completed, we just started expanding a bit more into the marsh. Best to do it while it's frozen, I guess. Even though it was a little bit harder, we just basically started putting in some more heavy bridges. Nothing really all that special, but it was during this time that apparently the captain got engaged to his now fiancée Sam. I gotta say, I was the first to critique that the captain would even start dating. I expected him to be a bit more professional, but whatever, I guess. We're happy for the two of them. So much, in fact, that we would end up building a double bed. That way they don't have to sleep apart anymore. We may have our criticisms of him finding love and getting engaged while deployed on this mission, but if he insists, I suppose at the very least we can make sure that they're comfortable. Finally, looks like we get to spill more blood for a righteous cause. Although the brother of our very own Sail is among the enemies. I guess they actually took me serious when I was monologuing earlier about sending your best and sending your mechs, because these forces are mostly comprised of heavy soldiers brandishing explosive weaponry and even... Is that a new type of mech? Looks like the previous ones we've seen, but larger. Much larger, with double-plated tungsten armor. Damn. I don't actually know if we can get through that. We'll need armor-penetrating rounds and heavy explosives of our own. Well, that seems to have done the trick. For the most part, that is. I didn't want to have to do that, but what else could we have done? Sacrifice our men against that damn mech? No. Somebody had to do something, especially since the captain hasn't even bothered to wake up yet. The mech is still active, but is that a fuel trail I spot? Looks like we've hit it right in its fuel tank. Oh, and she's down and out. We'll still have to watch out for those weapons, but I think if we sneak up from the rear, we'll be fine. Now, even with the mech stopped in its tracks, we still have a few of these soldiers coming up this way. We have to be very careful. I wanted to just jump out and engage with them and murder them, but since they have a lot of rocket launchers and other explosive weapons, I don't know that that would be a good idea. Although this one has their knife out for some reason. We could engage some of them. We come out down this way. The other one has grenades. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Make sure nobody accidentally pops out like that. I did not want that to happen there, Paul. Oh shit, alright, the rocket's out, okay, but they didn't start aiming at us, which is good. I'm hoping they find their way back up to the IEDs. I'd really prefer if that were the case. Oh, no, they're attacking our missile silos. Alright, that's a big issue. Let's have Spyro go out and attack with his sword. The others, like Bishop here, I think we could take Bishop if we to. Let's have Krause and Crystal come out. Let's keep an eye down here. Spyro. Oh, alright, did we kill? Indeed, we have killed Bishop. Well, we took down Bishop, that is. And the other one here, Fitz, is going to be attempting to escape. Now, we need to catch... There we go. I didn't want that doomsday rocket going off. That would have been really bad. Let's bring Krause and Crystal down here to help us out. I'm gonna go ahead and make this a little bit easier for us to see. There we are. Hot dog. Hot dog. Everybody's good to go. Do as you please. Now, though, Spyro should probably lead a team down to take care of that mech, I think. We'll have Sail and Ray go along with him, and let's see what we can do here. It appears for our efforts, the Republic has also sent us some uranium. That'll come in handy, especially for our brand new generator. But let's lead a team down to the mech. Is it operational? I remember saying that we would come up from behind, but it looks like that's not even capable of firing any weapons anymore. A shame for it, but perfect for us. I'm curious, is the... Oh, that's why it didn't attack us. The pilot has fled. What a coward. What a complete coward. Very well, let us begin stripping many of these soldiers. I suppose we could go ahead and destroy the mech while we're at it. Now, many of you, when we had previously fought mechs, were telling me that we should just try to take it for ourselves. I am afraid that Marshall technology has locked it down tight, and the only way to get it is by destroying it. A shame, I know, but it's the only thing we can do. Although it's not a complete waste having to do it this way, because in doing so, we also end up getting some vehicle parts and other things, so it's not that big of a deal. Or not that big of an issue, I should say. There we go. See, look at that. We get components, which we need. We get all kinds of car parts. Absolutely perfect. Sure, I'd rather have the mech, but oh, those dirty marshals and their technology. Truth be told, though, I do enjoy it a bit better this way. I like fighting against overwhelming odds with, well, previously we didn't have anything to match their mechs, but now, as we can see with our missile systems, we do. Which is also nice, I must say. I think I'm going to get rid of my planning here. I just want to show you guys, though, that we have this, and the reason for this is the next expansion that I want for the base here. So I'll go ahead and get rid of some of this. That way we can see things. It's not quite as ugly. But that's how we're going to be expanding out the base a bit more, except for the missile silos. So mostly just up this way. As for right now, we need to really start working on component production. With the icy cold blizzards of winter keeping us inside more often, I don't expect that that's going to be an issue, and we also still have a lot, and I do mean a lot, of steel in this area that we can use to make components. So I think that's what we're going to be doing, and we are going to be finishing up our missile defense systems. And to be honest with you, if we can manage to get these done, I also think think we might be able to attack the Marshall base this episode, possibly even take it for ourselves. Indeed, it is clear that the captain is putting a very heavy focus on attempting to take the Marshall base now, as soon as possible. So much in fact that he's already had us build 5 more missile silos. And he also has Jor and the others beginning research into kinetic interception technology, which will allow us to build our own anti-air weaponry. You see, something we haven't discussed yet is what happens when we start bombing other areas. There's almost a definite chance that enemy bases will start sending their own missiles our way. And so we must be prepared for any and all situations before we light this candle. And so we're going to be stockpiling a shit ton of components, not only to help us build our shit ton stockpile of missiles, but also our anti-air defense system. Now, from the captain's perspective, I think he realizes we're putting a very heavy focus on missiles and stockpiling them all of a sudden, but the faster that we destroy the enemy base, the faster we'll no longer need to deal with constant attacks from said base. And also the faster we'll be able to accomplish our ultimate goal of conquering this floating landmass. Funny enough, we've actually been here for 100 days, since our initial settling of the base, that is, which equates to just under 1 year and 3 months. Ah, feels like it was just yesterday, huh? As we're working on research, we're also expanding our garage in preparation of some new vehicles, because this operation that we need to pull off is going to require more than just rockets and explosions. Indeed, our target almost definitely has anti-air weaponry of their own, perhaps even their own missile systems that they've yet to use on us, and so we need good, sturdy trucks to carry a team in who can handle those systems preemptively. This is a Mudhead, normally used in desert combat situations. We'll be repurposing it for snowy terrain, given the captain's insistence on completing this mission post-haste. We're loading it up with an ammo crate to ensure faster firing of a couple quad machine gun turrets on board. We would end up giving it and our first large heavy truck a couple of new paint jobs to blend in with the environment a bit better. Speaking of which, our heavy truck is now going to be known as TEBATTKEIIP, which, as pointed out by our good friend Lucky's 2270, stands for the evil big ass truck that kills everyone in its path. Nice. Assuming our Mudhead survives this operation, I suppose we'll need a name for it, as well as a mule that I built last minute and outfitted with some armor. So let me know what you want to name these in the comment section down below. Thanks in advance. By the time we were done fabricating and manufacturing a couple new trucks, we also finished our research into kinetic interception. Immediately, we installed 2 separate anti-air turrets for the time being. One by the radio tower in the courtyard. This way it can protect the barracks and other crucial infrastructure, and the other was out by our own missile silos. This will allow us to receive minimal damage in the event of a retaliatory strike. And with that, I believe that we're ready. We'll be sending out 2 separate groups in our 3 separate vehicles. We have Squad A and Squad B. Squad A, led by Jor, is a coagulation of our best shooters made snipers. They'll be the stealthier of the 2 squads, assuming all goes to plan. I'm sure you've already noticed, but Jor threw together some appropriately colored attire and gear given the season to make their goal of stealth that much easier. Squad B is led by Spyro and will be comprised of Crystal, Paul, and Salas. Each of them generally good at most things as far as combat is concerned. They'll not be wearing any specialized camo, because by the time that they begin their part of the mission, it won't really matter anyhow. They're going in fast and loud, which is also why Sail will be tagging along with her explosives and brand new armor that we've recently made her. Much better than that dirty old heavy flak armor we salvaged for her prior. As stated previously, the goal of the operation, and thus both teams, is to take the Marshall anti-air systems offline, which will allow us to bombard the base with ballistic missiles. It's time to start stockpiling. I hope the captain knows what he's doing. This is awful dangerous and awful sudden, but it might just work. Both teams loaded up on the vehicles and began heading out. Now, as they're heading to the location, just a few clicks to the northwest, we can observe and see somewhat what we're getting into with our reconnaissance satellite that we put into orbit last episode. We do need to make a slight maneuver to get a good view, though. Now we're talking. With the satellite in position, we can actually get a good view of what's going on and what we're walking into. Their base seems to far exceed our own, perhaps not in size, but in power. We could immediately spot a couple large helicopters and a giant bridge leading out of the region. It seems they're trying to build a network for future installations. The satellite could also see what seems to be recent mining and construction inside a small hill. They have indeed built their own silos, I'm guessing within the last week or so, since we've yet to be struck. Now is the time for us to plot our attack. Coming from the bridge is not viable. As you can see, there's a guard post, and even if there's only one person manning it at a time, we'll never manage to kill them. Not before they radio back, letting all their friends know that we're coming. But the bridge is going to be the easiest way for us to get near those anti-air turrets to destroy them. We need a distraction. Very well, Team A will head west through the forest in an attempt to sneak up on the guard post. If we can lead the guard out, we can prevent them from alerting anyone. Not that they won't already know we're here, since Team B is going to approach from the east, distracting them so that Team A can take down the anti-air systems. As Team B began their approach, we came awful close to blowing our cover and ourselves all to hell when we almost ran over a mine. To avoid the minefield and being blown up, we would venture out onto a frozen river, carefully and cautiously. Treading our tires downriver, we would finally arrive in total silence under the cover of dark and a blizzard. But things were about to get very loud. We began directly attacking the missile control room. We knew we couldn't destroy the door so easily, but it would definitely get their attention. All of their attention. Swaths of soldiers poured out the back of the complex and started rushing through the snow towards our trucks. We quickly returned fire as we made a retreat upriver, hoping in their rage they would follow us. And so they did, all according to plan. However, we had failed to consider the fact that they might start chasing us down with their own vehicles. Looks like we're gonna have to improvise to stay out of range of that tank. Easier said than done, since we were about to get sandwiched between it and the actual army hot on our heels. In the meantime, Team A had successfully brought the guard out into the open and put them down with ease. Now they begin their journey towards the base and ultimately those AA weapons. All the while, the majority of the enemy forces were none the wiser. The security fence was a bit of a hiccup as it was difficult to remove, but after a few well-placed grenades, they began making some serious progress. Team B, on the other hand, were knee-deep in shit. Our mule was struck by a tank shell, and then because it was stationary, was hit by our own RPG. Sail accidentally hitting the truck also blew herself up, and Paul was shot down. In one fell swoop, 3 of our soldiers were killed and the other was critically injured. But there was no time, as the mission had to continue. Team A were successful finally with destroying one of the anti-air turrets, but after receiving word of what had just happened from Spyro, were forced to begin a retreat. Spyro himself would not do the same. Quickly picking up a box of ammo filled with high explosive shells, he rushed to the next anti-air system. Using Sail's rocket launcher, he would detonate the shells and ultimately destroy the turret. With Marshall Pigs hot on his tail, he would attempt to run away, but was shot down in the process. 2 of the 3 turrets were offline, but we had still lost. Our heroes dead, downed, or fleeing. Is this truly how it ends for us? I guess not. Glad to see that you're both finally awake, and that neither of you are dead. We did the best that we could with the medicine that we found and what's left of this place. I wouldn't try to get up just yet. You're a long ways from healthy, I'm afraid. Not to worry though, the fight is finally over. We won. The base is ours. What's left of it at least. And what is now known as Operation Silent Glacier was a success. One of our own missiles struck the base's nuclear reactor, killing everyone left inside. Many turned to dust in an instant. The other missiles hit what was left of their forces outside. As I'm sure you may remember, those few handfuls who didn't get murdered seemed to have fled the area, leaving us with the rest of their possessions, resources, vehicles, weapons, everything. We were unable, however, to strike their silos, though, meaning they launched a retaliation strike before fleeing the area. Thanks to our own AA weapons, though, the damage was fairly minimal, only seeming to hit the outside of our garage and destroying several of our defenses on the western flank. We did manage to survive, and we actually managed to achieve exactly what we wanted to. Now it's time to claim it all for ourselves. We also, I guess, need to try to put out these fires as fast as we can. That way maybe we could salvage some of these vehicles. Speaking of, it looks like we've got some type of Humvee, assuming it doesn't get destroyed, which it very well might. We've also got a Burya, which is basically a Scytheman on steroids. We've also got 2 Marshal Service Marshal tanks. We've got 2 Cherokee helicopters, and of course we have the entire base. Funny enough, I think I was going to say I think our mule survived. We'll have to replace it, of course. I don't really know what to say, to be honest with you. We won, we got exactly what we wanted and what we hoped to achieve, but we paid a very heavy price for it. Crystal, dead, gone. Salas and Sale, both dead, gone. I don't know. Soldiers die, of course, but it doesn't quite feel real. Alas. I suppose we do have 3 tanks, actually, and also a paladin, as I noticed these 2 that were chasing us down to kill us are also here, and I guess their pilots ended up escaping. We need to watch out for the minefields and what have you, but it's all ours. Every last bit of it. Yeah, I guess we'll start exploring now that we've managed to conquer it. We've got a bathroom, some barracks and stuff. We'll go through that. But yeah, I'm just sad, of course. You know, I'm happy, I'm pleased. It's a bit bittersweet that we took the base. We actually basically have conquered the island now, as currently there's only, us and this base. Though I'm sure there's smaller little camps and things here and there that we'll have to hunt down and destroy. But, I mean, the island is basically ours. It belongs to the Republic now, and as does this place. Although, something I find odd is, we attack, and there are plenty of vehicles, don't get me wrong. This garage had all sorts of tanks and other things in it, yet there were no mechs. If this isn't where they're manufacturing the mechs, don't know where that would be. Seems like we might have another target on our hands soon enough. But first, we need to bury our dead, and perhaps even reevaluate our leadership, seeing how someone rushed this little operation for the Republic. Wait a darn second, who's that stumbling and fumbling around out there in the dark, snowy snow? Why, it's a Republic mail carrier. Not just any Republic mail carrier, the Republic mail carrier. Ken King, come in, come in. It has to be cold out there. We'll get you a nice warm bottle of, water, I guess. Now with the island finally secure, I suppose you'll be able to drop off mail to us any time, huh? What you got there? Ooh, a nice bag full of envelopes, or, I don't know, our paychecks, perhaps? No, wait, is that? It can't be. Surely not. Fan art? Holy shit. Indeed, my friends, our good compadre Ken King has done it yet again, providing me with fan art that I can show to all of you that I always feel really helps bring our characters to life. Here we have Reek, Jor, and Spyro. I love how, in comparison to Jor, Spyro and Reek look a bit more of the boyish charm, that type of thing. They're a bit softer, while Jor is the hardened old-timer, if you will. I also love the attention attention to detail with his tail being a bit more damaged. He's also missing his ear and his nose, which is very true to the videos. We've also got Crystal, Ray, and Sail, and they're in their attire that they had on when they originally joined us when the Republic gifted us more recruits to the cause, which was basically just some uniforms and no armor or literally anything else. It's also a bit depressing seeing Crystal and Sail, as well as Solace, since they just died a little bit ago. However, even though we're grieving our fallen, it is still quite the tribute to them and their heroic sacrifices, even if it may not have initially been intended that way. Simply because this wonderful art of all of our soldiers was created before this episode, of course. Also, by the way, those of you with astute knowledge and good attention spans will notice that Salus and Krause are separated from Nebulius and Olivia. And this obviously would be because Salus and Krause were part of the Marshal Service and then rehabilitated into the Republic. So perhaps there's still a little bit of animosity there, if you will. But we're not done there, as we have Sam, Shade, and this says Jess, but I believe Kin King clarified on Twitter, stating that Jess is actually supposed to be Paul. Last but not least, we have the captain's fiancée herself, Sam. An absolutely massive thank you to Kin King as always. Your artwork truly always helps us, as I always say, bring the characters to life, and I really think it helps show their personalities and to have that shine through beyond just the story that we're telling here. And thank you for being the best damn mail carrier that the Republic could ever ask for. Stay warm out there. Be sure to follow Kin King on Twitter at KinTheKingArt to stay up to date with all their amazing works and projects, as well as your own art needs. If you would also like to send me some art to be featured in any of our videos, or you would just like to send it to me in general, you can also DM me on Twitter, on my Twitter here, as you can see, or TikTok. Drop me a follow while you're there on both of those if you'd like. And you can also feel free to email me, therealradknightbusiness@gmail.com, however you prefer. If you've made it this far into the video, though, I want to say thank you ever so much, of course, for watching this video, and I do truly hope you've enjoyed it, but I also want to ask for your help. You know, we started out as Oak Squad, but now we've conquered the island. Really, for quite some time, I don't really think we've been that much of a squad, have we? It seems like that would be a much smaller group, and now we have several groups. Let me know what you guys think that we should name ourselves as the faction here for the Republic. Maybe some type of battalion? I'm really not all that familiar, so be sure to let me know in the comments section. I would very much appreciate it. And I was considering actually separating many of our groups of soldiers into separate groups. We would still have Oak Squad, but we could have multiple other squads. I think it was a lot of fun in this video taking on the Marshal base with a Team A and a Team B, though obviously that's a bit cliche, so be sure to let me know in the comments section what you guys think and your suggestions for names and that sort of thing. Hey there, soldiers! Say, you aren't here to replace me. Are you? Oh, okay, never mind. It's just I may or may not have rushed a recent operation, and I don't expect the chain of command will be very pleased with me, so I've been packing a few of my things. Well then, since I'm still captain, now, if you need me, I'll be in the mess hall. Perhaps they could use a helping hand at the recently conquered and acquired enemy fortification. Something tells me they may need some assistance getting things back in tip-top shape. Thankfully, the previous owners have left us with a plethora of resources that we can use for repairs and refurbishing purposes. They most certainly won't be needing them anymore in their frozen tombs of the river. Speaking of which, we've also recently buried our own dead heroes killed in service to the Republic. Though, heroics and honor aside, we grieve for them more with every day that passes. Sorry to give you whiplash, I'm just trying to keep morale as high as possible. Starting off here, I think it would really cheer everyone up if we could actually see, and part of that is going to be building some chem fuel generators to get the lights back on. With 3 of them, we could get most of the lights of the base back online after shutting down some other electronics. This place is an absolute shit show. As we make do with what we have, the men are feeling the full brunt of the battle's aftermath. All the chaos in losing our allies seems to have taken quite the toll, as it would on anyone, no matter how hardened or callous they may be. Nevertheless, we continue pressing on, not only for ourselves, but for our blessed Republic, and all those men, women, and children who live within its glorious borders. Our mission does not simply end by taking this base and the island it is housed on. On the contrary, repairing this facility is simply the beginning of a brand new mission. One severely larger and severely more important. Well, looks like we've been spotted by some returning soldiers. No doubt some sort of scouting party sent out well before we murdered all their friends. Nothing we can't handle, I'm sure, but we have to remember that we have less numbers here, and backup isn't readily available if we start bleeding out. Just as well, we carry many scars from our last fight here already. We have to do something though, because if they manage to escape, they'll rally other smaller MS forces in the area. I'm not too keen on losing this base right after we barely managed to take it. Allow me to lay out the game plan. Since the returning scouts seem to be approaching from separate directions, we'll split up into teams. The first, the bullies, and Krause hiding among the trees, sniping at the dirt bike soldier from the east. Initially, he'll continue attempting to drive, but the frozen river is slick. Once he realizes he's losing traction and under fire, he'll dismount, and that's when we finish him off. All according to plan. One down, one more to go. I myself, as Spyro, would take care of the other. I may be missing a leg from the recent battle, but this tank doesn't need 2 legs to operate. Well, that plan was a complete and utter success. Brought to you by yours truly. See you in hell, Marshal scum. Looks like they won't have any reinforcements after all. Now, with the immediate threat neutralized, we could make our final repairs to the base, like ensuring there are no missing walls for enemies to breach or for the winter air to seep in from. Now we can unfurl the glorious colors of our nation. Down with the oppressive martial tapestry. Glory to the Republic. With the forceful changing of the guard official now, we can finally move on. We've gotten things sorted out here, at least for the time being. We should link back up with the captain and the others at HQ. We've been communicating via radio, but the captain hasn't been near as active lately on comms. Jor will hold down the fort in our absence, along with Shade and Krause. The two of them being ex-marshal service, they should be able to help coordinate better than any of us. Besides, they somewhat know the facility layout since they were briefly stationed here before attacking us. Myself, Nebulius, and Paul will be returning to HQ. At some point in the near future, we'll need to send more men to garrison this fortification so it doesn't fall back into enemy hands. Given our recent injuries, I think Paul and myself would be more of a hindrance during combat anyhow with such few troops here. With that, all 3 of us would link up in the helicopter and begin taking it back to the Marshal Exclusion Zone. We also let them know we were coming in an MS chopper so that the AA guns wouldn't turn our flying can into Swiss cheese. We would finally land with the moon bearing witness and illuminating our return. Truly, it was wonderful to see everyone again, though there was a hanging, somber silence for those who didn't make it back to the HQ. Their sacrifices granted us the opportunity of survival, and they will not be forgotten. Along with the grief we all felt, there was also a noticeable absence of the captain, so I decided to go looking for him. Ugh, Captain, back to the bottle already? Come on, Reek. I thought you had beat this. Sam, would you please escort your fiancé to the bed? We'll just have to let him sleep it off, I suppose. Meanwhile, I'll attempt to get this place back in working order. First order of business is research into prosthetics. Our men and women have gone far too long without proper replacement parts for their lost appendages, including myself. This research means a nose and an ear for Jor, a leg for me, and proper plastic limbs for many others under our current and future command. With this research now truly beginning, we'll also be extending the base's defensive line as well as the total square footage. Most notably in the northeastern sector here, this portion of the base is the easiest given the amount of steel that we've already sacrificed for heavy bridging in the area. Though, admittedly, with a drunken captain once more and the absence of Jor, this project is already taking much longer than anticipated. It was during this time that we did finish up that research into prosthetics, and now our next project is actually going to be working towards security doors, beginning with auto doors since this is a prerequisite. Any decent military facility in the Republic, or, well, within any nation of course, has security doors. Now we get to the meat of this expansion though, a proper infirmary, a medical bay where our wounded can rest and be tended to, just as well as a place with proper operating tools and facilities for any immediate life-saving measures, or the obvious. A place for us to have our prosthetics installed, as we'll be doing very shortly. We ended up expending some of our cloth for quilted beds in the rooms where folks will be resting and getting tended to. Not the operating room, obviously, as that was, we needed some operating tables, but the quilted beds were chosen because they actually have a higher rest effectiveness than normal beds. That's about it, but still not too bad. The steel grated tiles that we ended up installing are very, very close to the same cleanliness level as actual sterile tiles, but this way we didn't have to use any silver. We've also finished our research into security doors and will now begin on security key cards, basically ensuring that in certain areas of the base only authorized personnel will be allowed. More on that in a moment. As for right now, we're going to begin installing our very first security doors, made of plasteel and even a bit of concrete. I know, maybe a bit of a weird mixture, but it ends up giving it a 600 hit point capacity, meaning it's going to be tough as hell to break down for any martial foes. But if you thought that project took a very, very long time, oh, we're just getting started, as we are now going to be using even more steel to build ourselves at least a couple of helipads. Building in the marsh on top of water is already hard enough, but having to build heavy bridges, enough heavy bridges that can support 2 of the large Cherokee helicopters, that is an entirely different level of hard for a task in itself. But we are going to get it done. Not a matter of if, but when. As we're constructing this, the research team finished up security key cards, giving us access to an absolute plethora of different cards that we can go about manufacturing fairly cheaply, assigning to each individual soldier. That way we can ensure who is allowed to go where. Next up on the list is a big one. We are going to be working towards advanced nuclear power. We have quite a few different prerequisites to work on before we can get to this, but once we get this large nuclear power generator, we'll never have power issues again. Can I just say, by the way, how much nicer this mission is now without constant martial raids? Now, did the captain rush the operation, meaning we were underprepared and this was why people died? Yes, most likely. But also, let's look at some of the positives. Even though we have less men at the HQ, we're still much more productive and effective, being able to focus on so much of the construction for weeks at a time. As we were working though, we ended up experiencing ungodly amounts of rain due to a hurricane off the island's coast. Local marshes and ponds began rapidly expanding and pouring onto our lands, made it a little bit harder to construct our new helipads. However, we prefer our tasks a bit on the rougher side. Our hardened soldiers waded through rushing waters, chunks of steel in hand and bags of concrete, and before we knew it, we had a couple of functioning helipads. Now all we gotta do is go about painting our helicopters a proper forest camo. And with that, I think we're finished. For now, that is. For now, I'd like to begin focusing our construction efforts on other portions of the base, such as some steel armored walls that will be encompassing our large nuclear generator once it is finally complete. You'll notice we also ended up putting 4 coolers in this area, and that is because, obviously, the generator is going to generate a lot of power, but also, along with that, a lot of heat, and we need to make sure that we don't have a meltdown on the reactor. That wouldn't be very good. Speaking of which, we had learned how to make the large ASRGs, but I didn't realize we needed advanced geothermal power as a prerequisite. In retrospect, this makes the most sense. The issue is I haven't even researched geothermal power yet, so that is where we're going to be starting. The rest of the external portion of this new area is simply going to be more of a courtyard, moving our mortar here so the center of the facility has more room for us to easily traverse between areas as needed. That's about it. Although I guess we did end up putting in an additional water storage tank. That way, as the facility continues growing, we can try to help account for a lack thereof and not have a shortage. My apologies, by the way. I've been speaking with command about our grand achievement of taking the island for the Republic, as well as the captain's predicament. Apparently, they're going to be sending us a lieutenant colonel to assist us briefly and to provide us with further orders. For now, we need to continue this facility's expansion. It is to be a teeming military hub of the nation. Well, color me surprised. I mean, I knew this place was important to the Republic, but not that important. They must have some pretty big plans here. Seems we also have a trade caravan from the United Traders, formerly the S&R Rifle Company. And it looks like they've brought a lot to trade. Wait, how did they even get that massive truck through the marsh and back it all the way in here? Who cares? Let's buy some stuff. Upon speaking with them, we would sell off many of the martial arms and armors that we had acquired throughout our year or so of fighting with them, and in exchange we would end up purchasing some advanced components so that we don't have to bother making our own, an EMP discharger, and some EMP shells for the mortar. We're painfully aware of the lack of effectiveness that EMPs have against martial mechs, but their drones, enforcement droids, and the like, no doubt they'll be quite weak to the shells and this discharger, as you can see here with the brief test that we performed on our own. If nothing else, this should keep drone servos locked up long enough for us to pelt them with bullets. Moving right along, Paul had been working diligently on a proper prosthetic leg for Spyro. When Sophia had finally gotten her doctor's scrubs and her sterile mask together, she would install it onto him, without issue I might add. It ain't quite the same, but I'll most definitely be back in action in no time with this bad boy strapped to my quad. Just gotta remember I'm not exactly as fast as I once was. As I was resting from my recent surgery, we were beginning to fill things out a little bit more so in the southwestern sector of the base, just adding in a few more fields for us to grow peppers and corn, additional food to save up for the winter time, and also adding in some more concrete pathing, of course. Something that happened a bit ago, but I hadn't found the proper time to mention yet, was the recent recruitment of Jess, who has been assisting us with work around the base. Naturally. Previously an MS Sergeant, no longer. Now a wholesome, justice-loving member of the Republic. He and some of the others are departing on their first assignment after recruitment, which is actually just headed over to the recently conquered base, swapping out our helicopter for a couple of the tanks, the Burra, and our large truck, a few different vehicles that I think we might find more useful here at the HQ. Now with these mobile weapons of war back home, it was time to give them too some proper paint jobs. It's no longer winter time, so let's go with a nice green. A couple days later, we finished up the research into advanced geothermal power, which took an absolutely insane amount of time. But our advanced nuclear power is going to take about twice as long. To my surprise, we've actually started having some power issues. So instead of just waiting for a large nuclear power generator, I'm gonna go ahead and build an advanced geothermal power generator. It can also kind of serve as backup power in case something happens, like we run out of uranium, there's a nuclear meltdown, who knows? But either way, I think it'll be good for us to have. Well, what have we here? A raid, but not from the Marshals. The Thromboyan Union. It seems they too think that they're able to take this base for themselves. Guess we'll just have to see about that now, won't we? Along with them, it seems they have a priestess leading them into battle. These freaks worship their ancient ancestors like gods, so they make suits and helmets modeled after the high-tech Thromboyans of old. A bunch of weird zealot idiots, if you ask me. They also excavate ancient sites in order to find these ancient mechanoids their ancestors used. Not to worry, they're tough, but not indestructible. I mean, there's a reason the ancients fell, am I right? Well, that's been your lesson on Thromboyan history for the day. Let's go send them to meet their god, shall we? Alright, we are moving into position. As you'll notice, as you can see, we have Jorb, Shade, and Krause. That's it, and we are facing down quite the little armada here from the Union. We're going to be moving some turrets into place outside of the fencing, and I think that's going to help us out quite a bit. We also have Jor. He's a little bit slow, but he's coming back, and he's going to be hopping into one of the tanks. Now, we may not have the numbers, but we most certainly have the firepower. Those turrets, I hope, are are going to hold them off for just a little bit. And we're going to have Krause and Shade and everyone jump into some of these vehicles. I want this Paladin out of the way. And what we're going to be doing is getting Krause into this tank. Jor is boarding it as a driver. We're basically just sacrificing turrets here. There's also a little bit of a stutter, and I'm thinking that's just simply because we have both bases at one time here loaded. But anyways, I'm gonna have Shade, I think, stay out with her sniper, and we'll have her sniping from behind here as we actually pull the tank out here to assist us. It looks like we're also about to maybe not get flanked, but they're attempting to flank us from the west here, this Thromboian Union soldiers. So let's try to kill them. Whoa, I don't want the tank. Whoa, hold fire there, tank. I don't want you firing at that fellow. That is not the right fella. Now we're talking. Let's get a good shot in right there. Jor and the others. And I'm gonna bring Shade back away from this absolute freak of nature here. And there we go. Now that is the work. That's good. Okay, Shade, jump into the Paladin, please. Hurry. Thank you. And goodbye, little fellow. Oh, sucks to be you, eh? Now, let's see if we can kill some of these mechs. They're ancient mechs with our main gun. Oh, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's get a move on here. There we go. Hello. I want to be very careful with the priestess here because she's very close and I don't want our main gun shooting her. Now, if we could get this guy with it, that'd be good. Let's see if we can run that lady over. She's got some very tough armor. There she goes. There they all go, as a matter of fact. Hey there. How's it going, little fella? Aw, crushed beneath the treads of our tank. This is good, though, because this also means we may have some potential recruits. Now, these zealots are going to be pretty hard to recruit, but if we can manage to convince some of them to leave the Union and actually become part of the Republic, that'd be great. Krause is... oh my god, Krause's right leg was destroyed. From what? Holy shit, I didn't even notice. It's not saying from what, but his leg must have been blasted off by one of those mechs. Now, they obviously can penetrate armor, so that's most likely the issue. Who's our best doctor here? I might have to fly someone out. Shade has an 8 in medical, so that's not too bad. Krause is going to go and rest, and we'll bring Shade in to... actually, I might bring Shade over here by the herbal medicine, and that way she can tend to Krause. We need her to hurry with that. Get him into the bed there. All right, we're good to go. I want to make sure he should be fine. He's got 5 hours. Okay, there we go. We also have an awful dry thunderstorm ongoing. Now let's check out some of these people like the priestess here. Now she has a really good intellectual skill. She's also sanguine, but she's not much of a fighter, as you might expect from a priestess. They have more of a religious role. So I'm going to strip her. Cassava is really good melee. Pretty good plants and burning passion and cooking. Might be worth saving. Who else do we have? Everyone's dying. Kaka. Heka is almost... yeah, there's no point. Heka is about to die. We wouldn't even make it down there. Dekak is pretty good mining and stuff. Also, you might be able to get saved. We destroyed your left arm. Cassiva is right arm destroyed, right leg destroyed. All right, well, you know what? I wanted them to join us, but it doesn't look like that's really going to end up getting to be the case. None of them are very good fighters, which, I mean, they don't have a very large presence on the island, and the Federation has been pushing them back and hunting them down, so I guess we shouldn't have expected too much from them anyhow, now should we? Alas. Although we will get to shred their ancient mechanoids and use them, their plasteel and what have you, as well as many of their armors and stuff. We'll get to smelt those down, so better than nothing, I suppose, right? Better than nothing. Let's make sure everyone is fighting fire, and they should be, and we'll get that taken care of. Well, at least we fought them off. They may not be useful for joining us, but we get something from it, I guess. Better than nothing at all. Well, that was a great big bust, eh? Attacked by religious fanatics, and we can't even force them to listen to the good word of the Republic in the potential hope of them joining and shedding blood in its honor? Bunch of bullshit. Well, either way, Jor and the others seem to be getting things settled here, especially with fixing the defenses. Not that we really need to rely on turrets given the vehicles that we have here, but they'll make for a good distraction while we're gearing up, just as they did this time around. Though, hopefully, with some armored embrasures and sandbags, it'll be harder to destroy them by the time that we rush out in a tank to finish the fight. Who knows, in a real pinch, they might even be pretty handy for providing some much-needed cover fire. Better to have them and not need them, as they say. Meanwhile, back at the Martial Exclusion Zone, it seems that our anticipated guest is arriving. Ah, yes, Lieutenant Colonel Oakley. Ma'am, let me just say, it is a pleasure. We've been awaiting your arrival. Please look around. I think you'll find everything is exactly as requested. Projected completion of the compound is December 55... your brother. He's seen better days, ma'am. Well, it seems my sister is bringing me in for a disciplinary hearing. Rightfully so. I'm sorry for any trouble that I've caused. Genuinely, I am. They've been kind enough to allow Sam to accompany me. More kindness than I deserve. Spyro, you are captain now. You'll wear the title better than I ever could. It has been a pleasure serving with you all. Truly it has. Thank you. Well, that was interesting to say the least. I guess I'm in charge now. But I am afraid that we have a lot of work to do and 2 less soldiers to do it with. The Lieutenant Colonel was nice enough to provide us with a map depicting some of the remaining Martial bases on the island. None of them the size of the one that we took. Most just simple factories or resource camps. However, this island isn't truly ours until we remove them for good. Our current target is a facility a few clicks north of our current location, just at the end of the dirt highway the MS was using to transport materials from the shoreline. Republic intel indicates this is a droid factory, meaning our EMPs will no doubt come in mighty handy. We were able to utilize our recon satellite to get a better picture of what we were walking into. The facility is okay size, but there was a noticeable absence of any humans outside defending the perimeter, minus maybe a few blobs that could be Marshal Service soldiers. Once we had the satellite images of the compound, we would waste absolutely no time sending out a fighting force to capture it. We have finally arrived, my friends. I think we're going to park up here around the mountain base. I don't want to get too close just yet. Let's take a look at what we've got going on here. So, they've got some turrets. They're not near as well armed, at least on the outside. Not near as well armed and defended as a typical base, given that this is some type of android factory. Although they do have some large miniguns. So, obviously, it wouldn't exactly be ideal to just rush through these areas. I would just use some of the rockets from our silos back at HQ and start bombing the shit out of this place, but we don't know what's in there. There could be something useful or something we might want. I am going to be setting up the Burya for a possible strike. Once we find out what's on the inside, we may need that. I'm going to have it ready. I don't want it firing just yet, though. Let me see. There we go. I had Thetcha driving. Now she's the gunner. I think the driver is the one that gets to fire. Thetcha, of course, is incapable of violence. Perhaps not the best of our soldiers for us to have brought along on this mission, but we also have Nebulius, Paul, and Jess in the tank. So, I'm actually going to bring the tank first. Myself and Olivia are in the Nomad. We are going to be following behind them, but we want the tank to take the lead here so we can take out their defenses. Like that. Ah, looks like they heard the commotion. I suppose they're going inside. Can't say I blame them. We are going to be following that up with a few good rounds straight to that large security door. I think we're gonna have to blow away the fence first, which that is a-okay by me. Let's go ahead and start doing that. God, I love having a tank. Oh, I love it so much. I'm actually going to position our Nomad here. That way we can use the mounted turret if we have any enemies coming outside. These fences are tough, they are, but we'll get through them. Now, with our machine guns, as well as our main gun, let's attack the security door directly. Ah, yes, yes, what is inside? Looks like we are detecting 8 or so. Oh, there are martial soldiers here, obviously. But this is a prisoner or a slave. Is that, oh, a Thromboian and an Impid that they've enslaved. This appears to be one of their scientists, not a slave. There are, of course, also several droids, as we had expected, some enforcement, and also some of their more civilian droids that are typically seen with police forces, not exactly military enforcement. Nevertheless, this is a decent-sized facility, perhaps even larger than we thought it would be. With that, I think we're just going to start firing right on inside. Now, I'd like to save some of this factory stuff, but realistically, we are only interested in getting a hold of the parts. But now that we actually can see what's inside, I was going to say we could use the Burya to start striking, but I don't know if I want to do that with those slaves inside. Even the enslaved peoples, though, they will attack us. So it's going to be a little bit hard to try to avoid accidentally killing them. It looks like they are taking cover on the inside, though, fearful to come out. Can't say I blame them, I would be as well. I wonder, can we bring the tank up this way? I think we can. Oh my god. Let's bring the tank, and hello. Oh shit, this is gonna be crazy. I love it. Let's try not to hit the slaves. Oh god, the slaves are coming for us. Okay, that one's up there. Make sure you don't hit them if you can help it. And we'll actually have... oh my god, we'll have Spyro, we'll have the captain, and Olivia get out. And I'm going to attempt to punch, I don't know, do I want to punch the slave? I don't want to kill them. I want to try to take them if we can. Let's try to punch them if we can. We need to, oh, there's the other one up there. I just want to do the best I can not to kill them. I really do. I don't want to accidentally kill them. Oh my god. These droids. I'm glad that the slave, oh no. One of them accidentally died. Darn it. Okay, kill this hound. We need to try to take this one if we can. I feel so bad. I didn't mean for them to die. Oh no. It looks like it was Olivia's mini turret too, her automatic turret that shot the slave and killed her. Oh man. The terrible things that happen in war. Accidents and just bad stuff. Okay, the captain and Olivia have dropped their turret packs after seeing what has happened to this poor slave. We're going to attempt to take the other without killing them. Oh, but that impy just caught us on fire. That wasn't very kind of you, friend. Not very kind of you at all. Alright, new plan. I don't want to have to kill the slaves, but we have to defend ourselves, and I can't just sit here and let them burn us alive. I'm sorry, Hatter, but that's the way things are gonna have to be. We're gonna have to rush to the water while the tank continues firing at their forces. And with that, I don't know, how much damage is the tank taking? A decent bit, but it's handling things fairly well. There is now a fire breaking out. Perhaps the Burya could come in handy now, where we could finish off the remaining droid forces. I say let's go for it. Let us move it into position, and we are about to strike. There we go. Oh, yes, yes, perfect. Oh my god, what is that? An iguana, a giant mech has came out of this wreckage. Damn. Oh, the captain's lost his helmet as well. Alright, we have our EMPs. We have our shells loaded up too, but we have to be extremely careful. The captain is quite injured here, cracked and bruised. I might actually pull he and Olivia back, I think, as we continue bombing this facility. And let's see if we can actually get out of here and use our EMP shells. We might not even need them, to be honest. The the way things are looking. Yeah, I don't know if we even need it. We have this iguana, but if it comes back down this way, we might just be able to hit it. Has it? Oh, it is shooting at us. Okay, it is shooting us. I don't know how difficult iguanas are to take on. Fairly difficult, I'd say. I'm gonna bring the captain. I, as the captain, actually, I'm coming out here. And while the tank is taking most of the fire from this big oh no, are we out? Oh god, I think we're out of shells for the main gun on the tank. Okay, let's see if we can hit it with our turrets at least. Yes, but we are out of shells for the main gun on the tank. Let's hit it with an EMP disruptor, and we'll continue firing with our normal turrets. There we go, and we're stunning it. This is a big bastard, one of the biggest. Now, meanwhile, we're doing this. I'm also going to hit it with another barrage from the Buria. This might be a little bit overkill, but we need it. All right, here we go. Barrage inbound. Oh, God, okay. It's a little bit... Oh, no, the captain has hit the ground. It's a little bit tougher than we had anticipated. Let's get Olivia. Oh, okay, Captain, if you could come back down this way. I'm gonna let the captain start tending to himself, and we're gonna bring up Olivia. Did we? Oh, all right. We took down the iguana. Yes, yes. So another issue that we currently face is this is a pretty decently large facility, and we've completely destroyed all this. But how many more of these iguanas, or how many more of these droids, enforcement droids, are throughout here? We don't know. And our tank being out of shells, our Buria still has a decent bit of fuel, but are we? Well, actually, it doesn't. We only have a little bit of chem fuel left, as you can see. So how do we clear this out without losing too many people? Well, I think I have an idea. Admittedly, my idea just involves bombing the absolute shit out of the place. Anybody in there? I don't think so. Or if they are, they aren't now. Well then, I think we could consider that a successful mission. Sure, we may or may not, which we definitely did, accidentally destroyed most of the stuff, but you can never be too safe. Nevertheless, there's still quite a bit of stuff in here, I think. I'm gonna send Olivia in. Can we claim it now? I believe we can. I don't want this place permanently, but we could start taking... Oh, look at this. Oh, some different types of chips and what have you. Those would be pretty good, I think. Let's put that fire out for sure. Or we could just pick them up. It really doesn't matter, but we need to get them. Perfect. We could even sell those back to the Republic, I'd say. Let's check in here. I don't know what's going to be in here, so I'm actually going to have the captain join us. We want him to pick up his rifle. Let's take a quick peek inside. Oh, an armory, I think. We've got some shotguns, a triple rocket launcher. I think that's about it, but that's still pretty good. We have a lot of materials in here: steel, plasteel, tungsten, and components. Oh boy, well that's very useful. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. We've got silver in some type of giant vault. We'll need to get that open. All right. And we, most importantly, cleared out the martial presence of this place, bringing us closer and closer to complete and total conquering of the island. But this is simply just the beginning. See here, new ammunition, no more K9s, okay. Oh, hello, soldier. Sorry about that, just attending to some of the requests of our brave men and women. They seem to have been put in the recycling bin. A drunken mistake of the old captain, I'm sure. What do you think of my new office? Pretty sweet, huh? Yeah, it's located in the laboratory. A bit anticlimactic, but it is all mine. Recently, we've attacked and taken an enemy droid manufacturing factory. We also completely disassembled it and deconstructed the entire place, meaning they no longer have any infrastructure there, even if they wanted to rebuild, and that we now have all those resources. Using our helicopters, we would airlift said resources out of the area and back to our headquarters. It was an absolute bitch to get it all sorted away, but we did get it done. Yep, that's right, your new captain has been quite the busy bee indeed. Speaking of which, we've recently finished our research into advanced nuclear-powered generators, giving us access to finally build a large one right here in the base. We quickly turned on the cooling units and fueled it up with some uranium. Now we're going to have power out the ass, and I quite literally mean that, as we have 27,000 watts of excess energy now. This generator generator will fuel our power needs far into the future, perhaps even outlasting this facility in the end. Either way, we won't be worrying about electricity ever again. The next orders from the captain, yours truly, are going to be expanding our garage so that we can not only properly house the current vehicles that we have, but also a few additional ones in the very near future if and when we end up needing them. For the sake of efficiency and convenience, we're also putting our biofuel refineries in there along with some of the garage benches. That way all of the fuel we create as well as the parts we make will be right there whenever we do decide to add a few more vehicles or need to make repairs to the current ones. As for the fuel, we're going to be storing it in here as well. Should be safe and sound. If it were to somehow ignite in the garage, at least it won't be around our weapon caches and ammunition and other things that we might not want to burn and melt. Our next task is research into robotic legions, humanoid machines built and catered to destruction on the battlefield. A common tool of the Oak Foundation, High Command has been selling them to the Federation in recent years for use against the Union and Confederacy alike. Providing the Federation these murder machines was part of the initial alliance. In exchange, they would release and no longer take slaves, though this seems to be something the Republic turns a blind eye to in the case of those slaves being our enemies. You don't want to hear about the intricate details of war and the hypocrisies of our great nation, though. Anyhow, High Command has requested that we test these machines and improve upon them in any way that we can. The MS has mech suits now, so having our own unmanned machines could be a very good counter. In the meantime, as we're researching this technology, things are feeling a little bit cramped back at the base, are they not? And building an entire mech facility and manufacturing area is going to only make that issue worse. So our men and women will be working night and day alongside myself to fit the marsh and make it suitable for a mech factory right in our backyard. Next to our missile housing, to be more precise, but since a majority of this work is terraforming the land with steel and concrete, it'll take some time. In the meantime, our recon satellite would detect the deployment of another recon satellite. I was a bit worried, and then I saw that it appears to be the United Traders. Better them than the Marshal Service, eh, Captain Spyro? I hear you naively say. Oh, you thought that this was good news? No, not even a little. The MS almost definitely has multiple recon satellites in orbit. This just means that we have no idea where they are, or how many of them there are. In other words, we can't begin to imagine the scope of their surveillance. An issue for another time, but one that we're going to need to deal with before we begin striking targets on the mainland. An issue that we currently face that we can resolve is the fact that our secondary base is only manned by Jor. Only Jor. Nobody else. I think you'd agree that's a pretty gargantuan problem and a huge gap in our defense, so let us resolve that issue right away. We'll be sending Krause and Shade, who seem to be melding with Rumboyan culture by the look of their armor. Well, we do believe in a cultural melting pot here in the Republic. Good to see ex-Marshal Service integrating with our society. Jess and Ray will also be tagging along, and the four of them will help hold down the fort until further notice. Between you and I, Ray requested to be assigned to the new location, for obvious reasons. Oh, Sail, my sweet, I'm at a loss for words. You are a hero, and the love of my life. Our time together was short, but you left me enough memories for a lifetime. I'll never forget that look on your face when they announced we were getting deployed here together. In that swampy hell, you said. Little did we know what we'd find together. You gave this war something truly worth fighting for, even more than the Republic and values I hold near and dear. They took everything from us. They took everything from me, and I will be sure to return the favor. Alongside Joy and the others, we'll have this place back in tip-top shape. First, it will become a research hub of this island. With Joy's intellect and our burning fortitude, we'll be able to furnish a facility worthy of the Republic and those who gave their lives to obtain this concrete block. Well then, I think the place is in great hands, albeit the vengeful hands, but nevertheless, I know our fine men and women won't let us down. Meanwhile, back at the Marshall Exclusion Zone, the Oak Foundation had dropped off a generous gift via Chopper, 13 industrial medicine. Reminiscent of those old care packages that the Republic used to send us, eh? Feels like a lifetime ago now. Shortly thereafter, we finished our research into legions, and now we are going to begin working through material engineering, into mecha gear, so on and so forth. But we do still need a place to house all of the machines and what have you that we plan on constructing, so we finally were able to begin the construction of our mech factory. Thanks to some of the blueprints that we have found at the enemy mech factory last episode, we were able to go about building it in the most optimal fashion and efficient fashion possible for our own. We had completed our assembly stations, but we were missing some vital resources. Really only one. You see, we need to be able to build a lab reactor, as this is what is required to produce polyester, which we just so happen to need for our automated soldiers that we plan on building. Well, one type of the mini that we plan on building. Very well, I suppose we had better keep ourselves busy then. Republic intel indicates there's a small camp of martial remnants hole up in the mountains out to the west. These remnants, as it were, are of the fighting force that once was on the island. Seems they've been left behind as the focus has been turned towards the Noquan Desert. They won't have a rescue anytime soon. One tiny hiccup we face is this weather. Winter is upon us once again, and with that some absolutely awful snowstorms. This isn't a huge problem, as we've taken the trucks and tanks through worse, but it'll definitely slow us down, which means they'll see us coming towards the mountains from a mile away. We need to think of a more adequate way to approach the camp. I was thinking approaching via air could be fun, and also very effective, especially if we equip the choppers with some heavy machine guns. Is it exactly silent? No, but it would certainly make it hard for them to escape before we landed and started lighting them up. As we begin loading ammunition into the new weapons on our choppers, we've also completed our research and we've begun fashioning together the appropriate facilities to produce polyester. Or so I thought. Apparently a lab reactor only makes chem fuel, I suppose, basically the same as a refinery, which is odd because we were fairly certain that polyester could be made here. Okay? Look, I'm doing my best, okay? You try running this ship midway through its sinking. I'm not much for research, but I am good at planning battles. Speaking of which, our ride into the mountains has arrived. This operation will be handled by a squad made up of Olivia, Nebulius, Krause, Thatcher, and Ray, with the latter of which Ray spearheading the entire thing. Something tells me he'll stamp out these embers before they have any hope of becoming a roaring flame again. With that, our heroes are off, headed for the western mountains as fast as a bullet. Perhaps this blizzard will play into our hand by hiding our arrival via sight and even sound if we're lucky. Well, we have finally landed. I have things paused so we can take a look at the camp for a moment. It would appear that they've been rationing water and perhaps even food. Indeed, onions looks like. A very small makeshift camp, although they do have some weapons installed here with some mounted machine gun turrets. Now, I think we're immediately going to start using... Oh no. We're out of range of the camp itself. I didn't want to get too close, but I think... Okay, well, we're also out of range of their weapons too, I think. So, as they get closer, we'll actually be able to attack them. Nebulius, Krause, and Ray are going to be leading the charge here, with Nebulius and Krause, of course, having their sniper rifles. I think I'll have them hold fire for a moment. I'm going to pull them back here so we have cover, and I'll bring Nebulius to the ruins here, Krause here, or actually, I think I'll put Krause here in the ruins as well, and I'm going to let them start opening fire. Or, because they're not in range, I'm going to start bringing them up here where they can actually start opening fire. Nebulius also has a drone. I'm going to deploy that. We can try to keep them distracted with it, I think, and we can also hopefully draw them in towards the helicopter so that we can use our mounted machine guns on them. That's the idea, at least. Okay, well... not exactly what we were hoping for. Here we go. Now here they come. And our mounted machine guns on the helicopter are going to be helping us out significantly already. Yeah, they have some hounds here that we need to watch for. I'm gonna bring Ray back. Nebulius and Krause opening fire. Let's bring them down. We've got a few of... Oh shit, alright. And they are attempting to flee. Well, I can't say I blame you, but I don't think it's going to help you, poor sods. We'll try to kill as many of them as possible. We've already killed pretty well all of them. Here we go. A few snipers. Oh, Where are you going, little one? Come back, come back. I think Krause has him right in his yeah, there we go. Perfect, perfect. And I think we are good to drop everybody out of the helicopter, and we'll start moving in towards the camp. They're shooting at the turrets. These are simply... Oh, there is a mini turret. My bad. I was going to say they only have some spotlight turrets, but I see. Let us deploy another drone, and we'll use this drone to distract the turret, similar as we did there with the soldiers, although it didn't exactly work out in our favor. Come this way, drone. We'll have Olivia and everyone attack it from up close, but I want to try to get some cover here. Krause can take cover. Come on, come on. Oh, Ray has been hit. Let's move. There we go. All right. I think, yes, the other turrets are simply spotlight turrets, so not a big deal. There we go. And we can actually take a look at the resources. They've got some rocket launchers. Well, it's a good thing they didn't go for any of those. Or if they did, we didn't notice. We also have a couple of them who are still alive. Could make for some good prisoners. Everything else here, I think, is going to be good. We could bring their rations back. We could also just kind of deconstruct a lot of this and bring back a lot of these ammunition boxes as well. I want to say, I believe we killed every single one of the soldiers that were holed up here except for a couple, Nate and Nugfur, who are still alive. We'll take a look at them in just a second. These two should make excellent recruits regardless of their horrific mangled injuries. Oh, this one is actually dead. Nugfur is dead. Ah, Nate, congratulations. You just became our top priority. Lucky you. Your recovery won't be easy, but with time, I think that we can. Ray, while I appreciate your gumption, I don't think his missing leg would have slowed us down that much. We're riding in the helicopter after all. I understand your passion as well, but let's keep the humane executions to a minimum, please. With that, Ray and the team began destroying the camp. We took whatever we found to be useful, like components, cloth, and weapons, while leaving things like empty water bottles and other useless trash, naturally. Not only did this give us resources to utilize, but as always, it also removed any hope of infrastructure for the scattered enemy forces trudging through these lands. We would return home sometime later, dropping off all of the weapons and resources and everything else that we had acquired. A successful mission, Ray. The crew said you led with excellence and courage. Something about a one-legged marshal brandishing a pistol at your face? Good lord! We could use more like you. Unlike the old captain, I'll be sure to keep note of your valor for the future. Perhaps even the near future, as it were. More on that in the days to come. For now, we're gonna have the crew go ahead and start installing the weapons that they had acquired, as well as all the ammunition crates. Now, this might seem like more of a decorative piece, but being around these ammunition crates when you're firing your weapons, go figure, actually makes you fire much faster. So they're quite useful. We then finished educating ourselves about mass production. Then we immediately hammered down on artificial fibers, because guess what? You needed to make the artificial fiber known as polyester. Who would have guessed, right? Well, I guess we should have. We realized after building several different facilities and machines that we can indeed just create polyester at the lab reactor as we once thought. We actually just need to research the polyester itself. Look, I already said that I'm new to being captain, okay? Regardless of my ignorance, we will end up needing these machines in the future, so it didn't hurt to build them right away anyhow. With this knowledge under our belt, Paul and his excellent crafting skill would immediately begin producing 200 polyester for us to use. Should be more than enough for the mechanical menaces that we plan on building here. I would personally oversee the process of each individual unmanned fighter within this Iron Legion. I loaded every assembler by hand and ensured the production would be smooth and perfect to a T. Since the first was going so well, I wasted no time doing the same with the other 5 assemblies in our new factory. With this amount, we'll truly be able to test the strength of this robotic fighting force, and we'll be able to determine its use to our great republic. Now, of course, these machines will be autonomous to an extent. However, we can't give a machine full autonomy for obvious reasons, and that is why I've crafted myself an operator helmet, giving me control over them when needed. We'll be able to make multiple of these for any soldier that requires this control as well, such as maybe squad leader, for example. And with that, allow me to introduce you to our new soldiers. Not flesh and bone, nor blood and brains, but oil, steel, and hydraulic fluid. Naturally, we'll need names for every single one of them, so if you find folks who would like to leave some suggestions in the comments section, I would very, very much appreciate it. And of course, we're also going to need a name for the squad legions, the Iron Legions, although let's not say Iron Legion, seems a bit cliche. We were eager to put them to the test, so we had them immediately begin equipping some weaponry from our storage facilities. It's time for us to truly figure out if we just wasted a bunch of resources and research on these little bastards, or are they truly the future of warfare for our great nation? Enter Ray. I told you I would remember your valor and your excellent leadership skills. Well, this is your second test, my friend. You, sir, will be commanding our Soldat soldiers for their very first mission. Local Oak Foundation squads moving across the island have detected a convoy of enemy troops seemingly broken down. If this is indeed the case, you and the Soldats will move in from the east and immediately begin engaging the enemy forces. A perfect trial for their combat capabilities, but more than that, we'll be removing even more of the MS presence from the Isle. If any survive, you are to take them prisoner regardless of their injuries, if at all possible. Oh, you're back already? My, oh my, you are quite efficient, aren't you? Excellent work, and you actually brought back 2 prisoners? My goodness! Well, it looks like we have 2 more potential recruits, eh? Very well, our automated combatants have proven themselves a valuable asset. So much, in fact, I believe we'll even manufacture a second squad of them to send to our secondary base. I'm sure Jor would appreciate the additional support. Besides, it's easier than recruiting MS soldiers or finding recruits on the island to do the same with. This also means that we have 2 names that are needed for 2 separate squads and up to 12 names that are going to be needed for all of our new mechanical soldiers. I know other content creators don't give you guys homework to do in the comments section, okay? But I'd really appreciate it. Oh, you should have seen the look on Jor's face. He was so excited. I think. He's not one for emotions. Genuinely, I am eager to continue with our automated fighters, but these Soldats are basic. They're just the beginning. As you can see, there is so much more research to be done, and we will be working on some of that right away. As we climb the research tree of robotics, we also sit tight for perhaps one of the coldest winters on record since we established the exclusion zone. Soon, we hope to see the thawing of spring and flowers blossoming throughout the marshy landscape. A perfect bow tied on top of our conquest of this landmass, as we are very near completely and utterly eradicating the MS forces from it. A completed mission. And now that we're going to have all of this land for the Republic, I'd also like to request some names for our secondary base here. We don't just want to be calling it the secondary base the entire time, as it is truly a part of a brand new nation, and I mean, it needs a proper name, am I right? Apologies in advance for requesting so many suggestions, but you guys are so damn good at it, and I love you ever so much, so again, thank you in advance. Finally, we finished our research into Battle Friends. Now, this is going to give us access to begin creating and assembling some very different types of automated fighters, as well as robotic companions who can assist us on the battlefield in other ways. But hold that thought for just a second. We've received word from High Command about the coordinates of the last Marshall outpost on the island. Thank God! Finally, it is about darn time. It's been in a glacier this whole time. No wonder we weren't able to find the damn thing until recently. Quite the hiding spot, I'll give them that. And would you believe it, the mythical mech factory. We were beginning to think they've been shipping these damn things here from the mainland. If we can put a stop to this factory, perhaps we'll slow their progress in making these bloody machines a staple of every battlefield in this war. Look, I know it's the big finale as far as our main mission here goes, but I'm not too keen on sending our men in to die on a mission that just requires some fireworks, if you will. Alrighty then, I think that seemed to do the trick. Hidden base no longer, simply rubble, dust, and soon to be decay, along with running streams from the glacier of blood mixed with thawing waters. With the 6 warheads that struck this facility, we have single-handedly extended the martial exclusion zone across the entirety of the island. Our mission complete. Finally, everything that we had worked so hard to achieve came to fruition because of the Republic, by the Republic, and for the Republic. Let it be known that this is a new era, the dawn of a new day. Oh, okay, I guess we should have known it wouldn't be quite that simple, eh? Martial forces have arrived in the southeastern section of the region, and along with them, you guessed it, another mech. Perhaps the largest that we have ever seen. Very well, if they want to stage one last hurrah with what forces they have left here before they go to meet their maker, we'll send them out with a bang. I've instructed our men to move into position. We have Nebulius coming to get on the mortar, and we also have, I believe it is, yes, Paul, who is getting in the Buria. We are going to be moving it outside so we can deploy it and hopefully strike them well before they get up here, although they are moving incredibly fast along with that mech. I have our Soldat forces here. Alright, we are firing with the mortar with Nebulius immediately, looks like. We're going to go ahead and deploy the Buria so that we can use the rocket salvo. Let's see how this barrage of mortars goes. Hopefully well, hopefully well. There it is. Okay, we're starting to miss. Here come more. Still missing. Not great, not great. Buria almost deployed. Bring Paul down into the gunner's spot. There we go. And I'm going to fire the Buria's strikes about right there, a little bit ahead of where they're coming from. Hopefully, oh, we have more people up here. Are they coming? Oh, they come in separate. Oh my god. I didn't realize how many of them there actually were. There are 2 more additional mechs. They have a Nomad, they have a Tango, and it looks like they've also flown a chopper. There are more forces here than we thought. That is not great. Not great at all. I think we can still handle them. The Buria is moving into position to fire. Oh my god. We're still sending mortar strikes this way. I'm just extremely nervous. I didn't realize there were so many of them. Thetcha, I'm going to bring you inside to hide behind cover, and we are going to have our Soldats down here to try to help flank them. We are firing the Buria, but I think that it's going to be a waste of time. Perhaps we fire up here instead. It looks like they're kind of having issues getting around the terrain. That might be better. Here we go. Oh no. A complete and utter miss from the Buria. Here we go. Let's bring out our Soldats. I want to kind of keep them pulled back a bit so that we can flank them once they get near. Shit, we've got a lot going on. We are firing off more strikes up this way, though. And we're still completely missing, but not everywhere, I guess. Not great, not great. We are engaging with enemy forces here at the defenses. I'm thinking we may, yes, need to start pulling back Thetcha and Olivia basically immediately. Damn. They have rockets, they have a lot of stuff. Let's bring our Soldats in. They're obviously not going to be coming this way so that we could try to lead them through. Oh shit, they've broken the walls here. Oh, good lord. Alright, I'm gonna bring Nebulius off the mortar. This is a shit show already. Spyro and everyone is getting pulled back. Oh, we need to try to get Thetcha and Olivia inside. I'm gonna bring Spyro here so that he can provide cover fire to them. Our turrets are pulling a lot of weight, and so are our Soldats, but they're also taking a lot of damage as well. Oh, good lord. Where is the mech? Oh, shit. Alright, it's actually approaching now. We're holding off their soldiers fairly well. I don't want to lose too many of our automated fighters here, but we may have to and resurrect them later and reassemble them. Nebulius is doing fairly well himself. I'm trying to get Thetcha. Oh my god. Where is... Oh god, the Buria is just a mind of its own. Please, focus fire up here. Please, careful, careful. Oh, good lord. Well, that wasn't exactly a designated area that I wanted fired at, but that'll work. I think that managed to help a little at the very least, but this is bad. This is real bad. Everybody get inside. I've got Kenny and Whiskey over here in case we need them. Oh, good lord, that mech. That mech. Pull back automated forces. Pull back everyone. Actually, instead of pulling back the maybe I should. The mech's coming back this way. I want to bring them inside here to try to take care of some of these soldiers. I believe we're going to start losing... Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. We're going to start losing some of our mechanical pals here at some point because there's just a little bit too much going on for them. Bring them up. Bring them up. Let's have some of them come out the bottom here and start attacking the mech itself while the others focus on the soldiers. Oh, they're fleeing. Oh, thank God, they're beginning to flee. We can't just let them run away, though. Not in the... Oh, is that the mech operator? That was a terrible idea, my friend. An absolutely terrible idea. Oh, there we go. Yes. All right, let's chase him down, then. Let's chase him down. What a foolish move to have gotten out of that. We're still sending missiles up this way. Looks like most of these mechs have gotten away, then. And a few of them are leaving. We've killed so many of them, but we need to make sure that we finish as many off as possible. Luckily, they have nowhere else to return back to. So, that does mean that we shouldn't really be expecting any more raids from anywhere on the island anymore. I can't believe that they ended up leaving the mech. Looks like something's been Oh, God. Well, that would explain why they left it. That was not because they were just dropping it off. Oh, good God. We've lost Soldat 4 and 2. I think we can resurrect them. Did anyone else die? Spyro was out of the way. I guess we won't be taking that in for parts or studying or anything. I should have known that was a little bit too good to be true. We will get our Soldats taken care of. Holy. We also need to take care of our people. How's Thetcha? Thetcha's big toe has been shot off. Olivia. Also, okay, everyone's, well, second toe on Nebulius. Everyone's alive, and that is what is most important. I am going to immediately begin tending to my men. I have a terrible medical skill, but I will try to keep them alive as best that I can. Paul, out of the Buria. They've already left, my friend. Or no, they haven't, have they? Well, I think they'll die in the forest bleeding to death. So, not too shabby. We have managed to stave off the final martial attack, at least from the forces here on the island. And, yeah, I don't know. That was a rough shit show, but we survived. We survived. Let's rescue Thetcha. I don't need anyone dying here. Immediately start tending. I know most of you are not very good at medicine, Nebulius, but you're all that we have. We may be able to call in some reinforcements from the secondary base if need be. But as for right now, I think we're okay as long as we get everyone tended to. That's going to be the biggest thing. Let's get Paul in here to tend. We really need to start bringing our medicine inside. Everyone should be okay, though. Thetcha, let's check. Olivia and Thetcha. Very hurt, obviously very hurt, but yes, they should be fine. We're gonna have to do this without medicine, at least just for the time being. That was a battle of epic proportions, a rough battle as well, might I just say, but we have managed to survive. And the martial exclusion zone still stands tall, proud, and strong. Once we get things taken care of, we'll get our Soldats repaired, and we'll also get the others resurrected. What's that noise? Oh, we're beginning to lose power. We have a lot of repairs to make. A lot of repairs. We are going to attempt to tend to some of these martial soldiers, though. We'll take them prisoner if we can as well, and hopefully have some new recruits out of them. But, my friends, it seems that we've made it. The Republic prevails yet again. Wow, that sure was ominous and foreboding. I wonder if it's leading up to anything. Well, you'll have to wait until the next episode to find out, because right now I'm going to be showing you some wonderful art by our good friend Ken King. First up, we have some wonderful art that Ken King has made of himself as their character here as the Republic mail carrier, in what is quickly becoming the iconic yellow uniform. Next up, we have some wonderful portrayals of Thatcher and Sophia that I think encompass them quite well. An excellent detail here that I believe Ken King actually confirmed on Twitter is that you'll notice Sophia isn't wearing any shoes, and that is because Sophia was a wild woman at one point before we recruited her, as I remember. And Ken King often depicts the wild folks without shoes because they state that they believe that that would be the hardest thing, I believe is what they said, for the wild people to get used to when being reintegrated back into society, which I suppose makes sense. Next up, and I apologize, I had to do a little bit of work on this to censor it because YouTube is a bunch of pansy p***s, but we have a depiction of our poor Sail dead in Ray's arms. Not to be sappy, but when I first saw this, it actually brought some tears to my eyes, and it's honestly beautiful in the most grim and depressing kind of way. Last but not least, Ken King has also made some art of baby Spyro from so many years ago when we originally done our Farming Empire series, and his mother. Sure, the Thromboian traitor against the Republic members back when it was a rebellion. You'll need to go back and watch if you don't know what I'm talking about, but oddly enough, this might just be one of my favorites out of the entire batch. It's got a certain beauty to it, in my opinion. Simpler times, if you will. Be sure to follow Ken King on Twitter at KenTheKingArt, and feel free to follow me over there as well, as I'm always sharing their wonderful artworks with the community through my Twitter as well. And if you'd like to send me any fan art to actually show throughout the videos on the channel, or just to show me in general, you can always communicate with me here through the email in the bio here on the channel, or on my TikTok if you'd like, which brings me to our last bit of fan art, but certainly not least. We have a splendid bit of art from our friend Clover_May on TikTok, who has created just an absolutely beautiful portrait of the captain himself. This was a bit before he was captain, because I'm a little bit slow about sharing things, unfortunately, but it still looks wonderful nonetheless. Carrying his signature ancestral sword, and seems to be in something of a military-style photo pose, I guess. It reminds me of something you would see from like the photos in maybe World War II or something, of the soldiers posing together with their rifles. I don't know. I love it though. Thank you. And thank you to King King, and thank you to everyone who submits fan art. I thought we missed one of those tin cans. Sorry about that, soldier. Didn't see you there. Just finishing off some of the enemy droids wandering around the frozen marsh. Guess we'd better get back to base. We got a lot of work to do. First things first, I'll personally be overseeing the repairs of our droid squad. They got all bent and dented during the last fight. Some of them even need serious rewiring and circuitry refurbishing. It'll take a few days, but they'll be back to patrolling the base in no time. As I finish restoring our steel and titanium companions, perhaps you could regroup with the others and discuss our future expansion in the coming weeks. Spring has sprung, and the snow has begun to melt in the region. Perfect time for the building of new facilities and infrastructure for the compound. And it would seem we have Gumpy and Dana who have joined us finally. Ex-Marshal soldiers recruited into the Republic. You'll need to get them up to speed and assign them to some projects as well. Gumpy doesn't seem to be exceedingly sufficient at most things, but the exclusion zone could always do with a few more good men and women with a broom. A clean Republic is a successful Republic. As for Dana, if I recall correctly, he'll be excellent at mining, just in the nick of time too, because we have a major mining project in the rock formations to the south of the compound. We'll need his assistance in digging through hundreds of tons of slate, clearing and paving the way for a brand new addition, one that will further cement our hold of the island. We're going to be building our very own bunker within the hill. Natural rock formations are exceedingly good at staving off rocket strikes. Think of it as a last-ditch effort to survive if shit really hits the fan. The old MS is no stranger to using nuclear warheads when they feel the need, after all, and I would prefer none of us burning in a radioactive fire if it comes down to that. Of course, though, building what's basically an entirely different base underneath a hill takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. So, in the meantime, how about we check in with Jor and the others at our secondary fort? My oh my, it would seem that Jor is making good use out of his own Iron Legion of robots that we sent over. Target practice, huh? Well, I'm not really sure you need to do that, Jor, because, I mean, they are robots, but you do run a tight ship after all, so whatever floats your boat. Well, as it turns out, Jor is not pleased with the accuracy of these droids and would prefer to look into upgraded models for special operations. Perhaps, say, a sniper variant, one that could be achieved after many long hours of research. Very well then, I suppose we'll be leaving you to it. Thankfully, the secondary base here that I will be naming this episode has been turned into a research hub, as we had hoped. I won't be showing too much over here unless I really need to, because most of what they're doing is just researching new technologies and ways for us to kill our enemies. Thanks to the hydroponics basins of our enemies that were here that only took light damage when we bombed this base before having to rebuild it, we can grow our own food. But we haven't even had to do so yet because there are tons upon tons of potatoes here that they seem to have been enjoying. I mean, what's not to love? You can boil them, you can mash them, you can fry them. Other things? In the meantime, back at HQ, we've thrown together some exquisite barracks for our own command of this facility. Myself as captain, naturally. Jor, when he returns, Thatcha, Nabulius, basically anyone who hasn't only joined us within the last few months. Folks we for sure know we can trust. We swapped out the normal doors for auto doors, the reason being, we wanted to ensure we can enforce a security clearance for this new barracks. Only our experienced members will be permitted access to this new part of the facility. We don't need new recruits wandering around these halls and rooms, especially since most of our recruits for this compound have been from our enemies, the Marshal Service. No knives in the sternum while we sleep, please and thank you. We haven't had that many recruits from the MS all at once. We normally get a couple here and there after a battle or two, so having our weapons be part of the standard storage facility has yet to be an actual issue, and I plan to keep it that way. By building a proper armory, a safe place for guns, knives, ammunition, and armor, so the folks that we don't want having access to them won't have access to them. Simple enough, am I right? And in the event of a potential carpet bombing or nuclear warhead dropping here at the exclusion zone, we'll be able to ensure all of our weapons, ammo, armor, blah 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 is safe and sound under the hill. As we were completing the armory, our research team at the other base was completing humanoid engineering. Now they'll begin working on pioneer equipment, heavy weapons, and many other smaller projects. We wanted to begin research into a mobile dragoon so we could start experimenting and testing some exosuit technology, but we were missing a prerequisite into walker frames, something that we don't currently have or even have access to. All in due time, though. With humanoid engineering completed, our research team would start working on a couple new specialized units, and I personally look forward to putting them to the test on the battlefield. Across the hall from the armory, a planning room, or war room, if you will, somewhere we can have meetings to discuss our plan of attack, speak with the lieutenant colonel about potential missions, basically a meeting and communication room for myself and others. I know you want blood and guts, eh, dear viewer? Well, this is the boring part of our war, logistics and strategy. Not everything can be gunpowder and flesh wounds all the time, okay? I'm actually really happy with how this fortified command center turned out, and I'm not one for subtlety, so I'd also like to point out that our rug, our drapes, and our chairs and tables are of course the color of our flag for the great republic that we serve. And again, to emphasize, but I don't really think I have to, it is completely protected. A command center in the case of any bombing that will survive, and we can continue using it so far, the new armory, and the new barracks are all right on time, just as I had planned, all to the captain, myself's orders. If the lieutenant colonel were to stop in for yet another visit, maybe this time one that doesn't involve getting her drunken brother out of here for disciplinary action, I think she'll be quite pleased with the place. Next up on the list for us, we're going to be working on advanced fabrication. This way we can start making our own advanced components, not only for many of the droids that we plan on building in the future, but also something that we want to build right now, more missile silos. High Command has requested we launch many a classified item very soon, and we don't currently have large enough silos, or enough of those silos, to house the rockets required to send these items to orbit, an issue requiring remedy post-haste. But as we're working diligently to upgrade the exclusion zone, we ended up getting a quest. It would seem that the leader of the Oak Foundation is requesting that someone throughout the Republic, any facility, take 11 prisoners that they've captured. As a means of motivation, they're offering an incinerator, a harp, and almost 7,000 pieces of plasteel. That is a lot of missiles. Quite frankly, I would have to be a fool not to accept. However, you may have noticed our current prison cannot accommodate 11 prisoners. Lucky for us, we have 5 days before Lecotte, the leader of the agency, will be finding some other team to handle these ruffians. So we have 5 days to get our shit together, in other words. Since we're a little bit pressed for time, we've requested backup from Joy's crew. Jess and Ray have come to assist us in our construction efforts. I'll be honest, I thought to myself, where would be a safe place to store as many prisoners as we have soldiers here? Since we can't lock them away in a steel box below the marsh because it's impractical and inhumane, we've settled for building an artificial island in the southern pond below the compound. We'll keep it locked up and sealed tight with guns ready at a moment's notice. We didn't work our asses off to take this place all to lose it to a great big prison riot after all. We ended up finishing it just before Lecotte ended up finding someone else to take them. We also finished that research that we were working on just before the Oak Foundation arrived with their prisoners. Or our prisoners, I guess I should say, since they're going to be staying here for just under 2 months. Would you look at that if it isn't the man himself? It would seem that Lecotte has decided to personally oversee the transport of these prisoners. Unusual, but not completely unheard of. Ah, Lecotte, sir, a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance in person. Though you seem so familiar. My cohort, Jor, worked for your agency for many years. He speaks very highly of you. Actually, he doesn't speak much at all. Either way, sir, a pleasure. A man of few words, I see. Seems to be a trend among your agency. Very well, thank you for the opportunity and the prisoners. We'll keep 'em breathing for you. Strange, he seems so familiar, but I know I've never met him before. Never mind. Let's get these prisoners settled. Obviously, I don't think it really matters that much, but I did notice that many of these prisoners, like Smelly here, seem to be part of the Thromboyan Union, and some of them, like Inyo, are part of the Confederacy of Binyah, McLaughlin. You know, they're part of the Thromboyan tribes and nations, except for the Federation, of course. But the others, such as Marmor and Bucky, are basically just some normal outlanders who have most likely been caught participating in some illegal trades, maybe slavery or something, a little bit ironic perhaps. But Ollie and Tony, they are Marshal Service Henson, Marshal Service Bishop, so we have a very mixed bag of prisoners here. I also want to take a moment to show you our prison itself. It is very bare bones and basic. I just, obviously, as you saw, we threw it together just in the nick of time, literally, and we didn't have a lot of time to really work with it. However, However, I did plan ahead by putting an embrasure here at the very least, so I can show you if we have a prison riot, our doors should hold them for a while. Now, we do need to put our security clearance onto 5. That way, more of our experienced members are going to be the only ones going in there, and we don't have any sympathizers letting them out. But as you can see here with the embrasure, we'll be able to put our weapons through the doors, or through the embrasures, I should say, without having to go through the doors, and firing at any riots that might be occurring. So I did plan ahead fairly well, I would say. The place is extremely dirty. There's some improvements to be made there for sure, with some doormats and things, so we're not constantly having to come down here and clean. Something else to keep in mind with these prisoners that I didn't mention, they have blood rot. Somehow, way, shape, or form, they have a very unusual, unheard of disease, at least that I've never heard of a disease like this. And so I'm not really sure how they got it, but we'll also need to be tending to them. Not that it's a big issue, we could always use some tending practice, I suppose, but we're gonna have to keep them alive for that amount of time with this very strange and exotic disease. So that's just something that, again, we need to keep in mind and that we'll be needing to keep track of. And in the meantime, we're also going to be needing to keep them from rioting and killing each other, and obviously, most importantly, from killing us. Kind of already regretting taking them, but that plasteel is going to be well worth it because we are going to be using it for many, many, many missiles and other things. I think I had said prior, too, that we needed it for missiles, but we don't actually need the plasteel for missiles. I think that that's something we would more so probably be using for things like our vehicles, as you can see with something like a land carrier, which is absolutely massive. And this type of design requires a lot of plasteel, not actually our missiles, as this just requires normal steel. So I suppose I may have misspoke. We've got a lot going on. The captain has to keep up with a lot here. I know that we need plasteel. I'm just a little bit faulty on as to exactly what we're going to be using it for. That's all. But yes, indeed, we've got our prisoners. We've got them settled for the time being. I'm also going to make sure we've got everybody able to doctor them for the most part. I'm going to give Dana soon, after we can ensure Dana's been here long enough and what have you, we're going to give Dana a proper security clearance to come in here and tend to them as well, because Dana mostly does mining, and we don't have a lot of mining at the moment, as you might expect, though we'll probably be doing some more soon. With this new area becoming part of our compound, essentially, I would also like to go about building some concrete walls here. I just want to kind of go over this with you guys together, and I think we're gonna triple these walls to make it as hard as possible for any enemies that may be coming up this way to get through. I'm gonna put quite a few different doors in here, and this way we have an ease of access coming through this area, and enemies will have an extremely hard time busting through the area, and we may even begin expanding down this way, especially with new areas of the compound like this that we've been building with the armory, the command center, things like that. Maybe put in some additional barracks, and then eventually we could convert this smaller first barracks into something else. Also reminds me, I need to put some of these vents in here, although we have the vents already. I've been finally building some of the climate control units in here. I need to put some in our command center and other areas too. That way we can ensure that it's always having a perfect temperature and we're not having to use heaters and coolers and blah blah blah. Now that's going to be something useful, I think, down here for the prison too. Right now it's summer. We'll most likely be having them leave around about fall, which means that it is going to start getting a little bit cold in here. As you can see though, again, a very well secured prison. We have a lot more work to do, but for the time being, it should keep them all secure, I suppose. We also have Tony, who I hope will be joining us pretty soon. Ex-Marshal service that we got last episode and in prison that we've been working on attempting to recruit, as well, of course, as Dana and Gumpy, who have recently joined us. Well, it wouldn't take long at all before we started having some issues out of these dirty ne'er-do-wells, with many of them going berserk. The first being Darklight. We sent in our robotic soldiers to handle this business, and then we ended up having another go berserk. And so they would be sent in again to quickly quell this burning fire that had to be extinguished. A few small berserk mental breaks is nothing we can't handle, but I think it says a lot about them, the fact they've been here for less than a day, and they're already trying to kill each other. Makes you wonder what these bloodlusting savages did to end up in Oak Foundation custody. Perhaps it's better if we aren't aware of their crimes. The only important thing is keeping them alive for their caught. Also, our recon satellite is tracking heavy MS forces moving in the direction of our island. Could simply be a buildup of their forces near the coast of the main continent since we now control this island. But whether or not these forces are on the offense or looking to build a stronger defensive border, we don't know just yet. We'll continue tracking them though until we find out. For now, thanks to the research we completed earlier, we are going to be fabricating our very own advanced components and using them to build the last few missile silos that we had planned. I think it might be good if we had our very own arms build-up, just in case. And besides, we need them anyways. For now, the brunt of what we're going to be working on, though, in terms of where we should put our steel, our components, so on and so forth, is going to be into some tactical warheads. With the aforementioned build-up of enemy forces, no doubt they'll be coming in handy. And since we've got so much going on, I've decided to gestate a shaft worker Atama droid, a new type of android. New to the exclusion zone, at least. This type of android specializes in basic tasks, plank cutting, construction, hauling, and mining. Exactly what we need in a mechanical helping hand. It will take quite some time before it's fully assembled, but once it is, it's going to be very, very useful, and we are immediately going to be putting it to work. Personally, I think a good example of this would be the thick concrete wall that we built to the south to keep out enemies. A team of droids could be doing this instead, as we all tend to the needs of our shackled guest, ensuring they don't choke to death on their blood-rot vomit. Instead, we have to split the load between working and wardening for now. Speaking of the ailments of our prisoners, we also had a caravan from the United Traders. How are those two things linked together? Allow me to explain in due time, as we are going to be trading with the United Traders caravan, purchasing many a tech print, specifically for Walker frames, main battle dragoons, and advanced dragoon engineering. We also purchased quite a few other things like Glitter World medicine. More on that in a moment. In exchange, we would end up trading them all the different CPUs and nanite banks that we had gotten from the MS Android factory that we took out a few episodes ago. The traders are always scavenging for circuitry and technology that they can put to good use. All in all, we ended up getting quite a bit of industrial and Glitter World meds, all the tech prints that we talked about, a little bit of silver, and some high explosive shells. These tech prints are of exquisite quality. I find it's always best to obtain things at their source. The United Traders' previous founding company, the S&R Rifle Company that is, invented most of the drone, droid, and mech technology we use for warfare to this day after all. From a bunch of dirty warlords in the desert making blood money to, well, the exact same thing, but in fancy suits. Now that we've purchased all that industrial medicine from them, though, that one will save us from having to do the research and make our own, and will allow us to start using this better medicine on our prisoners and their blood rot. That and the Glitter World meds cost us a pretty penny, but it'll still be worth all the plasteel that the Oak Foundation's going to give us. Now, the Glitter World meds, the best medicine that we can purchase, is only going to be for emergency circumstances, like if the blood rot is about to kill them. Also, we're going to begin researching towards advanced interception technology. Now, I know we just bought those tech prints, so why don't we begin looking into our own mech suits and exosuits? Well, I fear with the buildup of enemy forces, we're really lacking in terms of our ballistic capabilities, and if we were to get struck directly, it would only set us back even further than we already are. I must say, we've really put a lot of work into the exclusion zone, from our humble beginnings as a small camp with a handful of men to the industrial powerhouse you see before you. Unmatched anywhere on this landmass, only to be rivaled by the enemy bases of the main continent, and that is really saying something. Speaking of humble beginnings, whereas before we were known as the Oak Squad, when we were obviously a much smaller little squad, if you we will now be known as the Oak Regiment. This name change is long overdue, and it has been something that we've been planning for the last few episodes, and thanks to our friend Sir Pleiades, we now have a proper name. A fine name that will be towering over all the squads under the regiment, which I still need to divide everyone up into squads and give them some proper names too, but for right now we are still kind of getting things sorted out. Even so, we still have quite a bit of naming to do, like for our secondary base, which is no longer going to be called secondary base, as it is now going to be known as Fort Oak. And this name comes from our good friend Noble1204. We had some really good suggestions for the secondary base. That's why it also took me so long to actually pick one. But I think that the Oak Fort is very fitting given the squad, and especially now that we're known as the Oak Regiment as well. I also requested some wonderful names from you folks for our mechanical killers, and we now have those with BT-7274, Titan, Vortex, Judgment, Clanker, and finally, Chappie. A major thank you to everyone who provided name suggestions for them. I very much appreciate it. And if you need a reason from a lore perspective why they all have these seemingly random names, I like to think that I, Spyro, as the captain, would have allowed our soldiers to go about naming them. So we end up with these seemingly, again, random names that could be references to something in one of the soldiers' lives back home, somebody they knew, or really anything. We're also going to be naming our mechanical squad, with the first here at the exclusion zone going to be known as the Phobos Squad. Meanwhile, our second squad over at Fort Oak is going to be known as the Deimos Squad. A suggestion from our friend Fancor Bread, with the Phobos and Deimos, of course, being the children of Ares, the Greek god of war. Well, I don't know what Greek is or what Mars is, but I do know that Degum also has 2 moons, so that's a fun little fact for you. Just kidding, I'm trying to stay in character. Also, I'm not going to be naming the Deimos Squad mechs just yet, as I still want to give additional time to people who may have not gotten the opportunity to offer some name suggestions, or some of you that did, but you didn't get picked for the Phobos Squad. Feel free to leave comments in the comment section, or anybody that wants to give names for robots, and I'll be sure to check those out. Thank you in advance as always. Now then, the next few days we're basically just tending to prisoners, ensuring that they don't die so we can get our lump sum of plasteel, and, of course, researching, with the climax of our studies during this time period being the completion of advanced interception. Now, with this under our belt, we are going to begin applying all of our tech prints, and once that was completed, we would then begin working on research into walker frames. Basic and simplistic exosuits, used primarily for construction purposes. Designed by the SNR Rifle Company during their conquest of the Outlands, designed and manufactured to allow the operator the strength and speed of 10 men, expediting their construction efforts of many bases, strongholds, and, most importantly for them, warehouses to house product to be sold. Though, in a pinch, they're also pretty useful at crushing human skulls if the need arises. As we're working on the research, I'd also like to introduce you to our brand new construction droid. More of an all-purpose droid, as we talked about earlier, finally assembled. Whoa, easy, Kimmy. It's Friendly Boy, not to worry. Though I guess it could use a name. Perhaps that would help you to get a bit better acquainted. Well, whatever we end up naming this metal behemoth, it's already making itself quite useful by repairing many of our electronics and other devices. We'll need to let High Command know that these droids may have potential as becoming a staple of every Republic base as a maintenance machine. Speaking of droids, a bit of an update on Jor's specialized combat droids. They still have a couple days left before they're fully assembled. To be expected, expected with such complex machinery, I suppose. It should be noted that a lot of our focus has went to the prisoners. We really don't want them to die, and we only have about a month or so left with them. So we are going to be upgrading their prison by installing some central heat and air. And then we ended up adding an upgrade for us, a slugger turret in the hallway. Basically, if any prisoners get out, this bad boy will pump their asses full of buckshot. This turret, along with our embrasure, will give us a perfect line of sight regardless of where any escapees may be hiding within the prison itself. A little bit of time later, we also finished our research into walker frames. I wanted to jump straight into the mobile dragoon, but one little issue. Apparently, out of all those tech prints I bought, we didn't get one for a mobile dragoon. I thought we did, but I guess they didn't have one because I sure didn't buy one. Well, nevertheless, we'll be keeping an eye out for this tech print in the future. Perhaps we'll even need to make a trip via our chopper to the main continent to a United Traders base to go about purchasing one. In the future, that is. As for right now, I think I'm going to start researching some hydroponics basins technology. I do realize that we have plenty of land to go about growing crops around the exclusion zone, but having them outside of the facility itself leaves them susceptible to enemy attacks, fires, blights, and all sorts of other things that you wouldn't really have to worry about with hydroponics. And yet we sit back waiting on another rainy day at the old exclusion zone, waiting on research to be finished. I must say, things are rather peaceful, aren't they? What is it, boy? You see something out there? Hey, wait a minute. I think I see something too. Is that... No. Oh, shit. Get inside, boy. Things are about to get hairy. We're getting everyone into position. We don't have many of our turrets, I'm not going to lie to you. I completely forgot to replace them, though I don't think a few mini turrets would have made that much of a difference. However, we do have our automated soldiers. I've got Olivia and the others who are going to be manning some of these turrets and the quad machine guns. I don't know how to explain this other than to just tell you this is very serious, like deathly serious. And I'll show you exactly why in just a moment, but we need to start moving these machine guns and we need to start getting our shit in place immediately. These are martial specialists. This one has a shield, by the way, which is even worse. They have some of the greatest armor that our enemies have to offer and some of the strongest weapons. Not only that, they also have bionics and other upgrades like pain stoppers and some genetic mutations and enhancements. They are, I would say, the most dangerous martial service soldiers ever. And to be honest with you, the fact that they're all the way on this side of the planet attacking us is very, very unusual and kind of shocking. I would rather fight 4 or 5 mech suits, and I'm not even joking, because they are smaller, they're more nimble, and they never stop. But here we go. We're getting ready to have to start fighting them ourselves, and they're, oh god, already starting to launch a weapon. Let's, I don't know, who are they launching at? A Chappie? A Chappie, I think? I'm getting Chappie back behind here. Okay, I think we're good. They're not really paying too much attention to us now. At least not with that launcher. What is going on? Oh, we're firing the mortar. I didn't even realize. But we're also not hitting them with the mortar. They're getting a little bit too close. I'm just going to go ahead and pull Gumpy out to the defenses to help us. We've got Jess bringing down the quad machine gun. Everybody else needs to grab their rifles and help us out up here immediately. We need everybody ready. And I love our dogs, but I need them to go back out of the way. Let's get Chappie on the inside here. We're getting ready to... Yep, here we go. So it begins. So it begins. I'm going to bring Paul and everybody else and all of our mechanical soldiers down this way, and we are going to start getting them ready as well. I need somebody on that quad machine gun immediately. Sophia on... Nope, Sophia's incapable of violence. I always forget. Sophia can wait up here, and she can assist us with tending and rescue if need be. I'm going to put Gumpy on the quad machine gun. Everybody go, go, go. So it begins. Oh my god! Oh my god. Move. That's a grenade. Okay, everybody get away from the walls. We've got a grenade. And I want to bring our soldat soldiers out, but the issue is I think they would quickly mow them down. So I will do that, but I'm going to wait. Oh my god, they're so fast. Okay, let's just bring them out right now, because what other option do we really have? I don't need them destroying our missile silos. I don't know if that's what they're planning on attacking or what, but it's pretty clear that they're here for something. As they come out, I'm going to put Paul here and Jess here, and they can take cover behind the walls and start firing. Where are they? Oh my god. They're going for the prisoners. Holy shit. They are going right for the prisoners. Oh my god. Oh, no. She's about to... Oh, thank god. She missed. Oh god, but they did chuck a grenade down there. They're trying to blow into the prison. Oh good lord. I'm bringing all of our soldats in as close as I can get them so they can just absolutely light up this specialist. I'm bringing all of our people down, and I'm even coming myself. I'm going to try to help out our robotic companions here. Oh good lord. Good lord. Okay, there we go. We've got her shield offline. I'm going to have to engage her directly. Everybody's taking cover up here. I need to bring everyone around this way and then down here so that we could try to flank them from the side. I think that's going to be our best bet for attacking them. Everybody except for Ray, I'm going to be bringing Ray down with the Phobos squad to try to kill these damn bastards. Come on, come on. Hopefully my shield holds. Oh my god, they're so strong. How are we looking? Okay, that's not good. Son of a bitch. They are moving into the prison. I think our slugger turret might distract them for a moment. I don't, fire, burn them quickly. Oh my god. Oh, we killed one. Thank God we killed one. Slugger turret's got this one distracted. Let's get down there. Okay, they're trying to break in, though, into the rooms. I think if I can, I'm going to try to keep this one distracted up here. I need Ray to get behind some cover. Actual cover, for God's sake. And I am going to be rushing through here. I'm going to try to get through here to stop this one. That door is not going to hold forever. Yes, and we're bringing down the Phobos squad to take care of this one. I don't know, we're gonna have to engage in melee combat with him to try to stop them from destroying everything. Come on, finish him off. At least if we can keep him distracted. Oh my god, and they are beginning to escape. That is really, really bad. Damn it. Bring in the Phobos squad to beat down the prisoners, and then everyone else can just simply continue attacking these soldiers. Oh, damn it. Okay, they took out Judgment. Oh, God. Okay, so this one up here is taking on Judgment. Do we have any explosives? If we had some explosives, that would really help us out. No, not really. Olivia can go into, and Thetcha can go into Thromboyan Fury. Now, that's going to give us a little bit of an edge, but not much. Thetcha, it will, because she's good at melee. Is she ready to take on a Marshal Service Specialist? Probably not. Probably not. But we're going to have to attempt it, I'm afraid. Bring everybody in to help us here. Beat these bastards down. Oh my god, these prisoners are escaping. Grab them quickly. I think my shield should protect me. Oh god, we're losing more. Let me throw down... Okay, I want to throw these prisoners... I'm trying to put... Oh god, okay. He's attacking me head on. I'm trying to put these prisoners in an actual cell, and he keeps attacking me. Engage with him. Where's the other one? Smelly is right there. Let's just beat the absolute shit out of Smelly. We're keeping this operative at bay. I'm going to try not to kill the prisoners, for God's sake. Oh god, Thetcha is engaging in melee combat with this specialist. Everybody, and I mean everybody, get as close as possible. That is, oh, so bad. Nebulius, I need you out here. Nebulius, I believe, has been tending to the dogs. We may even need to bring them. Let's bring the shaft worker down, the unnamed new droid, to help us. Damn it, I don't know what to do. We do have some explosives we might be able to use. All right, let's bring Ray into the armory and immediately grab some explosives, as many as he can carry, and we're going to bring them out to help us. Okay, pull Thetcha back. Even with the Fury, it is not helping us at all. Everybody come back behind cover. Try to get away from him. Okay, all right. We've got him kind of stunned here. All right, we're losing more. That's all right. Our soldats we can always bring back. How are we looking? I am fending off this specialist. Well, this prisoner is... oh my god. Okay, they're fleeing. The specialists are fleeing. That is highly unusual for them to do. But it seems like that is indeed what they're doing. Okay, sorry. I'm all over the place. I'm very nervous. Very, very nervous. I'm only... oh my god, did we kill the other one? We killed this 2 specialists. Holy. All right, these 2 here are the only ones left. Quickly grab... grenades, grab everything, Ray, and come down here. We need to finish them off. We can't just let them leave. No wonder they're fleeing. Their mission is a complete and utter failure. They're all dying. Absolutely let loose on them. Yes, the Phobos squad will not let you leave. You're not going anywhere, you bastards. Nowhere. If I could get Ray down here with that rocket launcher. Oh, no! We lost one of the prisoners. Damn it! Damn it! Oh, God, we lost one. All right, get out of the way. Hold him right there, Phobos squad. Hold him right there. Eat this, you son of a bitch. Hold him right there, Vortex. Hold him. Perfect. Oh, God. That was an absolute shit show. We somehow managed to take out a full squad of specialists. Our soldats, of course, will need repaired. I think they're all intact. How many do we have? 4 corpses, and then we have to... yeah, they'll be fine. They need their repairs. I'm actually going to immediately begin working on that. Ray, how are we? Very injured, but mostly cracks and bruises. I'm going to be honest with you. Tetcha, how are you? Also fine. Thanks to our armor, I should say. I'm shocked that we survived. That's not something that happens when fighting specialists. And I have to say, that makes me wonder what their goal was here and who their target even was. What is that? This, my comrades, is a mission briefing, damn near eaten away completely by the death acidifier that took the specialist armor. But thanks to the rain, there's just enough of it left for us to get a picture of their mission. Initially, I thought maybe some of these prisoners are marshal service, obviously, and maybe they're politicians or high-ranking officers or someone that the specialists have come to save. But that isn't the case at all. They weren't here to save the prisoners. They were here to kill them. All of them. Direct orders from none other than the governor himself. Whoa, hello, soldier. You startled me. Well, are you gonna help me, or you just gonna stand there? We got a fresh supply shipment from High Command. Guns, ammunition, and I think they even threw in some bones for our furry heroes. Well deserved, I might add. Our K9 soldiers have been working hard. Very well, though, if you don't want to help me haul, perhaps you could help the others with repairs around the facility. The concrete needs patched, and the rebar needs re-welded. Those recent dirty bastards that started killing our prisoners as part of their orders done a real number on us. Let me bring you up to speed in case you're unfamiliar. You see, we were charged with protecting those filthy criminals for a period of time while keeping them from dying due to some strange ailment. However, once the enemy agents infiltrated and started putting caps firmly in their arses, we kinda sorta failed. An absolute shame, because there was 6,900 plasteel on the line and we only lost 1 of those prisoners. However, I understand. Failure is not an option. Failure could mean the end of our republic. These were prisoners, though, not our own men, so disciplinary action is minimal. Luckily for our efforts, Lecat, the leader of the agency, did compensate us with 300 plasteel, a fraction of the original offer, but beggars cannot be choosers, as they say. This minimal reward will still be perfect for some upcoming exosuit research and testing. Now, initially, I wanted to go the route of the Mobile Dragoon. Since we don't currently have the appropriate tech print yet, we are instead going to be going with something a bit simpler. Heavy exoskeletons. Simple, yes, but still useful for testing possible war machines. Our research team at Fort Oak are already on the case, working diligently into these exoskeletons. Meanwhile, the specialized automated murder machines Jor had manufactured were also complete after much anticipation. Improving on the original Soldat designs, we now have a brand new model that specializes in, you guessed it, long-distance neutralization of enemies, i.e. sniping. Their multispectral optics have been completely redesigned, doubling target acquisition range, now coated with a thick, flexible shell of tungsten plating and so so much more. This new design also gives them quite a few special moves that they can pull off during battles, making them quite the killing machine. Most notably, they'll be able to share fire control data with the squad during combat situations, improving everyone's accuracy. And this new model will also be able to use an internal ballistics calculation tool to significantly improve its own accuracy for a short period of time. Oh, High Command is going to be very excited with these new automated fighters. We may even be able to make them a staple of Republic defense and offense around the globe with mass production, significantly reducing humanoid casualties. But alas, for now, more testing is needed. Meanwhile, back at the exclusion zone, we are going to be building a brand new facility and laboratory as part of our HQ here on this island landmass. This is going to be a lab slash garage slash workshop for all of our exosuit and mech suit needs. This new area will allow us to keep exosuit production separate from the production facilities of our androids, making the process much smoother. Coming established with room for 2 separate exosuit bays, it is a fine start if nothing else. Ah, and speak of the devil, we finished up our research just in time. Paul, using his skilled, steady, delicate fingers, would waste no time assembling our very first prototype exosuit to begin the testing. All the components and the plating and circuitry, everything that's needed. How about we give him a little bit of space, eh? For our next research project, we're going to begin working on bionic replacements, something akin to that of the exosuit technology, but on a much smaller scale and intricate scale that we could actually use for individual soldiers. Again, this type of technology has also been around on our planet of Degum for quite some time, but perhaps we can refine it even more so. As we're working on the new technology and our prototype suit, it would seem that Tony has finally come around to joining us. About time, my friend. You've got a thick skull, but it matters not, because now you have freedom in your heart and mind. Tony would also play a crucial role in our fabrication needs, while Paul is occupied with other tasks, as we well know. Speak of the devil, it would seem that our very first prototype exosuit is ready. Not exactly what I was expecting, Paul. You really think this glorified soda can could compete with Marshall Tech given enough testing? Only one way to find out, I guess. To test out our prototype, we have brought down Ray. I think that Ray has more than earned being able to go about testing out this new technology, and since Ray has often been leading our Phobos squad into these battles, I think that this would also make sense, of course, and could be a very optimal type of exosuit for Ray. So we are going to be doing that. Now, I've already had him enter, as you can see. We'll make sure that it fits him. But we also want to give the module a proper color, some type of proper camouflage. I believe that this, indeed, I think that that suits the terrain as it is right now quite well. Luckily, Ray can actually wear a lot of his armor that he had on, all except for his coat here, which is fine. I also have a specialized helmet that I wanted to use for this. We don't have any exosuit helmets currently, but I will show you exactly what I was planning on using. Perhaps not exactly the best, okay? But, you know, it'll do for now. This is a test. We are testing things, after all, of course. We have many of the weapons that he already had with him that he can use, and I think we also have Indeed, we have an AMP pistol, an AMP pistol. I'm excited to try it out. I am actually going to be overseeing the very first test of, as far as we know, any of the Republic exosuits. This is some of the first technology we've ever witnessed or bore witness to. And it is of our own creation. The AMP pistol, though a bit of a rough draft as to what we'd like to have, as we have been researching heavy weapons, something I think that we could use, it seems to be working quite well. We also can get a really good look at the exosuit here. He's even making eye contact with me, of course. Maybe a bit nervous about the test, Ray. But Ray is exceeding in using this exosuit tech. It's a little bit slow, I will admit. Although it is an exosuit, it's basically a walking tank. And especially once we get a helmet, it'll definitely be a bit of a walking tank. It is our first draft. But there are also a few things I think we can do to speed it up. There are many other models that I think we'd like to work on blueprints and begin workshopping and trying to work towards. I still think that this one is honestly a really good first test. Though I as the captain may have had my doubts a little bit, I should have never underestimated Paul. Nor Paul's excellent machining and manufacturing fabrication capabilities, or Paul's designs for the actual exosuit itself. I would like to attempt to use this in combat, so I think we are going to continue trying to refine the design, continuing to look into different types of research, and if we have the opportunity, we'll actually try to use the exosuit in any upcoming missions or operations that I think that it's going to be useful in. But for now, we will allow Ray to go ahead and set it back in the maintenance gallery. We also have a few other things I built here now. I noticed I couldn't use these for this particular one, so I think we're gonna have to maybe manufacture and customize a few different types of power armor frames and exosuits to be able to use them. But I do have a fuel cell module, which would actually speed up the user's speed, allowing the exosuit to travel faster, and an exoskeleton dagger. I think I can actually use the dagger on the right arm, the left arm not so much. And then, of course, with the power cell, I have no way to attach it to this particular module. But I like the idea of using the dagger, but I also, of course, like the idea of being able to use the amp pistol, because I believe, is it the amp pistol? Yes, indeed. The amp pistol does 27 damage, which is absolutely incredible, and would bust a hole straight through any Marshal Service soldier's armor, and just their chest as well, of course. So it's an excellent weapon for an exosuit. Of course, the dagger would be too, but I were using the dagger. Say we're facing down an entire battalion of MS soldiers, and then we start getting gunned down. By the time we get there to use the dagger to slice them all in half, we would probably be in pretty shit shape. That plasteel, by the way, that we got from the Oak Foundation, though we only got a little bit of it, is actually coming in handy for these weapons and the exosuits, making them much more durable. So I'm glad we also got to use that. Now, moving right along, we are, of course, working on our bionic replacements research, but once we finally have the Mobile Dragoon, this is where, as you can see, we get our helmets, and we also get a ballistic shield. Now, I think the ballistic shield is going to be absolutely excellent for using on our exosuits. In particular, this one, as I believe we could use it on the left arm. Imagine this big bastard. Now, we haven't tested it in combat, but we know it's got to be pretty darn durable. With a proper helmet, though, and a ballistic shield as well as the amp pistol, my god, I really do think we could contend with the Marshal Service mech suits with our own exosuits. We would be faster than them. We may not have the same firepower and explosive capabilities, but we would certainly have the strength, and we would also have the speed, especially once we end up adding some of these fuel cell modules. Sorry, I just wanted to geek out about that. I love going through our military capabilities and the potential. We also have our bionic replacements research and what we can do, and just how we're trying to combat the MS's inventions and their own weapons of war that they already have been putting into action in places like here on the island that we've seen. We also have, I think this is a tiny trade caravan, or perhaps even just some of the United Traders squads moving through the area. But we are looking into getting the Mobile Dragoon tech print. I don't believe that they are going to have it, but we will continue looking for it. I might even see if we can radio back to the main continent, and perhaps we could even stop in at one of the nearby United Traders bases or facilities off the coast here, the East Coast, and see if they have one that we can actually purchase. We've got a lot going on, though, and we are going to continue refining our designs for exosuits, and like I said, as soon as we have the chance to use it in an actual operation or battle, we are going to be doing so that we can get that sweet information and experience to see what needs improved and what have you. Until we have our tech print, though, we're also going to begin research into things like industrial scale pumps for our water systems. As our facility here at the exclusion zone continues to rapidly grow, we need some larger infrastructure to help accommodate. But staying on topic now and on target with the tech print, we're going to be loading up one of our helicopters with a shit ton of different leathers and other textiles that I think the United Traders might be interested in using for some low-level uniforms and other things that they can make a profit on. I will personally be overseeing this potential trade mission with the Traders Union, though admittedly Nebulius will be doing most of the talking since he and his devilish silver tongue are much better than my own. Every good captain knows knows when to let the impid do the yapping, as they say. And just like that, the two of us are off. Now, perhaps you were thinking that we should bring more people along in case we were to need some assistance. Well, the thing is, flying so near martial territory can be extremely dangerous, more so when we bring along all of our soldiers. When this type of travel is done in moderation, though, we should only be facing minimal amounts of danger. They may not even detect us, as they're quite busy in other fronts. We would arrive at the main continent, but unfortunately, the United Traders did not have the tech print we were looking for. However, they did have some boxes of valuables. These are simply just crates of miscellaneous items they've acquired through the Outlanders, scavenging war zones, villages, bathrooms, or even android factories. It would seem, however, that we've put all of our points into luck because one of them actually had the exact tech print that we needed. Yeah, I don't know how that happened either, but I'll take a win anytime we can get one. Once we finish the research into those industrial scale pumps, we would immediately begin working on the Mobile Dragoon. My excitement is through the roof. With this new research beginning, we would focus our construction efforts on a new pump station in the southern sector of the compound. With those brand new industrial pumps, we recently researched a much larger water tank, some hot water heaters, so on and so on. Next on the agenda was a greenhouse under the mountain. This new area is effectively a fallout bunker that we have for daily use and operation, so I feel it only makes sense that our hydroponics area would be here too. Once we also know for sure that we can keep an adequate amount of water stored here at all times, we can also install some sprinklers to grow our indoor crops faster. I think this indoor growing area really caps off the bunker perfectly. We have food, water, beds, a command center, and weapons. What more could we possibly ask for in the event of a cataclysmic strike on the island? Joy and the research team made quick work of the Mobile Dragoon blueprints and planning, now allowing us to create a ballistic shield and helmets that can integrate into the exosuits themselves, giving the user more protection and better control overall. The shield and its protective power was going to be first on the agenda, using our machinery printer and some tungsten to make a great big slab of metal to deflect bullets, in the process hopefully keeping Ray from getting turned into a funny looking mangled corpse on the inside. Using the amp pistol and the shield, I think that this exosuit is going to be next level in modern warfare. The only issue is the shield is the only addition we can make currently, as it is causing the exosuit to be over capacity, causing Ray to be a bit slower, and thus I thought he could use a little bit of help from the Phobos squad. Ray will be leading them on the very first operation and true test of our exosuit. Looks like we've detected a small caravan of enemies to our south. We have finally arrived at the location. Jess has piloted us here, but I am going to try to keep Jess out of combat by allowing him to board the helicopter once more. Let's take a look. Looks like the Thromboyan Union. Now this makes sense, though I'm a little bit surprised, I guess, to see them here, along with, I believe, a priestess and some of their ancient ancestral mechanoids that they've excavated out of the old ruins of the world. But we also have some dead marshal service. I think this is probably from our little spat with him, and perhaps some Republic soldiers who had come through the area. This is not a very, it's a very islandy area with the ocean. We are on the coast, of course, so they don't have anywhere they can really run. Now this is a caravan, and it looks like they have a Thrumbo along with them with not much, mostly tents and components. If I had to guess, they're trying to find land anywhere other than the tiny secluded island that the Federation has forced them onto. So they're probably here trying to get more land. As we know, they're trying to expand into these areas, as we found out from the Federation. So I think they are going to be a perfect test, and using our Phobos squad, our modern day military drones against these ancient mechanoids is going to be absolutely perfect. Oh, we are already opening fire on the priestess. Now, even though I know we can take them pretty easily, and we're already beginning to take many of them down, I want the Phobos squad to pull back, maybe back towards the helicopter, and I want Ray and the amp pistol to be able to take on at least the Thrumbo and many of the soldiers. That way we can actually test and properly use the exosuit during this mission. Right now, so far so good, because of course the Thrumbo itself is coming at us. The Phobos squad is taking care of the others, the stragglers that are coming this way, so I don't think it'll be much of an issue. Hello, you big bastard. Oh, I want to pull away though from, I'm gonna pull our squad up this way to attack their ancient mechanoids. That way we can focus one at a time. We really want to put the exosuit to the test during this operation properly. Although I guess we could bring the Phobos squad, oh my god. We could bring the Phobos squad down. That amp pistol is an absolute unit. Oh, there we go. We took down their pack Thrumbo. Oh my god, that pistol, was that the yeah, wait, let's see. No, okay, so it was one of our units, but still the end pistol is putting in a lot of work. We've got them running away, even the priestess. We'll try to catch them. Now this is one of the downsides of the current design that we're using. It's not very fast. We need to try to maybe improve on that with a new design or figure something out for this current exosuit. Because I think the Phobos squad is going to have to chase them down here for us. And they are doing well. That's why we brought them along, of course. Our malicious machine marauders. Oh man, they move as a giant unit. I love it. There we go. Let's continue chasing them here. They don't really have anywhere they can go. We have one person. We might be, or two people. Three people. Blitz, Lips, and Dan. Dan, not very good at most things. Lips, also not good at most things. Blitz, on the other hand, pretty good at planting, construction, and melee. We might take Blitz in, I think. Let's see about Min, who is the priestess here. See if we can kill her from this distance. I think we'll be able to take her down. No doubt she has an ancient mech link in her brain that we could also remove. A chip that they use to control their mechanoids, obviously. Let's continue moving forward. We might be able to stop her just before she gets out of the area. There we go. Hello. She has an incredible social skill, artistic skill, and animals. The problem is none of that really is that important to us. And because of that, neither is she. There we go. We could get that mech link out of her head, though, and possibly sell it to the Federation. I believe they use similar technology since they have a very similar culture. Lips and Dan, completely useless. We're going to be finishing them off and murdering them as well. Looks like Lips is back on their feet trying to escape. Well, you are one brave religious zealot, but we're going to have to put a bullet in you, I'm afraid. Quite a shame for you, truly it is, but that's all she wrote, eh? As for, oh, did we not? Yeah, we weren't able to save Blitz. I didn't really care that much, but I was going to at least attempt it. Blitz bled out as Jess was tending to him, and looks like at least though we're going to have some Thrumbo for dinner tonight. And we've also cleared out the threat of the ancient mechs, the priestess, and everyone that was here, and that was an excellent test. First test of the exosuit, but there are so many more improvements we need to make. I think we're going to immediately head back home and begin working on a new model. Another trial for the exosuit was removing the mech link without crushing it. Oddly, this model seems to have quite the dexterity in its mechanical fingers. We return to base with our spoils of war that will continue assisting us along in our mission. Though these weapons are damn near useless to us, we'll be able to sell them off to the United Traders. Perhaps we keep the swords and hammers, though. For our Thrumboian soldiers, that is. Ray would also dock the prototype back in its base so we can begin repairs and also collect diagnostic data. Many improvements are needed, obviously, and many improvements shall be made. We shall also be naming this first iteration and original prototype exosuit the Sail Mark I, in memory of Ray's late wife who gave her life in service to our great republic. A trend that we plan on keeping for many iterations to come, my friend. That being said, we have no time to waste. Paul would immediately begin working on a Sail Mark II exosuit. Quite poetic, I might add, that we'll be smelting down shredded ancient mechs to use for the alloy of the new exosuit, by the way. And as we wait on the new exosuit to be created, I must also tell you that our exclusion zone has become everything that we had hoped for and more. We're still putting a lot of work into expanding and ensuring it is a perfectly protected hub of our glorious nation. However, to truly protect our HQ here, perhaps we should invest into other base bases on the island. You see, we've made a decent bit of silver from selling off martial weapons and gear to the United traders, as well as textiles and other resources. Perhaps we should use this money to invest in bases and infrastructure for the Republic. It only makes sense. And so, we'll be spending 1,000 silver on some concrete, a little bit of wood, and some cloth to begin setting up a camp at the northern coast of the Isle. I won't bore you with the details of us setting this up, but this new base, well, camp for now, starting small naturally, will serve its purpose of assisting us guard the territory, as well as supplying us with components from nearby mountains containing compacted machinery. This is also going to help us fund our research and more so development of exosuit technology. I'll contact High Command immediately and request a couple of soldiers be garrisoned there, just whatever they can spare. Some recruits with a heavy pistol or two should do the trick since they're in such close proximity to us and they can request reinforcements anytime they need. Now that we have this piece in motion, it seems that after many days of waiting, Paul finally has the Sail Mark II exosuit ready. Though we still need to add our improvements. Ah, there we are. A ballistic shield, a proper helmet integrated into the suit itself, a massive LMG mounted to it, and a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Most certainly an improvement, I'd say. Paul, you've really outdone yourself this time. Ah, and just in the nick of time, it would seem that we have our first deployment for the new exosuit. High Command is requesting we undertake a top-secret mission. Makes sense seeing how the purpose of this base, the exclusion zone, and us taking over this island not only for the territory, but our top-secret purpose here was to begin working on exosuit technology. High Command said I could finally tell you. There are other secrets, but those are going to have to remain secrets, I'm sorry. For this operation, though, Republic Intel indicates a facility near the East Coast is housing some high-ranking MS officials. I suppose that helps explain the recent buildup of enemy forces. That and us taking the island, of course, but because of this buildup, we won't be able to easily cruise through the air via chopper, meaning we'll need to use some alternative route to get there. Seems like the perfect opportunity to use our Deimos squad, who also now have proper names, named by the soldiers at Fort Oak. We have Meatbag, Bloodhound, KOTIH, Shaken Lightbulb, Ethan, and Shooty. It also seems that Jor has personally taken it upon himself to name the two sniper soldats Jackal and North Star, his very own personal squad. A major thank you to all of you who provided name suggestions, by the way, for the Deimos squad, as well as for our snipers. I very much appreciate it, and I want to thank you to everyone who provided names who also may not have gotten chosen this time around. You are all incredible, this community is incredible, and I love you. Now then, it is time for us to kick off this mission, which shall be known as Operation Thread the Needle. You'll see why soon enough. But for now, all you really need to know is that Jor, Ray, our Deimos squad, and couple of soldat snipers will be operating temporarily as one large unit, moving to the west coast of the island. Their mission starts out fairly simple, as they are going to be arriving at one of the nearest points to the main continent, where they will be setting up camp. The chopper has been packed with plenty of resources like steel, wood, and also rations, as Jor is going to be using the resources to build a small boat. He and his squad of sniper soldats will be undertaking the tedious and very slow mission of sailing from our isle to the east coast of the main continent. Once arriving, they'll approach a Marshall Air Defense base under the cover of night, fog, and forest. They'll take cover in any nearby foliage or ruins they can find and begin silently taking out the crew operating the base. No doubt they'll face retaliation and fierce resistance, but the three of their combined marksmanship will be more than enough to overpower any forces that they may encounter. Once we clear the base and ensure they didn't contact their own chain of command, we'll then be free to destroy their automated air defense systems, and their manual systems won't be online either because they need people to man them, obviously. With this base and its systems offline, we'll will have a very narrow path of travel via chopper where we won't be detected and blown out of the sky. Ray would rendezvous with Joe and the snipers before continuing on to the target base. Highly unusual. This place doesn't look like any typical military installation of the MS. Never mind that though, because we have a job to do. Let's do this for the Republic. With the arrival of Ray and the Demo Squad, I assume we'll be making very short work of whatever this place is. I must say, it's a little unusual. I see a lot of trucks with chem fuel barrels. This doesn't look like a military facility on the outside. Maybe it is, but I'm not seeing anything that would really indicate that. Either way, though, I'm sure High Command knows what they're talking about, so we are going to attempt our very best to make our way in here. First and foremost, with some missiles and an LMG. There we go. Oh, we've got an enforcement droid on the inside. I'm gonna go ahead and pull right on up here, and we're also gonna bring some of our squad. Oh, running away. What a cowardice little martial droid. The same as their soldiers. I think I'm gonna send the Demo squad inside to clear it out, and I'm going to bring Ray around to begin taking on these soldiers. The old shaken light bulb is attacking the droid head on. Can we make our way? It would be nice if we could. Through here. Let's open fire on this door here. We'll try to make our way through. I want Bloodhound. Okay, looks like a storage facility. Indeed, this does not look like a military compound. Ray is almost down here. Let's bring more of Demo Squad through here. We're gonna take cover behind some of these storage facilities, and we will attack this enforcement droid directly. I'm also gonna bring Ray through here, and we're gonna drop some missiles on the heads of these soldiers. Just like that. Perfect. Let us continue doing that. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, God. Open fire with the LMG. We're taking some damage here from the enforcement droid. Let's stay on the move. It'll make it harder for it to hit us. Hello there, Wilson. How are you? Oh, what a shame. Let's see if we can help our droids out here by destroying this door. Ah, looks like they didn't need any help after all. I'm gonna go ahead and bring them through here, back into the hallway. I'm not seeing any more soldiers, which is odd. Go ahead and bust through the door. There we are. Come on through, Ray. We will all attack this door as a unit and take it down. Well, yeah, that would probably be fine. They could have something waiting on the other side for us, but with Ray's incredible armor, I think we'll be fine. Let's see what's going on in here. Looks like we've got some kind of factory room. We've also got a few soldiers coming this way. I think let's just kind of stay right here because we've got a worker coming this way too, looking to be perhaps a bit brave, I suppose. Sorry about this, civilian, but yeah, if you're going to attack us, you're gonna... Oh my god, they have a workloader. A little bit of a mech-on-mech fight here, although that workloader isn't near as large or powerful as our own mech suit. We'll still take them on. Let's see if we can get some distance between us here, though, so we can... Okay, we're gonna have to resort to melee combat, and I think that's fine. I'll go ahead and bring some of our soldats down here. Oh, we've got an enforcement droid and another worker. Let's come back down through this way with Ethan, and we'll also even bring the shaken... I don't know, can we bring the shaken light bulb? There's no cover, really. Maybe right here. There we go, we took down one of their soldiers. Yeah, we'll keep some distance between us and the enforcement droid. This damn workloader, I'm holding it still so the soldats can attack it, so that's working, I suppose. Come on, come on. This would have been the perfect time to have an exosuit dagger. A shame that I don't have it. Let me see if I can move out this way. If I could, yes, we are much faster than the workloader, I believe. Keep some distance, and I think I should be able to shoot them. Oh, there we go. The workloader is down. We might even be able to take that workloader back with us. Let's hit the enforcement droid with a missile. Let's hit them with another missile to make this go a little bit smoother. Oh, shit. Oh, that's bad. Oh, and we've got slaves up here. I hope that they get out of the way. Oh, I did not mean to ignite the chem fuel. Just in case, I'm going to start pulling everyone back into this room, because that could get very bad very quickly. Oh, we shouldn't have to worry, though. I think the dock here, the loading dock, is open, so the heat shouldn't be an issue, but... Oh, I hope the... Okay. All right, well, if that's all the explosions so far, the slaves might make it out. We need to free them very shortly. We'll come back up this way, though, and we're going to take out this damn droid, and then we'll continue... Oh, God. More chem fuel. Oh, no. Oh, okay, that was a fire foam popper. An extinguisher. Good. Well, let's work together, and we'll kill this droid, then. I am going to drop some more rockets. I don't think it could really hurt anything, but I need to pull Ethan back to do that. There we go. Let's hit him again. Damn droid. We can't take cover up there. I could come in through this way with the mech suit with Rey and bash its mechanical brains out. Hello. There we go. Thank God. So we've got the slaves up here. Do we have anyone else? I think that's it. The slaves are safe. We've got a few martial soldiers. We've got a civilian worker, although they did attack us, these two civilians, so, you know, I mean, whatever. What more is there really there, you know? Kind of put themselves in our way. I'm gonna go through here. I thought I heard something, but, oh, security doors. That very well might have been what we heard. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh, the slaves, we should have we've got all our soldats on not firing at will. We don't want them to accidentally mistake anyone for an actual combatant when they're just slaves. So if they're running away, that's fine. That'll work too. What do we have? Oh, that is very depressing to see. Cremation room with a bunch of slaves, and this is most likely where they're keeping all the enslaved workers. Well, I guess you're better off out here in the frozen cold, possibly getting hypothermia, if you don't want to be saved by us, than in the cremation room. How many more rooms? Okay, so we have the security room here, or the room with the security doors, I should say, so we'll go in there. Before we do that, I am going to ensure that this place, even though it may not really be a military facility, or it doesn't seem to be, I might not... Oh, yeah, it's putting out all the fires. I don't want that happening. Let's destroy these fire foam poppers, or just set them off. We'll go ahead and get rid of them. There we go. I want to destroy this factory so that they can't use it anymore, preferably. So let's see if we can hit some of these chem fuel barrels. Indeed. And we'll get the hell out of there. Yeah. That should put a bit of a damper on their chem fuel production in this region for sure. If nothing else. We'll go ahead and get into this room. I suppose we should be able to just destroy these doors with our soldats, and of course with the exosuit. I'll turn fire at will back on. I'll have to watch out for more slaves, though. Here we go. And we've got another one. I guess we should have expected that, huh? Perhaps I should let Rey take the lead just in case. We don't really know what's going to be back in here. Again, though, this doesn't really look like a military facility. I'm not sure that we have the right intel at this point. We've basically cleared out the entire place. I guess we'll see if there's anything in... Oh, excuse me. Oh, shit. All right. We've got... Oh, no. Martial Specialist. The same that had come and attacked and killed some of the prisoners that we were protecting back at the exclusion zone, and we have a heavy turret. This could be... is that a bunker? Indeed it is. Okay, that makes more sense. So we have a bunker, so this might be where they're housing the officials that we're looking for, the important people. There's no cover in this room. Immediately, let's hit them with a missile right in the center. I don't know where to take cover at, though. I guess, you know what, we could just continue taking cover right where we're at, behind the exosuit. Bombs away with the missile. There we go. If we can catch them on fire, we'll have a better chance of getting rid of them. And we also might have a better chance of destroying that turret. Let's continue hitting them with our rockets as much as we can as the soldats continue taking cover behind us. I think, yeah, this is our last rocket, and we've barely made a scratch on them. But let's come in, and I'm going to let the soldats move up behind us, the Deimos squad. There goes the turret, I think. Oh, God. Oh, no. We've completely... Okay, Rey is in here, though. He's in the wreckage of the exosuit, but we've completely lost our exosuit, and... Damn it. We have the specialist. Can we open this? Yes, but I don't think I can open it with our Deimos squad. Oh, God. We've completely lost the exosuit. I wasn't expecting to be taking on several specialists, or a couple of specialists, with gigantic miniguns that were pelting it with bullets. So, our second prototype exosuit has been destroyed, but we're so close to being able to get into this bunker. We need to kill these specialists. Luckily, we did bring Jor and his squad of snipers, Jackal and North Star, who can assist us further. So we'll bring them down to help us with our specialist here. We might actually have to... Yeah, maybe. let's pull back a little bit. Let's pull back. Oh, see, we're beginning to lose our soldat. Shooty is down. Deimos squad is going to have to retreat. Retreat back into the hallway. We're going to take cover back here and start. Oh, God. Okay, they're not coming out. They're just attacking us. We're going to continue firing at them, get into the hallway, take cover behind the doors. Their miniguns are a massive pain in the ass, might I just say. We need to get back in there, though. We can't get to Ray right now because of them. Come on, Jor. Come on, snipers. Jor, my friend, I need that anti-material rifle, and I need it now. Thankfully, Deimos squad is going to keep them distracted and is going to keep them busy for the time being. Here we go. Let's use their abilities, the precision, and this should help us out with hopefully killing these bastards. I'm gonna swap Jor over to his grenades so he can start chucking them inside. Here we go. Let's pull up here a little bit. Right there. Come on, Jor. Come on. Let's blow them all to hell. I'm gonna have to swap out some of our soldats here. That way we don't keep losing them. Oh, God. Come on, Jor. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, my God. We're destroying the walls before we're just destroying the specialist. Jeez. I'm gonna swap him over to his anti-material rifle. I think that's gonna help us out more than any frag grenades ever could. Oh no, Meatbag has completely lost any limbs that could hold a rifle. Please continue shooting, soldats. I need all of you. The Deimos squad is kicking ass and taking names, even if they're struggling a little bit to do it. I'll admit I'm a little bit nervous because we're so close to being able to get through this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what we like. Come on, Jor, come over this way. We're so close to getting into that bunker and getting done and finishing this operation successfully. Oh, God, but we still have so much work to do. Please. One more specialist to go. We're so close. Oh, good Lord. Come on. I wonder if I could send our soldats down in here to flank from behind as Jackal and North Star stay up here. Oh, God, of all the times. Okay, so North Star is down. These specialists are no joke. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh, my. All right, open the wreckage. I hope and pray that Ray is okay. God, the Deimos squad is extremely injured. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, specialist trying to get away. Quickly, quickly, open fire. Ray! Oh, thank God. Thank God you're okay. So Ray is pretty injured. How badly? Dehydrated mostly and only has a bruise, actually. Not too bad, Ray. I think, yes, we have cleared out the entire place. This chem fuel refinery, you know what? I will never doubt the intel of the High Command ever again, because they were right. It seems that there is a bunker here. Thankfully, Ray is okay. We have lost North Star, our sniper. We've also lost Shooty, our soldat, who is down, but other than that, we're A-okay. Now, it's time for us to get into this bunker. Ray seemed rather excited to be out of the wreckage of the exosuit and rightfully livid at the specialist who put him inside said wreckage. Not to worry, my friend, there's always the Mark III exosuit, and there will be many more marshals to seek your revenge on. But for now, we need to get inside this bunker, preferably without killing the occupants inside. Well, what have we here? Yep, that's the one. Bring it on over by the docking bay. Yep, perfect. All right, just keep it coming. Keep it coming. Or that. Thanks. Ah, hey there, soldier. At ease. We've been expecting you. Grab a ratchet and a 10mm socket and let's get to work. Don't mind us, we're just repairing and improving the design of our exosuit prototype. This is our first prototype since the second one exploded during a recent mission. Nothing to concern yourself with, though. Alright, well, if you don't want to help with our exosuit research, perhaps you could assist the others with interrogating the prisoner, an enemy officer of the MS. She has top secret information that we need. What type of information? The top secret kind, damn it, did you not just hear me? First things first, we're gonna need to demoralize the enemy a bit, so how about you and Tony whip up a proper prisoner jumpsuit? That way she's not allowed to wear that snazzy uniform anymore. Now that won't really do too much, but if we were to maybe take that uniform and start lighting it on fire, burning it out in the marsh, and then take some surveillance video of said uniform burning, and show it to her. Now we're starting to press the old psyche a little bit, but it is going to take a while before we get any information out of her. So, as we await for her to spill her guts about everything she knows, we're going to be making our way towards Advanced Dragoon exosuit engineering technology. Just as well, High Command has requested the launch of a new recon satellite array. We'll be manufacturing a few more to send to orbit, with the help of our mechanical companion and his sturdy hydraulic precision instruments. All the fantastic work that he's put in, and yet we've still not given him a proper name. Until now, that is, as we are going to be naming our shaft worker Atlas. This name suggestion comes from our good friend Nera GameSpot, who suggested the name, as we are using a lot of mythological names lately, as the soldiers, you guys, are also naming our other droids and robots with a similar trend, if you will. Atlas from mythology is holding the world on his shoulders, and I like to think that our Atlas, as the backbone of our maintenance around the facility, is kinda doing the same thing. With the help of Atlas and our other fearless soldiers, our recon sats are finally ready to be launched into orbit. Ah, there we are, another successful launch. With several recon satellites in orbit, not even including those already there from previous launches via the Oak Foundation and the Republic, we'll be able to track the movements of our enemies and our potential enemies with ease. Potential enemies, I hear you ask? Well, for example, soldier, the private space station in orbit owned by the company the Independent Hamlets Incorporated. Sure, they seem to be neutral, but how do we really know that? By spying on them, of course. Our very own Jor was assigned to the Hamlet Crossing a few years back, so he's well familiar with the founder and CEO. Still, we want to catalog everything, such as any time that they launch something. If they look to be picking a side, we'll be forced to invade the city and confiscate their technology, for the safety of the Republic, of course. But hopefully it never has to come down to that. Ah, Jor, hello you brooding silent stone. How's the exosuit research coming along? Oh, wonderful, perfect timing. Let us continue our work into advanced exosuit technology then. No reason to stop at the silver when we can go for gold. As we began on this new sub-research, we received some troubling news. We have recon satellites launching. Needless to say, I think you already know who it is. The RimWorld Marshal Service. Now, we were already quite aware of their recon satellites in orbit, but thanks to the most recent ones that we have launched, we have detected 3 new launches of our own with the Marshal Service here. These are just some of the ones that we already know about. Looks like there's only 3 that I can see. Of course, we're also aware of the United Traders one, and also the Hamlet, as I recall, the Independent Hamlet Incorporated. Now, they're almost definitely an array every which way, and there might even be some around Degham's moons, but as for right now, these are what we have detected. This is a little bit concerning. We may need to look into possible ballistic missiles to take out some of these satellites, although I'm not exactly sure if it would do us any good, but I just want to point out that this seems to be a very small drop in the bucket of their recon sats that they already have. We'll continue launching more of our own as High Command sees fit, and of course we'll be looking into many options for defending ourselves and our great nation. Given the fact they're launching more and more new sats of their own, it's safe to say we have a prominent threat of being hit with missiles here at the exclusion zone. As such, we've decided to begin building more anti-air cannons. We'll also need to do the same at Fort Oak once we have the spare time between research projects. For the exclusion zone, though, this brings our total up to 5 that will encompass the entirety of the complex, our barracks, our prison, everywhere and anywhere. It is still possible that we could get overwhelmed if enough missiles are coming here at the same time, but that shouldn't be the case. As we were working on our air defense systems, we received some intel from the Oak Foundation. Apparently, apparently there's some outland smugglers on our island. The MS isn't the only fierce enemy we have to worry about. Imagine armed insurgents pretending to be civilians joining our great republic, but in reality they're undercover religious zealots from the Thromboyan Union, armed to the teeth with weapons from a black market right under our noses. No, we must deal with this immediately. Could be the perfect opportunity to test out our new exosuit technology. But there was one little problem. This new design requires a wetware computer to function. Wetware computers are highly guarded SNR technology that the United Traders won't sell to us, or the Marshal Service, or anyone for that matter. We can research our own, but there's a slight issue. To create our own, we'll need to study one. To study one, we would need to make one since we cannot purchase it. So there's no way for us to get our hands on one. Well, now that is quite the conundrum. Looks like we'll need to think outside of the box. After telling High Command of our little issue, they've authorized a new mission, the kind that requires a disguise. Also the kind of mission that if we get caught, will be disavowed publicly for breaking the international trade rules our nation has agreed to abide by with the United Traders and all other nations of Degum. No pressure. Ah, Paul, you clean up nice, soldier. Hey, did you grow a mustache? How did you do that so fast? Well, never mind your fashionable facial hair, my friend. It would seem that Joy has arrived just in time. In the Mudhead of all things. It's been a hot minute since we drove that bad boy. Alright, Joy, now I know that you have the most experience with espionage, but Paul and myself are going to be tackling this little black market expedition. In the meantime, think you could take a crack at the prisoner? Between you and me, I really need someone who's good at interrogation to get the info out of her. However, a strict no torture policy. You promise me, Jor? Wonderful! I knew I could count on you, old pal. Now before we go, we can't just drive the Mudhead in with a couple of quad machine guns on the back, as that might stir up a little bit of suspicion. We're going to be adding in some crates and barrels and other things that you might expect to see on a dirty, filthy warlord's truck, for example. And instead of a proper military vehicle, we'll be going more for that rusted shitbox look. Yes, that's the one. The perfect cover. A couple of dirty outlanders looking to buy black market tech for disgustingly high prices. Not exactly how we had hoped to achieve our wetware computer, but it is indeed for the Republic, so it is a necessary sacrifice. The back of the truck is filled with grenades and a launcher. Anyone there will simply think that we're some new up-and-coming warlords looking to sell death to anyone with the money. Seems like a reminiscent story of the blossoming of another empire that was built some odd years ago. And with that, we're off in the Mudhead, headed for the black market. Which reminds me, we still need to give the Mudhead a proper name. How about Snowpiercer? A fitting name, seeing how previously we've used it to pierce through the snow, and we're still using it to do the same, even if this mission isn't exactly a violent one, or hopefully it won't be. This name was suggested by our good friend Kai's, I believe is how you pronounce your name. I apologize if I've gotten it wrong, but I think that this is a perfect suggestion, and I'd like to thank you and thank everyone who provided name suggestions for all our vehicles, including the Mudhead. However, even with a perfect name for the Mudhead, it doesn't make it move any faster. So, as Paul and I are making the long, tedious journey to the southwest, meanwhile back at HQ, Jor and his excellent veteran interrogation skills would begin the process of extracting info from the MS officer. I wish him luck in his task, and perhaps a quick prayer for the officer. After a couple of days of driving on the island, we would finally arrive at the black market. And oh boy, did they have quite the merchandise. Martial tech, some in great condition, while others, like an enforcement droid, in need of being refurbished before it could be put back into any type of service. United Trader tech, like the SNR security armor, advanced and strictly only for use by the traders themselves. Well, it is a black market after all. They had an absolute smorgasbord, a buffet, if you will, of illegal items and paraphernalia. though most of it we weren't all that concerned with. We're just here to purchase our wetware computer, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here, come back with reinforcements, and we're going to arrest these bastards. We cautiously pulled the Snowpiercer in and parked next to another set of outlanders who were looking to purchase some illegal items. We inspected the wetware computer, and indeed it was just as we had expected. Exactly what we needed. And also at a ridiculously high price. With our new item in tow, it was time for us to leave this region, to call back to the HQ and request that the Phobos squad drop in via chopper. We'll be leading the charge to take down this perverted market of filth. Or so I thought, as we had some unexpected visitors. Yep, that is exactly why you don't want to with the United Traders. Well, good thing we got the wetware computer when we did. Let's go home. After taking a couple more days to travel back home in the Snowpiercer, we would finally arrive with our new hardware, and Jor was tickled plum pink to say the least. Well, you know, as tickled as Jor's stoic face could let on, he quickly applied the wetware tag to our servers, and we can now begin synthesizing our own. We'll be sure to let High Command, and only High Command, know, since this is top secret and could cause some very serious issues with the United Traders. But it could also turn this war in our favor. Our own exosuit technology to rival, no, surpass that of what the MS can develop and muster together. Make no mistake, we are in a technological race to develop the perfect soldiers of the future. Mutually assured nuclear destruction is an issue we still need to resolve, but advancements into exosuit technology is a critical piece to ending things once and for all. As we're beginning the first steps into building our new exosuit, we also finished up the hypothesis for wetware. Now that we're focusing a bit more on production instead of research, we're also going to begin working on our first bionic suit, some apparel that can integrate directly into the exosuit. Not only will these directly link the operator into the suit itself, giving them a more intimate control, if you will, but as you can see, it also offers fair protection, especially when compared to the typical Republic uniform, as well as some other very useful advantages like decreasing the need for sleep, increasing the movement speed, vacuum resistance, and toxic environment resistance. Thankfully, we've been saving our plastifiber for an occasion just like this. You remember we got this forever ago when the Republic rewarded us with some textiles for fending off an MS attack against the base. I guess one could call it Chekhov's plastifiber, huh? Huh? No? Okay. Well, anyways, Paul would directly oversee the completion of our first bionic suit, which surprisingly didn't take all that long, and Ray would immediately equip it as our mech suit operator. Finally, with this bionic suit, I think we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of kind of working on some of this exosuit tech, but on a much smaller scale. Now, bionics have been around for quite some time in the world of Dagum, but they're not exactly widely used. The MS used them quite some time ago, putting a lot of money and a lot of their time and effort into a project where they turned one of their old generals, I believe by the name of Hawthorne, if I'm not mistaken, into a massive cyborg. Now, that really worked out in their favor more often than not. However, they also don't know where that asset is anymore, and he's likely dead. We have no clue where he's actually at. So, you know, we don't exactly, or at least I should say it's not common practice to try and do that anymore, as, you know, it costs a lot of money and you put all your eggs into one basket and then they go missing type of thing. Basically what I'm getting at though, with bionic suits like this that already improve their speed, I think that this could be something that is affordable and could be used maybe on a massive scale for all of the Republic soldiers. Now Ray isn't incredibly fast as if Ray had all those bionics, but much faster than you would expect, and with a decent bit of protection in comparison, as I already mentioned, to the standard Republic uniform. So this is some tech that I think we could try to work on and maybe kind of get back to High Command and work with him on mass producing it. Just my opinion, though. I mean, that would be a long ways out, but something interesting to consider. I think a bionic suit as well, with maybe a very small scale exosuit. Let me see here. I believe may be produced through machining tables. We have quite a bit of different tech that we can actually create. My apologies, it is actually through the fabrication table. You get the exoskeleton frames. Now these also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, increase the carrying capacity. It also increases work speed, which is quite a bit more than the bionic suit. And it also, well, so the bionic suit doesn't increase work speed, but movement speed it does, which is less so than the bionic suit with the exoskeleton frame. These are good though for work speed and carrying capacity, which makes soldiers much faster at what they need to do, faster fighters, just better overall, helping out their organic muscles with a little bit of machinery. I think a bionic suit tagged along with exoskeleton frames though could be very interesting to see used in the modern combat that we find ourselves in, the modern battlefield and war that we are currently locked in. And of course though, we are still awaiting the completion of our new exosuit. This is the most advanced and high tech that we've made thus far, so I don't expect it to be finished right away. We're probably going to be waiting a little while. While we wait though, we also have wonderful news from the prison. Condor. So Jor finally broke you, eh? And you have all your limbs. Excellent work, Jor. Well, I'd like to be the first to thank you for becoming a dirty traitor to your own nation, ma'am. I am eternally grateful. I know that couldn't be all that easy, and, you know, we are eternally grateful, and as a token of our thanks for your effort, please enjoy a lavish meal. Now, I know it's not much, but really at the moment, it's all we can offer you. However, once High Command hears about this, they will be so ecstatic, I'm sure they'll give you something worth all this trouble. But I'll have to get back to you on that, okay? Thanks for the help, partner. I knew if anyone could break her, it'd be you. Now I'll let you handle giving Command the good news. You've earned it. Oh, and thanks for not torturing her, by the way. I'm not sure what Condor's future holds, but we're not monsters like the MS. We'll take good care of her, especially after she's played nice and cooperated with us. I'd also like to take a moment while we're waiting on our new exosuit to be completed to apologize. I realize this episode is hardly involving any action thus far. The issue is, my friends, our job was to conquer the island for the Republic. Obviously, we've done so, and it has been ours for quite some time by this point. And now our job is to invest as much time and resources as Command sees fit into developing new weapons of war, such as exosuits, bionic armor, so on and so on, until or unless we're called upon to be deployed somewhere else. However, with that being said, I introduce to you the Sail Mark III exosuit. Not only a grand homage to one of our fallen, but the absolute pinnacle of Republic technology, our most powerful and deadly armor/vehicle to ever be created thus far. I can't even begin to express just how proud we are of this achievement and how excited we are to see it in action. Hold that thought, soldier. We're detecting several missiles flying towards the exclusion zone. Everyone get your asses to the bunker now. The landscape was quickly being pelted by small warheads, just barely making it through the perimeter as our anti-air systems jumped into action. An attack of this scale against the island? We couldn't believe our eyes, yet the radar didn't lie. Several enemy missiles flying directly towards us. What could have triggered such an assault? Especially one so sudden like this. Damn, our anti-air systems have been overwhelmed. We've got company. It seems as if the missiles are done flying in. I think our anti-air systems have kept them at bay, at least for the moment. We do have, I guess, a ground invasion starting now, it seems like. So, man. This is so bad. Oh my god. Okay, wait, some of them, shit, we've got so many enemies. What is this? I've never seen a trooper like this. It looks like they have, oh my god, their own exosuits. I knew we were pretty neck and neck with a lot of this tech, but it looks like they have some of their own shock troopers with exosuit tech, heavy flak armor, and of course we just have some standard martial soldiers. We also have enforcement droids. They're using, oh my god, miniguns. Oh god, they're attacking our anti-air systems. No wonder. So they're trying to get back in to continue attacking us. Shit, sorry, I'm all over the place. They're trying to get rid of our anti-air systems so they can continue attacking us with missiles and actually start making some of them hit. Son of a bitch, this is bad. This is so bad. I've got Paul getting in an exosuit and Ray getting in the brand new exosuit. Paul's is the Sail Mark 1. We've done a few repairs to it since the beginning of the episode. I think it has an amp pistol and that's about it. Obviously, the Sail Mark 3 is ready for action. I'm gonna start bringing some of our soldats up to assist us. They were protecting the prisoner. I didn't know what type of assault this was going to be. We had the agents come in before the specialist and kill some prisoners, so I thought that might be what we were going to be dealing with again. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to be as careful as I can here. So they're gonna start coming this way though, so let's get some of our best shooters, like Jess and Gump. Well, Jor's even better. Let's get Jess here and Jor over here. There's nowhere really for us to take cover except for behind our silos. Now, our silos offer 50% cover effectiveness. Now, that's not that great, but it's better than nothing, and that might be the best way for us to take cover to attack them. Now, we could take cover behind our sandbags over here. That also wouldn't be too bad, but we need to be careful with how we get over there, because we're going to be right out in the open if we're not. I myself am already out here. I might try to just engage with the enemies directly until... Oh my god, they're coming right for us. Until my shield breaks. Holy shit, there's so many of them. Oh my god. They're trying to come inside the bunker. Holy shit. Atlas, I need... Oh god. Oh god. Okay, everybody back inside. I think that's the case. If that... Oh god. Oh, man. Oh, God. All the soldats inside immediately. Okay, I think we... Oh, no. We've got a few of them coming in. I was going to say, I think we slammed the doors just in time. Shit. All right, so there are a few coming through. We've got a lot going... Oh, we've got a lot more coming in than I thought we were going to. Good God. What else is going on? These folks didn't come in. I think they're going for our anti-air gun over here. Son of a bitch. I've got the soldats. I'm going to pull them back. I noticed a launcher, but I think this person is launching. We are about to start losing some anti-air guns. Damn it. We've got these enforcement droids as well. Son of a bitch. I've got Olivia and Gumpy coming in. They're going to be grabbing some of these explosives. I'm also going to bring Dana, and I want that triple rocket launcher. Sophia can stay inside the command center. Oh my god, Atlas, single-handedly holding back all of them. We've got a shock trooper coming this way. I'm going to burn them. Hopefully. Okay, and now I'm going to engage them with my sword. Olivia, please. Thromboy and Fury. Gumpy, you know what? That's actually a good spot for you, Gumpy. Shoot that son of a bitch with your rocket. Right there. We've got a lot going on. We've got quite a few of them, I must say. I am going to attempt to strike them here with the rocket. Atlas, keep them all at bay if you can, please. I've got our hounds out, but I don't want to have to bring them out. They're going for more of our anti-air weapons. Some of our traps have taken them. Dana, you should... Yes, you have the triple rocket launcher. Get behind Gumpy. And I'm going to try to see if we can take out that helicopter with the triple rocket launcher. Olivia's aiming. Oh, God. Okay. Tony, attack this person. Yes. Keep them at bay. We've got a lot going on. We killed that one. Good. Attack her. Oh. We've got a rocket that just launched. I don't know. Let's continue attacking this person. Where did we just hit? Oh, shit. I think Gumpy completely missed. Or, no, I think Gumpy completely really fudged it and missed. They're right next to our missile silos. A triple rocket launcher would do far too much damage. Hold the door wide open. Let's take cover behind our silos. Thetcha? I need you out in the hallway. Oh, this is where the rocket hit. We just killed all of them. It wasn't... I don't know. This might have been it, too. We've got a lot going on. Run back in there. Grab your rifle so you can continue helping us. Let's kill this shock trooper. Jess, move out of the way. Things are about to get very hot in here very quickly. Olivia. Yes, go. Jor. You're needed, Jor. I need your assistance. Oh my god. Are they trying to... Oh, we're losing our soldats. Are they trying to flee? This one's trying to rescue its partner. Or her partner. Thatcha's doing pretty well out here, too. Yeah, Jor. Oh god, alright. There we go. Shock trooper is down. They are beginning to flee. Thank god. Oh, Atlas has fallen. That's alright. Atlas can also be resurrected. Atlas is downed. Okay, continue fighting. Kill as many of them as you can. The helicopter's already getting out of here. We've lost one of our anti-air guns. Gumpy is sick with the plague. We've got a lot going on. They're escaping, or attempting to, but it looks like they're trying to make their way through our base and through our garage. I don't know if that is actually an attempt to escape or to destroy our own vehicles, but we have killed most of them. They've only been successful partially in taking out one of our anti-air guns. Let's get all of our soldats. Oh god, alright, let's put out the fires first of all. I'm going to assist everyone and the soldats, whichever of our Phobos squad we have left, in taking them out. We can always resurrect our mechs. Oh, thank god our hounds are here to assist us. Yes, they are breaking through our doors. In the meantime, we're also going to attempt to finish off more of them. Perfect. The dogs have already killed most of them. Good. Thank god. Finish them off. Ugh. God almighty. We killed most of their forces and completely stopped them in their tracks, but that was absolutely hellish. I'm not going to be taking any prisoners, at least not for now. We can't afford to take care of them. We're going to need to tend to our own people. Damn it though, there are so many. We're going to need to get our squads back up and going, and I'll have Sophia come through and start tending to the wounds of the others. For the most part, we're okay, except for that anti-air gun. We need to keep an eye out though for more missile assaults coming our way, more bombardments, I should say. Our other systems are slightly damaged, but I think we should be able to rearm them and repair them rather quickly for the most part. All in all, I think we fared pretty well given what is currently coming our way being a complete and utter surprise to us. We have a few more bombardments. I'm hoping that we can hold these off, and I suppose we are about to find out. Okay. So far, so good. So even with one of our anti-air cannons down, we're still able to hold off the enemy bombardments, which is good because that means we'll be able to tend to our people. Let me make sure. Yeah, I've got everybody on herbal. I'm going to swap everybody, including the doggos, over to industrial medicine. And there we go. We'll be able to tend to each other with much... What is exploding? What is happening? Oh my god. 2 Goliath Marshal Service mechs dropped in. Oh shit. And they've broken through our wall. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, son of a bitch. They're completely breaking through the wall. I've got Ray and Paul in their exosuits. Now, I don't know if they're ready to try and contest this large of mech suits, but we'll do it, because we have to. I'm also going to be bringing Jor into the command center. Where am I? This would be a good opportunity, I think, for me to maybe jump into a tank or something to try to get down there to assist them. Most of our people are far too injured to help out with this. This is so bad. So bad. I'm going to open up our garage doors. Oh god, they're blasting into the garage. Let's get our exosuits here on the side. Oh, they're going to be coming through very quickly. I'm going to set our anti-air gun down here to ground targeting. Now that's going to take away from the missiles that are coming, and it won't be able to take on quite as many, but it will be able to help us take out these mechs. Okay, alright, not good, not good, not good, not good. Now to get through here, they are... Oh my god, that's so loud. They're gonna have to destroy quite a bit of our walls. So it's gonna be a little bit before they can actually do that, which I think is going to give us a good opportunity to take cover in certain areas and maybe attack them. Now the problem is our Sail Mark III exosuit has a combat blade and let me double check, no ranged weaponry. So we're going to be taking them on with one gigantic advanced mech, but only with a combat blade and an amp pistol from our Mark I. Let's give it a shot. They're not gonna... Okay, alright, back up, Paul. Oh, God. Oh, immediately. Well, this really complicates things a little bit. They're going to be able to make their way through very quickly. Let's get our dogs. I want to make sure that they're not getting hurt. Our Phobos squad, though there are quite a few members left, I think they're going to be better off finishing off some Marshal soldiers, though we may not have too many. We only have a couple of our soldats left. They may prove to be quite useful. I'll bring them down to our mech garage. We have Jor, who is in the command center, which is perfect. Jor can actually activate our missiles. And although I'd really prefer to use them on maybe some bombardments incoming or enemy bases, if we don't use at least a few of them here, we're going to be in absolute shit shape. Missiles are incoming. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, another. Yes, thank God. But they are still standing. Oh, and we've damaged a lot of our infrastructure. I think we did. Oh my god. Oh, here they come. I think we did some. Oh, Paul, get back here quickly. Ray, I think it's time, my friend. Very well. It is time for us to begin attacking them. Paul, oh god, Paul. Oh god, Paul is already down. Ray, come up here. They're destroying all of our shit. Let's get to some cover. Oh, I have arrived. The captain has arrived. Have no fear. Ray could attack, but let's see if we can assist him a bit. Okay, Ray is under attack. Okay, I'm going to move myself into the gunner position, and I'll use the main gun to assist us here. And perhaps if I could draw its attention. There we go. Perfect, here it comes, but that also means that we're going to start taking some heavy fire. Come on, Ray, come on. Mech on mech, mech on mech. Move, move, move. We are much more, we're still taking quite a beating, but we are much more versatile and agile than the Marshall mechs. Bring the tank back in. Yes, yes, we are able to get behind them. Oh god, but I'm still taking heavy fire and beat on them their blind spot back here where they can't really reach us, but they can hit the tank, which is very unfortunate. Let me pop back into the gunner's seat and we'll try to hit it a little bit from the... Oh god, we've got the other one coming back. Let's move out of the way. The tank, we're gonna lose the tank. Oh shit. Alright, I'm just gonna have to move on my own. We're gonna have to move back in with the mech. Bring out the soldats as we can. Let's try to find some cover. And I'm going to use this mech as cover for the other. Oh my god, did we kill? Yes, I think we did. We killed the operator of this one. Perfect, perfect. Everybody get back, though. That's exactly what I thought. A self-destruct. Yeah, just as I expected. Alright, come back in, take out this operator. We do have one mech suit, and it doesn't look like it's about to self-destruct. Operator didn't pull the trigger in time. Perhaps. Oh my god. Let's quickly take them down. I would actually prefer not to kill them if I could help it. Oh, they are down. Perfect. I wouldn't mind having a mech operator. Perhaps we could rehabilitate them or even just, I suppose, try and get some information out of them. We need to heal Paul. Oh my god, Paul. Oh, Paul, you poor thing. Right and left humerus shattered. Oh, legs and arms just shredded. Pinky and toes lost to frostbite. Paul, my poor friend. We need to get you inside quickly. You are freezing to death. This one apparently ran out of fuel before it could self-destruct. Let's bring the soldats inside. I think we are good. Oh my god. And we weren't able to save the mech operator, but that's fine. Let's get Paul saved, though. We don't want Paul dying on us. Oh, Paul, you poor thing. That was probably our hardest battle yet. My god. Paul, I think you're going to be okay. Yes, okay, we've got you tended to. That was an absolute storm. We can do the repairs, though. That's not too big of a deal. But my god, that was rough. I'm thankful that we're okay. It does look like I think they've caused our geothermal to overheat. They didn't even bother attacking that, but luckily our anti-air weapons are still intact. I think we're going to survive. Still, the question remains, what has caused such a spontaneous attack of this scale? We've never seen anything on the island this strong, this forceful and sudden. What could have brought this on? Oh my god. The governor, he's dead. He's really dead. Wait, George, that's the information that the prisoner gave us? The whereabouts of the governor, the single most powerful leader in the Marshal Service? Holy f***. From the land to the sea, our borders are vast and expansive wherever they be, stopping injustice no matter the altitude. For freedom, for justice, and most importantly, for the Republic. The Republic of Libertas was born as a small rebellion, an ember that started a grand fire that became an empire, a true independent free nation. So we know what it's like to be the underdogs. Join the Republic today at I don't know. How was that? Not too bad, right? I don't know. Hopefully that appeals to these new rebels. I gotta say, I'm tickled about my promotion to Lieutenant Colonel, don't get me wrong, but I do much rather prefer the old classic duds. That's right, old Spyro's been promoted. The previous Lieutenant Colonel also moved up and was promoted. I took her spot, and I now command the Oak Regiment. It's been a while since I last saw you, soldier. Since you've been out of the loop, I suppose we'll have to get you caught back up to speed, eh? The RimWorld Marshal Service, the nation that we've been at war with for decades, is in complete shambles. Uprisings around every corner. Territories are reshaped by the day, hell, by the hour. Reshaped with blood, gunpowder, steel, and a passion for revolution. The masses are finally rising up against the oppressive powers that be. Indeed, citizens and indentured servants alike have been mounting a fierce resistance, even if it's not exactly working in their favor in some cases. A good portion of these new rebelling factions aren't exactly too keen on being our allies, but it must be noted that not all of them are totally against the Republic. Those groups of rebels that are looking to join our great nation or to work alongside us as well as our Federation allies are being supplied with a steady stream of resources and, more importantly, weapon systems. Guns, bullets, fuel, anything they need to keep up the good fight against oppression. There may never be an opportunity like this again to actually defeat the Marshals, but not only defeat them, rebuild them into something better. Potentially an ally. Admittedly, I'm not exactly sure how keen the Federation would be on two of the largest human-led nations teaming up together on the planet, but that's a bridge that we'll cross when we get to it, I suppose. For now, the only thing we need to worry about is the fact that the MS is divided, now locked into a bloody struggle for power, a civil war of sorts, all because their temporarily appointed leader refused to give up said power. And because we helped kill him, of course. Alright, I think that's enough lore for now, am I right? The Oak Regiment is being charged with assisting these new rebels in any way that we can. Whether it be launching new recon satellites to provide them with intel on MS positions, bombing targets, or even just deploying some of our Soldat squads to provide fire support. Like I said, any way that we can. Personally, I believe this civil war to be the perfect opportunity to perfect our exosuit technology. Just as well with the MS distracted and fighting a war on two fronts, this is also the perfect time to destroy their orbital surveillance network. Before we begin on our exosuits though, Paul, our greatest crafter, requires some artificial enhancement himself. Some of you may remember, but he was inside our Sail Mark I exosuit when it collapsed under heavy enemy mech fire, breaking both of his arms, reducing his manipulation and ability to craft anything to complete and utter zero. Yep, no crafting at all this entire time. He hasn't even been able to eat anything without a straw involved, so we are going to remedy that for him. With a lot of help from the team, who have been and still are picking up a lot of slack in Paul's duties in his absence, and a special thanks here to Tony, our second best crafter, who can whip up a couple bionic arms. Wrapped up nice and tightly by the bow that is Sophia's medical field expertise, and voila, 2 successful surgeries. I never had a doubt in my mind. Our old friend will be able to craft and so much more once again. Once the anesthesia wears off, that is. As we await the awakening and recovery of our repaired hero, myself, Jor, and a few others will be stationed at Fort Oak for the next couple of weeks for a new construction project. Which is exactly why those of us that you see among you have construction skills between 11 and 13, the highest among the Oak Regiment. Some of you may remember the bridged roadway the MS was in the process of building when we initially assaulted the fort before we actually took it for ourselves. Well, we haven't put it to much use other than when traveling via tank, truck, or our stubby little legs. That changes today. We'll be refurbishing the roadway and widening it for aircraft. Until this point, we've only been able to use small planes or some helicopters, but with the island becoming a prime hub of the nation, we need to be able to take in vast amounts of cargoes or troops with ease. And the easiest way to do that is by building Fort Oak its very own runway. Now, not only will the Republic be able to send their cargo planes here with, well, cargo or troops, but we will also be able to build our very own once we fabricate the components, which we are currently working on, to send out our own plane on missions. The types of missions that require a couple of gentlemen in heavy, gigantic exosuits. Something we struggle to do right now with our helicopters, given just how much one singular exosuit weighs. But as our fine folks at Fort Oak fabricate the parts for the plane, Paul is finally awake, and his manipulation is off the charts, making him a better crafter than before, and perhaps even a better fighter. Now that he's back in the saddle again, he would immediately get to work on the next iteration of our Sail series of exosuits. According to Paul, this next iteration is apparently a step backwards, but is still an improvement on the previous design? I suppose we'll have to wait and see. I hadn't shown this just yet, but I had mentioned it before. The settlement that we ended up installing, the outpost at the northern part of the island, they have been bringing us a lot of components shortly after its founding. This has really been helping us fuel the exosuit work. They occasionally bring other things like silver or steel or plasteel, whatever they can find in the mountains, which is also quite useful for armor and vehicle parts. Technically though, even though we don't see much of them, they are still part of the Oak Regiment, and as such I think that giving this base in the north a proper name is also appropriate. And we are going to be naming them Point Sail. Point Sail Base is actually a suggestion from our friend Streel Stream for Fort Oak. Before, we named it Fort Oak, of course, but I still thought that this name would be appropriate for this new base, not only because, of course, we've been sticking with naming things after some of our fallen, like Sail, but also it's kind of a play on words. As you can see, Point Sail has been built up as quite the Republic naval base, so sail, I think you get it. A glorious hub for sailors and soldiers alike. Truly, since we originally settled the exclusion zone on the island 3 or so years ago now, we've made so much progress. 3 separate independent bases capable of holding their own, and this landmass for the glory of our free nation. Not an easy task, but one that we hold great pride in completing. Oh, by the way, I have no idea why this is still a white wolf, as I've had it set to a beautiful blue banner with a white thrombo illustrated on it to represent many of the soldiers who are thromboian that are within our ranks, and that are at Point Sail, but it just never changes. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that Paul and Ray are hard at work on the next iteration of our exosuit technology for the Republic, the Sail Mark IV, a new iteration in the series. Apparently based on a previous blueprint, mixing the versatility of the Mark II design and the power of the Mark III. I'm eager to see it in action, and I bet you are too. Funny enough, this is going to be our first 2-man exosuit mission, because Ray will be in the Mark IV, meanwhile Paul will be in the Mark III. Ah, perfect timing, gentlemen, as Atlas has finally put the finishing touches on our brand new cargo plane. With all this in hand, I think that we are ready to deploy our Phobos and our Deimos squads on a brand new mission. Operation Live Wire. I thought it was fitting since the MS territory is sparking and blowing all to hell every which way. Thetcha and Olivia will be piloting the cargo plane, threading the needle through enemy airspace, bringing us straight into the belly of the beast, where we will be tasked with reinforcing rebel forces at an MS launch facility. Let's get started. The Phobos and Deimos squads have finally arrived at the Marshall base. This is a launch site, holy shit, and they are already launching. This site in particular has been pounding rebel groups and positions with missiles, and we are here to put a stop to it and to aid them as best we can. We are gathering up in our exosuits. We'll be leaving Thetcha and Olivia back here in the plane in case we need to make ourselves a speedy exit. But it looks like rebel groups are already fighting with the Marshal Service in an attempt to take over this outpost and this launch site. And so naturally, we are going to be coming and assisting them just a teeny tiny bit, as much as we can. It looks like we actually have some defected Marshal soldiers back here. Either that or they've obtained some of their armor. And we also have an impid slave along with some civilian militants, or some militia members, I suppose. Let's not waste any time. We might as well jump right in. I'm going to have the Phobos and Deimos squads taking cover, and we are going to be attacking them directly alongside the rebel groups. Now, I'm going to see if we can hit them with some missiles. We have a specialist, so we're going to start with him. Let's also bring the Deimos squad around. I'm going to bring the Phobos squad around to the cover that the militants, the rebels, are also using. And as for the exosuits, we're going to take some pretty minimal cover here. We want to draw their attention away from the rebels as much as possible. I'm going to move some of our soldats up into the trenches. And it looks like we're already, yes, we've already succeeded, it would seem. Well then, along with the support of the rebels, we are doing absolutely excellent. Oh, although we are hitting some traps, we need to be quite careful. I need to see if they can back. Well, they're probably fine right there. I guess they're going to be tagging along with us. I just want to make sure that they don't get in the way here as we attempt to blow through the doors. There we go. We'll be using the exosuits to do so. Oh, we are just absolutely conquering. We'll take out the second security door with our shoulder-mounted. Oh, here we go. So we've got a couple of soldiers with the heavy flak armor. I think we'll take the hallway and we'll start bringing the soldats in behind us. The rebels can join us if they like, but they don't have to. Although I don't really think that we're gonna have much of a choice in that. Greetings, you dirty martial mutts. Perfect. Yes, let us continue. We'll go ahead and start bursting through the door up here, and I guess they're coming. Oh no, they're going to start making their own way through the facility. That's fine by me. We've got quite a few concealed turrets in here. Let's see what we can do about that, and we'll continue pulling in our squads. I think we'll have Deimos squad join us on the inside, and Phobos squad can actually stand guard on the outside in case any reinforcements come, along with a few of these rebels. They have some concealed defense. Oh shit, that's going to explode. All right, get out of there, get out of there. We'll get out of the way of that before it blows. They're using embrasures. Now, I want to bring Ray in his exosuit, and we'll start taking out this door as Paul is... Oh, okay, we have an enforcement droid, which is fine. We should be able to handle it as well. And we'll continue taking on the concealed defenses. I think the embrasures should kind of contain it, but we'll still, yeah, pull back just a tad. The enforcement droid is nothing for our exosuits. It's incredible how strong they are. Let's continue. This might be... oh, okay, so this is where they're generating their electricity. That makes sense. We'll have Ray and Paul go ahead and come up in here. Oh, my God. Oh, we've got a rebel coming up in here with us as well. All right, well, Coyote, I suppose we could let you keep hold of this place. And it looks like this service... Oh, they're trying to flee. We've got some of them coming out. Very well. Let us take cover then if they're going to attempt to flee the facility. Because if they're going to be doing that, yes, they are all going to start coming out this way unless I don't see any additional exits. So if they have any, they're most likely hidden. We've got a lot of them coming out. Good thing that we have the Phobos squad. No, Phobos squad outside, Deimos squad is inside. Because they are not going to be getting through us at all. Perfect. And let us continue attacking these doors. We'll see if anybody's down in here. Oh, we have an enforcement droid, indeed. Okay, we have a great big hallway. Let's focus on that droid real quick. Don't need that big bastard coming out here and damaging our soldat squads. It looks like, oh, yes, this poor, very, very poor little rebel fell. Our soldats can't save her. Let's go ahead and carry her. We'll try to get any... Oh, yeah. All right, let's get out of here. Good thing we're using the exosuit. And I'll have Paul come down. Great. Can we save this person? I don't want any of them dying. Where are the other rebels, by the way? Oh, they're all out here. Ah, okay, tending to their wounded. All right, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, let's go ahead. We'll tend to Irene so she doesn't die. We'll try to save as many of them as possible. I'm going to clear out these defenses, and then we'll bring our soldats in. Our exosuit shouldn't have any... Oh, look at this. This automated turret on the shoulder is so good. So good. Alright, let's start bringing our squads in. Just Deimos squad. Again, Phobos squad can stay outside. We may have more combatants in here. And as a matter of fact, I'll even let Deimos squad start finishing off some of these soldiers that are injured. That way we don't have any of them getting up or anything like that. So let's go ahead and finish them off. Goodbye, martial dogs. So okay, well, we have another missile launching. That's, I think, their final one that they have here. Okay, and we also have quite a few marshal service coming on out of this room and going straight to the launch site. Wait. Do they have a vehicle? They might have a vehicle. Why else would they be running over there? Are they trying to escape? We've got a missile flying. It's already gone. Okay. We've killed one of them. Let us kind of take cover here. We'll take out these concealed defenses, bring down the Deimos squad. Let's move back a little bit. I want half of them in this section of the hallway, and the other half we're going to basically just create a giant inescapable death hall in case they start coming out. They may all just be running to this room for safety's sake. Oh shit, that one has a launcher. Beat the hell out of her. Beat her ass. I don't even care if these explode. Kill her. Kill her now. Okay, she's using melee. I didn't want that launcher to go off. Back up, and let's blast her. Now, go. Come on. Oh, well, that works too. We bashed her brains in, all right? Let us continue making our way. Oh, the door is wide open. Hello. Let's have our soldats actually start blowing open this door too, just in case. We don't know what's in here yet. Living quarters, maybe. Deimos squad can go in there, and we'll deal with the martial dogs, as I keep on calling them. A very patriotic way for us to, show that, I don't know, we're with the rebels and stuff. Okay, yeah, this is just a living quarters. Nobody's even in there. Great. It looks like we're gonna have quite a few... Hello there, officer, I suppose? Some type of officer or high-ranking fellow. This is the launch room, the control room. I wonder, could we... maybe, just maybe, hold on, hear me out on this, pick up this launcher and... Indeed, I think we can. Hello. What's left of them are fleeing. What a shame. We'll use the launcher to destroy the launch room or control room. Or not. That didn't exactly go as I had planned. Let's step up to the plate and now blow up the control room. Perfect! That was much better, okay. Well, we've destroyed the control room, and I believe that is it. And we're also tending to the rebel. I think that this has been a successful mission thus far. We should take, I don't know, actually. What if instead of completely, maybe we should have left the control room. Although I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have. Let's continue destroying these. I don't think there's going to be anything in here, but what if instead of destroying this facility, we just gave it to the rebels for them to do with as they please? I could destroy these nuclear reactors, but I could also just leave them online and let them take this place. They don't just have to stop it, they could actually start using it for themselves, after, of course, making some pretty major repairs, I think. Well then, that was nothing short of a complete and utter success. Hell yeah! This was also a complete and utter success of our first test flight, the maiden voyage of our new cargo plane, and the fact that it was also able to carry both exosuits, as we had hoped. Well, welcome home, heroes. High Command is buzzing like happy bees over that grand success. You have and always do make the Republic proud. Damn good show. Don't get too comfortable though, we've still got a lot of work ahead of us. One of the first things we're going to be working on here at Fort Oak is building a proper exosuit area, a garage if you will within the garage for working on these high-tech suits. We have continuously put a lot of time, effort, and resources into this technology, and every single time it proves to be more than worth it. If we truly want this technology to be more available to the Republic across the globe, we need to ensure that the maintenance galleries and garages for them are compact and obtainable. I mention this because, well, as you can see, the ones that we're currently working on are about as compact as it gets. But if you only have one maintenance gallery, the shelves, the scaffolding, everything you need to work on an exosuit, if one of those was in every single base of the Republic, imagine how powerful we would be. I'm telling you, my friends, this is the future of our country's defense and offense. Just as well as perhaps testing out some new missile technology, some that we could possibly use to take out hostile reconnaissance satellites. I say let's give it a test, eh? Well, okay, maybe a little bit overkill, but with a few more of those, we will significantly reduce the number of enemy recon sats, making our job and the job of the rebels that much easier. Speaking of, High Command has requested that we attack MS bases off the East Coast. Most mainland operations are being handled at the moment, so they said that if they need our exosuits, they'll let us know. It's just, I mean, look, with their comsats dwindling by the day, they're going to be forced to use less complex methods of detecting incoming strikes, methods that will be able to easily overwhelm or just bypass completely. And that's a good thing, a great thing, as a matter of fact. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy that we're so easily able to dispatch of our enemies, but I guess maybe I just missed the days of being a bit more involved in the action. You know what I mean? Get down in the nitty, the gritty, and the muck and just get my hands dirty, you know? As a matter of fact, I might just have an idea. But first, we'll need to return to the HQ. So I may, or may not, have been keeping something a secret this entire time. You see, while Paul was out of commission, I've been working on my own exosuit. This is Hack's Vengeance, named after my late father, Hack, obviously. It's not for mass production or anything, just personal use on missions and operations. Speaking of which, I thought it might be a bit fun to share this next part together. Now, we've already destroyed the convoy here, as you can see, and we've destroyed the weapons and ammunition that it seemed that they were going to be taking through the area. However, we do have some reinforcements over here, gathered up and looking for us. Hello there, Freckles, where are you going? So, I thought it might be fun. Uh-oh, we're already being seen by the tank. Can we use our rockets, I wonder? No, we're gonna have to come out from cover, I think. Yeah, here we go. I want to use some of the rockets from the exosuit to start, oh my god, to start attacking them. Oh, that came very close to hitting us. Even using a mountain as cover, you know, I just want to be quite careful. We have a extremely powerful exosuit, but we want to ensure, I suppose you could say, that, yeah, we're not going to constantly be taking heavy fire all over us. All over the suit. We don't want it to be destroyed on its first venture. We're basically taking on a small army. Oh my god. We're getting many direct hits, although we are all out of missiles. Let's take a step back here, and we'll start taking some of them on, like Freckles here. Hello, Freckles. Oh, he's got some good armor on him, and there it goes. Most of this is going to have to be from our automated turret, since we can't... Oh, and they're missing us. Since we can't get too close, we only have the shotgun. Although I guess we could use our battle rifle and other weaponry. I really love the shotgun that we have. And they're not doing so hot at hitting us from here. So if they're going to be moving into position... Oh, they are beginning to flee. Well, I can't say that I blame you. Is their tank down? I think it may be. No wonder I would flee too. You've lost any chance that you had, let me tell you. Damn, that turret is rough. Can we hit it with an EMP discharger to shut it down? No, it does not affect the vehicle like that. All right. Let's get close with the shotgun, and let's see if we can catch it on fire. Oh, that's great. That is great. Goodbye, Marshals. Goodbye. The best part about the mech, too... Oh, look at that. Do we have any more? I think we finished them off, except for maybe a droid or two. It sounds like this tank is still on, but it might just be a mobile. It is definitely still on. Let's kill this droid, and then the tank can go next. The best part about the mech suit, though, this one hacks vengeance, as you can see, is the fact that our shields, the experimental one that we got from the Oak Foundation, and the shield for the suit itself actually double up, which is just so cool. We'll go ahead and continue attacking. We might as well destroy the tank. We don't want there to be anything left, and after that, we have completely obliterated the convoy once and for all. Sounds like it? Yeah, it's getting ready to go down. And there it goes, along with all of the MS forces, except for some of them here. I'm afraid, gentlemen, that I do have to finish you off. We don't currently have any room for you fellows. I apologize. Goodbye. Goodbye. Such a shame, but we don't want them to be suffering or anything like that, of course. Oh, I love mech suit technology, and even though this one is only personally for me, I think it is a good show of what we can build when we put our minds to it, eh? Well, my friends, even though I am having oodles upon oodles of fun slaughtering our enemies in this brand new experimental mech suit technology along with you, I think we're done, are we not? I think we are at the end of this series. Oh, this war and the RKRU, the shared universe in which the series takes place, is only just getting started. We have so much more to do and so much more story to tell. But for now, I think we're finished. We had set out originally by the Republic and for the Republic to come to this island and to conquer it as a region of our great nation. And we have done so, turning the exclusion zone into a thriving facility not only for the Oak Regiment, for the Republic, as I like to say, of course. The same for Fort Oak. Both of these facilities are in exquisite condition and are going to be aiding us in this war and the martial civil war that has recently started for quite some time to come. And Point Sail is already an incredible naval base in the making. Not to worry, you'll still be seeing plenty of the Oak Regiment and of the Lieutenant Colonel Spyro. This isn't goodbye, but more of a until I see you again. Now one last time, say it with me. For the Republic. Well, that was a bit dramatic, huh? Yeah, I just, I don't know. I didn't know how to say goodbye for now, Say, Jor, where's the prisoner? The officer that told us the location of the governor? Oak Foundation? Well, I guess that's fine. I wish you would have informed me ahead of time. I'm just glad that they finally found a safe house to keep her at then. Alright, don't get your panties in a wad. It is goodbye for real this time. But I wanted to thank you ever so much for watching this series, for supporting the channel, for supporting this series, and supporting me, I guess. I'm just kind of going off the top of my head here. I apologize. This has been so fun. I'm not even sure what to call this series. Maybe the military simulation series. That seems to be what I've been doing with a lot of my titles for these episodes. But this series has genuinely been extremely fun for me. I would say, I actually, as a matter of fact, always say that these series are, I think the most fun I've ever had, blah, blah, blah. I say that every time, but I would genuinely say that this series has probably been the most fun that I've had in the RKRU since our Gun Empire series. It kind of feels like a return to form and a return to that type of normalcy. We still have some goofy stuff going on, but it's quite serious as well, and I really like this series because we finally got to take the story in a direction that I've been planning for quite a while, the Marshal Service Civil War. I still have quite a bit of a story planned out for where I want the RKRU to go, and if for some reason you're new and have no idea what that is, because I do tend to forget that a lot of new people end up joining, and I say RKRU without them knowing, but it's the Rat Knight RimWorld universe. It's something I started many years ago, as you can see here with this playlist. Speaking of which, this is also the 10th series in the RKRU and in the playlist, which is insane to think about. There's hours upon hours of content in this shared universe. If you are new and you want to check that out, I apologize that you're seeing this for the first time, but there's a lot of lore there if you're interested, and a lot of world building and just a lot of effort that I and the community have put in. And yeah, with all that being said, again, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for supporting me, the channel, the series, even if you're just watching the videos, liking the videos, hell, just for being here. I really can't express how much I appreciate you. I love you guys for real. And I have so much more in the future in store. I may end up doing some individual storylines for our Oak Regiment and the squads and the soldiers within it. Let me know what you guys think about that. In the comments if you'd be interested in seeing some stuff like that. It's kind of in the workshop in my mind if I end up doing it or not, or how I plan on doing it. But again, thank you for watching, and without further ado, it would appear that Ken King is here to show off some fan art before we go. To begin, I am going to be showing off some of the art from Ken King himself here. As you can see, I'll let most of these speak for themselves, but we do have some illustrations of many of the members, new and old, from the Oak Regiment. As I always like to say, I think that Ken King's art really represents the characters in a way that I personally see them when we're playing. I especially like when there are different races like Impids and Thromboyans, and we see a different art style in the tail, for example. Always really cool to see. As always, a major thank you to Ken King for the wonderful art pieces for the series, and if you'd like to, you can always follow Ken King on Twitter at KenTheKingArt. Next up, we have some wonderful artwork from EggBro2, who you can also follow on Twitter, and this is actually some artwork of our Phobos squad, our Soldads. I have to say, I absolutely love this piece. Perhaps this is one of my favorites that came out of this entire series for the Oak Regiment and for our Phobos and Deimos squads. It is absolutely wonderful. I like it so much, in fact, that when I first saw it, it made me consider doing an entire mini-series or just normal series following the adventures and missions of the Phobos and Deimos squads, which I still might do. I kind of have to work out the details on how I would actually go about doing that, but this is awesome. I really enjoyed the Soldad squads, and I didn't think I was going to originally, but this also really just sealed the deal on that for me, and a little cherry on top, so thank you for that. Last but not least, we have some artwork from our friend Zen Master, who you can also find and who you should also follow on Twitter. However, Zen Master has specifically requested that a fellow in green be the one to deliver this. Very well. I hope this will suffice. It's the only thing I had green in my closet. In all seriousness, though, this piece, along with all the others that we've seen, is absolutely wonderful, and absolutely beautiful as well, might I add. The context behind this one, I believe that this was created right after the attack against Fort Oak, before it was Fort Oak, of course, and then once Reek was decommissioned, you could say, as the captain and had some disciplinary action taken, and then Spyro was promoted to the captain of the squad. Insane work. Please follow all of these artists on Twitter and go to them for all of your art needs. Thank you to everyone who has created art. Thank you to everyone who has left suggestions throughout this series, and thank you to everyone who has watched this series and who has been sticking with me through this series as well as just all the series that we've been creating. You guys, I genuinely, I say it all the time, and I say genuinely, and I say a lot of these same words, but I don't know how to be more genuine than saying genuinely. You really do make these series for me. There would be no me without you. There would be no series without you. I love you guys. Thank you for watching.